Chapter 201, 201. Drex Valen raised a hand and shattered the massive stone door. To a Kryptonian, the thick slab might as well have been brittle glass. Inside the chamber, the orb floated above an ancient pedestal, sealed within layers of dense energy barriers that completely isolated it from the outside world. Tifa Lockhart stared at the glowing energy lattice surrounding the orb. It looked dangerous enough to vaporize anything that touched it. Drex smirked. As he spoke, he casually reached forward. The energy field lashed across his arm, but the destructive currents failed to leave even a scratch. Drex ignored the barriers entirely and pulled the orb free from its containment. Then he squeezed. The outer shell shattered apart instantly. A brilliant violet radiance burst into the chamber. The Power Stone, so beautiful. Purple light spilled across the ruins with an oppressive elegance. Noble, mysterious, violent. Lyra Yin and Tifa Lockhart were captivated immediately. Not because of its power, because it was beautiful. Only its death seemed largely uninterested in the gem itself. Drex grasped the Infinity Stone in his right hand and tore it completely free from the remains of the orb. The moment direct contact was made, violent purple energy exploded outward. Crackling lines of light spread rapidly up his arm as the raw cosmic force burned away his sleeve and drenched half his body in violet illumination. Drex frowned slightly. His veins burned. His blood felt molten. Compared to the Space Stone, the Power Stone was vastly more violent. But that hardly mattered. His body was practically a cosmic bug exploit at this point. The adaptive evolution of his doomsday Kryptonian physiology immediately began suppressing the invading energy. The raging power was steadily forced into submission until the violent reactions finally calmed. Moments later, Drex's arm returned to normal. Then, just like the Space Stone before it, the Power Stone embedded itself into the center of his palm. Two Infinity Stones now rested inside his body. If things go well, Drex said thoughtfully, I should be able to grab the Mind Stone later too. He still couldn't understand why Thanos trusted Loki enough to give him the scepter. As for the Reality Stone, the Ether, that still depended on Jane Foster. Unfortunately, Jane hadn't yet reached the point in the timeline where she would encounter it. There was still a long wait ahead. Drex turned toward the others, and so they returned to the Mars base. At this point, Mars base had effectively become the headquarters for the Burning Legion's core personnel. Meanwhile, the prototype cannon fodder combat armor Drex had developed earlier had already transmitted its data back to the Black Queen. Production had begun almost immediately, and several finished units were already complete. After examining the final products in person, Drex arranged live combat tests. The results pleased him greatly. These suits were hybrids of Kryptonian weapons technology and advanced Marvel Universe energy systems. The armor operated through neural wave synchronization, allowing weapons targeting and firing assistance to occur almost instinctively. Still, Drex felt the original design lacked enough firepower, so he modified it. In addition to the dual palm-mounted energy cannons, he added two shoulder-mounted heavy cannons roughly the width of a human forearm. Each handheld energy cannon operated at 600 power units. In raw destructive output, a portable cannon like that already rivaled many conventional Earth missiles, even if the blast radius was smaller. The shoulder cannons were even stronger, reaching 700 power units. For melee combat, each unit carried two high-frequency blades mounted on its back, capable of slicing through almost any known material. Originally, Drex had considered designing individual laser rifles instead. Single-soldier laser cannons were versatile weapons capable of switching between positive and negative energy states, depending on battlefield needs. High-speed particle acceleration generated intense thermal destruction, while low-energy particle states absorbed surrounding heat and froze targets. But after studying Marvel's energy technologies, Drex realized conventional energy cannons were simply superior. The so-called light beams, fired by energy weapons, were actually streams of concentrated energy particles traveling at near light speeds, fast enough that most enemies would never react in time. More importantly, this wasn't the age of ballistic warfare anymore. Space combat belonged to energy weapons. Even for planetary ground battles, why carry rifles when you could carry artillery? Drex's energy cannons weren't remotely comparable to Tony Stark's repulsors either. His weapons fired energy beams nearly 40 centimeters wide, delivering catastrophic thermal attacks capable of vaporizing, ionizing, or outright disintegrating most forms of matter on contact. With the armor finalized, the Burning Legion officially registered itself as a mercenary organization operating within interstellar space. Drex still hadn't forgotten the humiliation of being unable to afford Kree scientists. So he selected 50 enhanced super soldiers from Earth, equipped them with the cannon fodder combat armor, and sent them into space to grind missions for credits. He also recruited more than a dozen tank-class supermen to support the operations. The Black Queen didn't comment much on any of this, though internally, she remained convinced Drex was completely insane. He constantly acted on whims, ignored conventional logic, and operated according to decision-making patterns she couldn't predict. No matter how much behavioral analysis she performed, Drex's thought process refused to fit into any coherent model. And yet, what truly unsettled her was something else entirely. Drex seemed to possess an almost godlike perspective over both past and future, subtly guiding events toward outcomes he already expected, especially his research directives. The sheer number of projects he personally managed was absurd. Hundreds, possibly thousands. No scientist within the Burning Legion could keep up with the speed of his thinking or the scale of his research capabilities. Eventually, most of the organization's researchers became irrelevant by comparison and were quietly pushed aside. Technically, there was still one mind powerful enough to help him: Doom. But the threat posed by God Emperor Doom was too terrifying. After extensive consideration, Drex reinforced Doom's frozen containment coffin even further, layering it with atomic alloy, vibranium, true adamantium, and primitive kryptonite alloys to ensure he remained sealed indefinitely. Fortunately, Drex's own superbrain kept evolving rapidly. Combined with the enormous quantity of cosmic scientific knowledge he'd absorbed recently, he was becoming increasingly capable of handling everything himself. At this point, the Burning Legion's military structure had become extremely diverse. There were the super soldiers created through the Superman serum, tank-class supermen, battleship-class supermen, symbiote-concept bioarmor divisions, Va machines, ironmongers, and now the newly developed space-grade cannon fodder armor units. Meanwhile, somewhere in Africa, the BioBeast units were apparently still searching for the Antarctic bear. Chapter 202-202. It wasn't that Drex Valen intentionally made things overly complicated. This was simply the curse of every scientist who moved too fast for their own good. The moment one project succeeded, another possibility appeared on the horizon. Curiosity devoured focus. New discoveries buried old ones before they had time to mature. Combined with Drex's absurd research speed, it made the Burning Legion's arsenal look almost ridiculous in scope. Very few people in the universe could keep up with that pace. Even Tony Stark probably couldn't. Otherwise, the Iron Man armor line wouldn't have plateaued at nanotech so long ago. Still, diversification had its advantages. The broader your power base became, the harder it was for enemies to exploit a single weakness. The Dark Elf had learned that lesson the hard way. Back when they terrorized the Nine Realms, they dominated through the ether. Fragments of the Reality Stone had allowed them to mass-produce coursed warriors, monsters powerful enough to overwhelm even Asgardian forces. Then Thor's grandfather discovered the flaw. The source of everything was the ether itself. Asgard launched a surprise assault on Svartalfheim, seized the ether, and attempted to destroy it. When that proved impossible, they sealed it away instead. Without the ether, the Dark Elves lost the ability to create coursed soldiers. Their empire collapsed almost overnight. That history fascinated Drex. If the Reality Stone could create something like the coursed, what about the other Infinity Stones? The Power Stone seemed like the most obvious candidate. It practically advertised its purpose in the name alone. The course possessed strength several times greater than Thor's. Without that black hole grenade ending the fight, Thor likely would have died there, which meant the Infinity Stones still held enormous, untapped potential. Recently, the Burning Legion's mercenary forces had become surprisingly famous across nearby sectors, mostly because they accepted almost any contract. Piracy suppression, monster extermination, escort missions, corporate warfare, black ops, retrieval jobs, and they completed those missions with terrifying efficiency. The result was a flood of wealth large enough for the Burning Legion to purchase an entire planet. A massive world over 4 times Earth's size, accompanied by 3 moons. One of those moons was nearly Earth-sized itself. Half its surface lay buried beneath endless white glaciers, but it still qualified as a habitable world. The other 2 moons were smaller, somewhere between Earth and Luna in scale. Both were barren wastelands, stripped clean by stellar radiation. Their gravity was too weak to retain atmosphere or liquid water. The nearby star resembled an enlarged version of Earth's sun. Its immense size, combined with the planet's orbital distance, created a narrow but stable balance. Temperatures ranged from -50 to +50 degrees Celsius. Extreme for humans. Completely irrelevant for Kryptonians. The moment he obtained a planet of his own, Drex lost most of his attachment to Earth. Aside from much of the Burning Legion's lower infrastructure remaining behind, the organization's core forces had already relocated to the New World. Drex named it Imperium. The planet wasn't entirely uninhabited. There were native life forms roaming the wilderness, gigantic reptilian creatures resembling prehistoric dinosaurs. But that wasn't really a problem. To the Burning Legion, they were little more than dangerous livestock. Drex stood atop a stretch of rocky badlands. The terrain only lasted a few hundred meters before giving way to an endless primordial forest. Ahead, a cliff dropped dozens of meters straight into a dark blue ocean. The atmosphere here was remarkably close to Earth's composition. The oxygen concentration, however, was more than double. Perfect. Future experiments would become significantly easier. Drex asked. The scouting drones were all connected directly to Black Queen. Extremely rich, Black Queen replied calmly. Surface analysis alone has identified every major mineral category known on Earth. A secondary instance of Black Queen remained on Earth, while the primary core had accompanied the Legion to Imperium. A few moments later, another report arrived. This time, even Drex raised an eyebrow. That was unexpected. Not that he lacked those materials himself. His matter manipulation already operated on the subatomic level. If he wanted vibranium or adamantium, he could simply manufacture them. Still, finding them naturally buried beneath a newly purchased planet felt like winning a cosmic lottery ticket. The deposits are located over 1,000 meters underground, Black Queen explained. Preliminary analysis suggests meteorite impact remains buried beneath tectonic layers. Massive. A brief pause. Possibly larger. Black Queen continued processing survey data while speaking. Drex's heat vision and X-ray vision pierced through the crust of the planet. The moment he identified the molecular structure, he understood the scale immediately. It dwarfed Wakanda's meteorite. At minimum, it was more than twice the size. Mining something on that scale through conventional methods would take ages. And vibranium was effectively renewable. The metal continuously absorbed and redistributed energy. In practical terms, it was almost impossible to exhaust completely. Drex transmitted a structural scan to Black Queen, who instantly completed a full geological model. The proto-adamantium deposits were far smaller by comparison, but still extremely valuable. After all, adamantium vastly surpassed vibranium in hardness. The problem was impact transfer. Vibranium excelled as armor because it absorbed kinetic force. Adamantium didn't. An adamantium breastplate might survive virtually any attack in existence. The person wearing it, however, would likely die from the shockwave liquefying their organs inside the armor. Vibranium's energy absorption made it uniquely suited for defense. Even thin vibranium fiber could withstand blows from the Hulk for that exact reason. By comparison, the primitive Kryptonian metal Drex had synthesized back in the DC universe still fell short in one area. It possessed extraordinary resistance to damage and could absorb energy to repair itself, but its force-dampening properties weren't as perfect as vibranium's. Drex inhaled the crisp air slowly. The sunlight here felt stable. He'd spent an entire day beneath Imperium's star without experiencing any further mutations. Good. At this point, even he wasn't entirely sure what kind of Superman he would eventually become if the transformations kept escalating forever. The forests cover an absurd amount of territory, Drex said while staring at the endless green horizon. Make fire prevention a priority. I've already begun implementing countermeasures, Black Queen replied. Silence returned afterward. Drex stood at the cliffside, overlooking the ocean. Although water only covered roughly a third of Imperium's surface, the seas appeared far deeper than Earth's. Something enormous moved beneath the dark waves. Ancient, predatory, waiting. Chapter 203. Back on Earth, the superheroes gradually realized something strange. Things had become quiet. The monsters had vanished. For weeks now, there had been no large-scale attacks, no citywide destruction, no grotesque creatures tearing through downtown districts. What remained are the usual threats: supervillains, enhanced criminals, organized syndicates, and ordinary crime. Nobody relaxed because of it. Governments around the world still believed the Monster Association was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The silence felt less like peace and more like the stillness before a hurricane. Tony Stark had been having problems of his own. For the first time in years, he'd hit a wall. A real one. The Iron Man armor line had stalled completely. Nanotech felt like the endpoint. Without access to extremis or symbiote technology, there simply wasn't an obvious next step left to pursue. The only reason he'd even reached the nanotech stage this quickly was because Drex Valen had forced the entire world's technological curve upward through sheer pressure. Among all of Tony's armors, the symbiote suit and the extremis armor were probably the strongest versions he could theoretically create. Everything else still fell short. Meanwhile, the rest of the superhero community was thriving. Most days consisted of beating up criminals, stopping robberies, rescuing civilians, and collecting endless praise afterward. Fame came easily. Romantic attention came even easier. But not everyone enjoyed the calm. Nick Fury, for one, trusted it about as much as a smiling landmine. He remained on constant alert while directing every available intelligence resource toward locating the Monster Association's headquarters. Waiting for the enemy to attack first was idiotic. If they could find the Association's base before that happened, the S-Class heroes could wipe them out in a single coordinated strike. And if necessary, there was always the nuclear option. After all, the Monster Association was believed to contain a massive number of dragon-level and demon-level monsters. Nobody needed reminders about how dangerous those creatures were anymore. Politicians and military officials were just as uneasy. The Monster Association had become a thorn buried deep in humanity's side. And if the Psions invaded while the monsters launched an attack at the same time, the thought alone kept governments awake at night. What nobody realized was that Drex had forgotten to mention one tiny detail before leaving Earth. The Monster Association headquarters was directly beneath New York City. Granted, New York had survived alien invasions, gods, mutant catastrophes, dimensional incidents, and Hulk rampages. One more apocalypse probably wouldn't hurt the property values too much. Deep beneath New York City, the Human Divine Sword Bureau has been moving aggressively lately, said the Monster King, Orochi. The colossal monster sat atop an absurdly oversized throne resembling a giant ceremonial basin. Around him stood an army of monsters perfectly recreated by Drex. Some resembled humanoids wrapped entirely in bandages, with only black blade-like hands exposed. Others looked like towering creatures formed from cubic black stone. A pale nobleman with traces of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. A gigantic muscular brute with extra arms growing from his shoulders and ribs. A massive humanoid radish with a permanently terrified expression. Strange capsule-shaped beings carrying oversized red and blue pills. And many more. Even monsters that had never appeared in the original timeline had been folded into this version of the Monster Association. This organization was vastly stronger than the canon counterpart. The Divine Sword Bureau already possessed 5 S-Class heroes. Naturally, the Monster Association needed enough firepower to match them. At present, their dragon-level roster included Withered Sprout, Elder Bakuzan, Geketsu, Black Sperm, Overgrown Rover, Evil Natural Water, Homeless Emperor, the 5 monster generals formerly. Underboros, Psychic Octopus, Nyan, Ugly Führer, Gums, Phoenix Man, Harakiri the Supersonic Iato Master, and Sword Mountain Rat. 16 dragon-level monsters. And that was before counting Psychos and Monster King, Orochi themselves. 18 dragon-level threats total, alongside countless demon-level monsters. The Association's confidence made perfect sense. "They're trying to track us," Black Sperm sneered. Another monster growled impatiently. "Because you're an idiot," Psychos replied coldly. 5 holographic images appeared in the air. Emil Blonsky, Ben Grieg, Juggernaut, Red Hulk, the Hulk. One of the monsters frowned. "Wait." Homeless Emperor voiced the question aloud. Psychos dismissed it with a wave of her hand. "The last one is Anthony Edward Stark." Her tone dripped with contempt. Unlike heroes such as Metal Knight or Drive Knight, Tony Stark's civilian identity was public knowledge. He didn't hide in secret bunkers or vanish behind layers of classified information. Tracking him was easy. All a monster needed to do was avoid surveillance systems, stay clear of Sentinel patrol routes, and follow Stark discreetly long enough to learn which mansion he planned to sleep in that night. Against a demon-level monster, an unarmored Tony Stark had virtually no chance of survival. Geketsu asked. Psycho smiled faintly. 3 demon-level monsters. Against a normal human. It should have been effortless. Psychos had even warned them in advance not to underestimate Tony Stark. Most importantly, they were never to give him time to equip the armor. Tony Stark had absolutely no idea he'd become a Monster Association's next target. The previous monster attacks had all been chaotic spectacles. The creatures appeared openly, caused mass destruction, and rampaged through cities like living disasters. That was because Drex had created those monsters on the spot. This time was different. The Association had prepared in advance. And unlike mindless beasts, monsters were fully capable of strategy, which meant Tony was in serious trouble. The instant Royal Ripper sliced through the glass wall of Stark's mansion, Tony was asleep beside Pepper Potts, holding on to the relationship he'd barely managed to repair. If Jarvis hadn't issued an emergency alert the moment the intruders breached the estate, Tony probably would have died before he even woke up. Royal Ripper's blades were already aimed at his neck. Bug God barked. Chapter 204. Tony shoved Pepper Potts toward the emergency elevator leading into the underground shelter. She barely had time to react before Bug God smashed through the wall in a shower of concrete and twisted steel, landing directly in front of them. Chunks of debris rained across the hallway, but Tony had already slapped his chest reactor. Nanotech armor surged over his body in an instant. The Iron Man suit formed around him just as Bug God lunged forward. The impact hit like a truck. Tony was hurled backward, smashing through another wall before crashing into a support column hard enough to crack it down the middle. Concrete fragments slid off the armor as he rose back to his feet. He raised his arm cannons toward Bug God. Too slow. Royal Ripper burst from the side corridor in a blur, twin blades carving across Tony's body in a single flash of motion. The nanotech armor coating both of Tony's arms split apart instantly. The severed armor fragments scattered across the floor. Fortunately, the suit itself was durable enough that the blades lost momentum after cutting through the nanotech layers. Otherwise, Tony would have lost both arms. Even so, cold sweat ran down his back. That had been way too close. Demon-level monsters. Tony recognized both of them immediately from the database. What he didn't understand was why they were attacking like trained assassins. Since when had monsters started using strategy? A massive rhinoceros humanoid burst through several more walls in succession, charging straight into the mansion like a living battering ram. Tony's expression darkened inside the helmet. 3 demon-level monsters? The Monster Association really thought that highly of him? That's flattering and deeply annoying, he muttered. Still, this wasn't hopeless. They've been fighting monsters long enough for Tony to develop counters. The damaged nanotech rapidly regenerated over his arms before reshaping into weapons. A pulse of blue energy erupted from his palms. Royal Ripper charged directly into it without hesitation. The beam punched straight through his torso. Cleanly, the monster staggered. Bug God immediately took his place, relying on his overwhelming durability as he drove a punch toward Tony's head. Tony's right arm suddenly expanded, nanotech swelling outward into an oversized kinetic hammer. Multiple micro-thrusters ignited simultaneously behind the weapon. The strike landed like a missile. Bug God was launched across the mansion in a brutal full-body home run swing, tearing through walls as he disappeared into the distance. Then Wrestler Rhino grabbed Tony from behind. The monster planted his feet and tried to slam him into the ground. Tony's boots instantly transformed into cross-shaped anchoring spikes, locking him in place. Wrestler Rhino couldn't move him. At the same time, Tony's left arm reshaped into a vibrating energy blade. He spun and slashed. Sparks exploded across Wrestler Rhino's hide. The cut barely broke skin. Before Tony could follow up, Royal Ripper came charging back in, twin blades flashing toward his neck. A compartment opened along Tony's back. Several metallic pods fired outward. The moment they struck Royal Ripper, they unfolded into swarming nanotech restraints, wrapping around the monster's limbs and pinning him in place. Simultaneously, Tony's chest reactor blazed white-hot. The uni-beam fired. Wrestler Rhino was blasted off his feet and sent crashing through the mansion. Then Bug God returned. A single elbow strike smashed into Tony's side hard enough to launch him across the room. Tony skidded through shattered marble and wrecked furniture before stabilizing himself with thrusters. 3 demon-level monsters at once is a little excessive, Tony said. He continued firing repulsor blasts to keep the monsters from closing the distance. Even Bug God couldn't tank repeated direct hits without getting blasted backward. The other S-Class heroes are already en route, Jarvis replied. Great. Tony activated a hidden protocol. Deep beneath the mansion, several dormant Iron Legion units powered on simultaneously. Their eyes lit up one after another in the darkness. Then the battlefield changed instantly. Royal Ripper suddenly vanished. 1 second, he was struggling against the restraints. The next, a blast of incandescent energy erased him completely. No corpse, no ice cream, just ash. Bug God and Wrestler Rhino froze in shock. Standing near the ruined hallway was another Iron Man armor holding an enormous weapon resembling a futuristic anti-armor cannon. Bug God recognized it immediately. Tony blinked. Of course they knew. The Monster Association considered Drex one of the most dangerous humans alive. He appeared unpredictably, vanished for months at a time, and every weapon he developed bordered on absurd. Dragon-level monsters were wary of his technology for good reason. Royal Ripper had just proven why. A demon-level monster had been erased without even leaving remains. Truthfully, Drex himself probably never expected Tony to reverse engineer the weapon. The thermal fusion rifle's core technology had never been publicly released. Tony built one anyway. Then another shot rang out. A crack of electromagnetic thunder tore through the battlefield. Wrestler Rhino's horn exploded apart instantly. A fraction of a second later, the hypervelocity projectile punched through his body, blasted through the mansion floor, and detonated beneath the structure. Half the estate collapsed. Bug God only reacted after Wrestler Rhino's corpse hit the ground. He immediately dove for cover. Tony glanced toward the smoking crater. Okay, The electromagnetic kinetic rifle fired subkryptonian alloy, rounds capable of penetrating multiple skyscrapers in a straight line. Tony had already lowered the output specifically because he was fighting inside his own house. Apparently not enough. Bug God stared at him in horror. This man was insane. "All right," Tony said casually. "What are you waiting for?" At his command, dozens of Iron Legion units opened fire simultaneously. Electromagnetic railguns thundered in unison. Unlike the kinetic rifle, these weapons fired concentrated electromagnetic penetrators rather than ultra-dense projectiles. Individually, they were weaker. Collectively, devastating. The mansion's support pillars disintegrated first, then the walls. Then the entire structure began collapsing inward. Bug God hid within the wreckage, only to be shredded apart under the barrage. His armored body was riddled with holes as the remains of the estate collapsed around him. Nearby, Pepper stood outside wearing an emergency evacuation armor, still visibly shaken. She stared at the smoking ruins of the mansion in disbelief. The entire estate was gone, flattened. A lifetime of luxury vaporized in minutes. And they just paid property taxes on it. Pepper pressed a hand against her forehead. Tony misread her expression completely. "It's okay, Pep," he said gently, pulling her into a hug. At that moment, reinforcements finally arrived. War Machine units and Ironmonger armors flooded the perimeter while the S-Class heroes descended on the scene one after another. Stock. Tony looked at the smoking crater that used to be his home. But jokes aside, the assassination attempt sent shockwaves through the Divine Sword Bureau and governments worldwide. The Monster Association had finally made its move. And this time, they were hunting heroes directly. Chapter 205. The assassination attempt shocked everyone. Up until now, monsters had never operated like this. They rampaged through cities, caused chaos, slaughtered civilians, and fought heroes head-on. Coordinated targeted strikes were something entirely different. If Tony Stark hadn't maintained his own Iron Legion and spent the last several months studying Drex Valen's weapon designs, he genuinely might have died under the assault of those 3 demon-level monsters. Even now, thinking back on it left him drenched in cold sweat. Afterward, Tony spent nearly an hour tearing into the Divine Sword Bureau over their response time. Then something occurred to him. Where's Drex Valen? Tony had actually wanted to show off the weapons he'd developed using Drex's tech as inspiration. Nick Fury's expression darkened slightly. Fury was starting to believe geniuses were humanity's most exhausting natural disaster. Imperium. Drex had just finished watching the footage of Tony's fight against the 3 demon-level monsters. He hadn't expected Tony to reverse engineer the thermal fusion rifle and electromagnetic weapons so quickly. Then again, pressure created innovation. Without enemies breathing down his neck, Tony Stark tended to stagnate. Now, he was terrifying. At this rate, when Thanos finally arrived, Tony might end up becoming one of Earth's primary heavy hitters. Honestly, Drex had always felt Marvel's technology tree was strangely distorted. The universe was full of absurdly powerful life forms capable of leveling planets with brute force. Yet many of them seemed surprisingly vulnerable to advanced weapons technology. Take Thanos, for example, an eternal titan with absurd durability. The kind of monster who could withstand direct blows from Mjolnir without flinching. But what about gravitational collapse weapons? High-frequency molecular blades? Positron cannons? Atomic disintegration artillery? Most of those wouldn't mean much to Drex himself anymore. At his current level, he suspected he could probably ignore even dimensional compression weapons like a 2-dimensional foil attack. But Thanos? Drex seriously doubted the Titan could shrug off a direct hit from some of those systems. Then again, this was Marvel. There was always the possibility Thanos would simply decide he could tank it and reality would somehow agree with him. Drex shook his head in amusement. The Monster Association at least has some brains, he said. Targeting Tony first was the right move. He leaned back slightly. Send Withered Sprout, and the fight ends instantly. Or at least deploy a speed-based monster like Cockroach. Psycho's tactical decisions were questionable at best. Still, Drex was mostly treating the entire situation like a live-action blockbuster at this point. Once the superheroes finished dealing with the Monster Association, the Chitauri invasion would probably follow soon after. Until then, watching the Divine Sword Bureau and the monsters outmaneuver each other was entertaining enough. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the galaxy, the Burning Legion had unofficially gone to war with the Kree Empire. Not openly. Not yet. The Legion's primary goal was to abduct Kree scientists and force them into service. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't have been unusual. Countless factions were exploiting the chaos created by the war between the Kree and Skrull empires, raiding supply lines, hijacking research transports, looting frontier worlds. Most of those opportunists ended up annihilated. Then the Kree encountered the Burning Legion, and suddenly things stopped being normal. Entire Kree strike fleets sent to suppress the Legion vanished. The Burning Legion retaliated immediately afterward, capturing wave after wave of Kree scientists. The researchers had little choice except cooperation. At first, many still believed the Kree Empire would eventually rescue them. But as the conflict dragged on, they noticed something disturbing. There were no reports of Kree victories. Instead, every new battle ended the same way. The Burning Legion advancing, the Kree retreating. And because of those mounting losses, the Kree Empire's war against the Skrulls began collapsing across multiple fronts. A colossal Kree warship adjusted its position in orbit. Missile ports unfolded beneath the vessel in dense rows numbering well over 100 launch systems. Heavy beam cannons extended from armor compartments as energy levels surged toward maximum output. Then the fleet opened fire. A storm of missiles and plasma beams flooded the battlefield. Around the capital ship, swarms of smaller attack craft surged forward like locusts, saturating the atmosphere with green energy fire. Then something punched straight through the bombardment. A figure shot upward through the storm of explosions, using nothing but raw physical force. In the next instant, she tore through the Kree warship itself. The sky turned blue. Shockwaves erupted outward in expanding rings, battering the battlefield like world-ending hurricanes. The capital ship's shields barely held. The smaller vessels weren't nearly as fortunate. Explosions bloomed across the sky like burning stars. Ship after ship ignited before crashing toward the planet below in flaming wreckage. Isdeth landed lightly in midair before the massive warship. With every step she took, the pressure radiating from her grew heavier, colder. The fleet's monitoring systems transmitted her expression directly into the command deck. Every Kree officer watching felt despair crawl up their spine. A monster. The Burning Legion had created an actual monster. No matter what weapons they deployed, nothing worked. Missiles, beam cannons, energy disruptors. None of it could injure her. And the truly horrifying part? The Burning Legion possessed two more warriors on her level. Above them all stood the Legion's master, Drex Valen. Dark storm clouds gathered overhead as violent energy radiation distorted the surrounding magnetic field. Space itself rippled under the pressure. He never finished the sentence. A chain of explosions ripped through the ship, throwing the entire command deck into chaos. The shield barrier finally reached critical overload, then shattered. Isdeth ripped apart the vessel's outer armor and plunged directly into the interior. The result was catastrophic. An exploding Kryptonian inside a warship was less a boarding action and more a natural disaster. Detonations echoed endlessly through the ship's internal structure. Firestorms spread from corridor to corridor as secondary explosions triggered uncontrollable chain reactions. Massive chunks of burning debris tore free from the hull and rained toward the planet below. Black smoke engulfed the vessel. The entire warship tilted sideways as it began falling out of orbit. Even emergency isolation protocols couldn't stop her advance. Violent energy collisions tore through the atmosphere itself, producing expanding shockwaves that shredded clouds apart. The planet's atmosphere descended into chaos. Thunderstorms erupted across the skies. Hurricane-force winds swept across the surface. Dark clouds swallowed the sunlight until the world resembled the onset of an apocalypse. Then the storm split apart. Observers watching the battle from a distance stood frozen in disbelief. Just minutes earlier, everyone had assumed the Burning Legion was doomed once the Kree fleet arrived. Now it was the Kree who looked hopeless. By the end of the battle, Isteth pursued the surviving ships into outer space and destroyed all 8 warships personally. The footage finally froze on a close-up of her face. Cold eyes, sharp features, an expression devoid of mercy. The alien recording quality was absurdly clear. You could practically count her eyelashes. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Uzisha. Chapter 206, 206. Open fire. Full barrage. At the fleet commander's order, the Kree Armada unleashed everything it had. More than a dozen escort cruisers broke formation, spreading outward as the primary battleships began charging their main cannons. Missile bays unfolded along both flanks while launch ports opened in synchronized waves, releasing swarms of compact attack craft. The smaller ships flooded forward like a plague of steel locusts, surrounding Tifa from every direction. Secondary batteries fired first. Then came the missiles, then the main cannons. 3 consecutive bombardments merged into a blinding storm of destruction, radiant beams igniting across the darkness of space until the battlefield looked like a newborn star. This was the military supremacy the Kree Empire prided itself on, the force that allowed them to dominate vast regions of the galaxy. And then Tifa disappeared, without warning. One moment she stood at the center of the bombardment. The next, the overwhelming light of the fleet's attack suddenly looked insignificant. Tiny streaks of brightness extinguished almost as soon as they appeared. Against her, the Kree assault collapsed like paper thrown into a furnace. The Burning Legion had deployed only 3 people. 3. And they had already forced the Kree Empire to the negotiating table. News of the conflict spread rapidly across interstellar networks. Countless wandering mercenaries, rogue factions, and displaced civilizations attempted to join the Burning Legion after witnessing its strength. Every request was rejected. The Kree delegation had come personally to meet Drex Valen. Drex glanced toward the group and frowned slightly. The speaker was none other than Mar-Vell, commander of the Kree Star Force. The original Captain Marvel. Drex knew the name well, although this universe clearly differed from both the comics and the films. Carol Danvers was already off somewhere in deep space playing Galactic Savior, yet Mar-Vell still existed. Different continuity, apparently. The Star Force accompanying the delegation was clearly meant as a show of force. The Supreme Intelligence likely intended for their presence to intimidate the Burning Legion. Unfortunately, it had badly underestimated Kryptonians. Unless these versions of Captain Marvel were absurdly overpowered comic variants, a single Kryptonian could wipe out the entire team. "I've heard of you, Captain Marvel," Drex said with a nod. Mar-Vell's expression hardened instantly. Drex had expected that answer from the beginning, so he barely reacted. Instead, his eyes shifted toward the actual negotiator. "The Supreme Intelligence will never agree to that," the negotiator said carefully. "However, the Kree Empire is willing to overlook the scientists already taken by the Burning Legion." Mar-Vell stared at him in disbelief. He rose to his feet immediately. Then his eyes suddenly glowed green. His body froze in place. The room fell silent. Clearly, the Supreme Intelligence had taken direct control. He leaned back slightly. "My demands remain the same." The balance of power had already shifted. The Burning Legion held the advantage now, not the Kree. Their numbers were small, but their combat capability was absurdly high. More importantly, Drex had already learned the foundational applications of the Space Stone. Not perfectly, but enough. Enough to perform long-range spatial deployment similar to Asgard's Bifrost. No prolonged travel. No vulnerable supply lines. No need to break through defensive perimeters. If war truly escalated, Drex could simply deploy his death and the others directly onto the Kree homeworld and let 3 Kryptonians tear the planet apart from the inside. and the Kree Empire was already busy fighting the Skrulls. The Supreme Intelligence processed the situation rapidly. Then it yielded. Once the agreement was reached, the Kree immediately began arranging transfers of scientific archives and personnel. Due to security concerns, they claimed it would take time. Drex accepted that without argument. Even if they were stalling, it didn't matter much. Artificial intelligence really is more rational than biological life, Drex remarked afterward. Because it is superior, Black Queen said. She had also reviewed the Supreme Intelligence's data. The entity was the Kree Empire's ultimate living supercomputer, created from the minds of their greatest scientists, strategists, philosophers, and leaders. It embodied the accumulated wisdom of the entire Kree civilization. Though physically immobile, the Supreme Intelligence possessed enormous psionic capabilities: telepathy, cosmic awareness, sensory projection, precognition, remote perception, and energy manipulation. It could create and command autonomous constructs, project itself across vast distances, and manifest through countless avatars throughout the universe. At times it appeared as an enormous green face, other times as dragons, tentacled entities, or abstract projections. At some point, it had even merged with an inert cosmic cube, further enhancing its capabilities and granting it limited reality manipulation and dimensional gateway creation. To assassinate it directly was nearly impossible. The true core remained hidden behind layers of deception and decoys. Even Black Queen admitted the Supreme Intelligence existed on a level above her current architecture. Originally, it would never have accepted the Burning Legion's demands. But after analyzing Drex Valen and the Legion's military strength, it chose compromise instead, because the Burning Legion was too dangerous. Even now, the Supreme Intelligence couldn't fully calculate the limits of Drex or his 3 elite warriors. And compared to them, the Skrull Empire remained the more immediate threat, which meant concession was the logical choice. Drex, for his part, had no intention of pushing further. He understood when to stop. Soon afterward, an announcement spread throughout nearby sectors of the galaxy. The Burning Legion was not an independent organization. It was merely the military arm of a newly established civilization, the Kryptonian Empire, and Drex Valen was its emperor. And across the galaxy, that question began haunting entire civilizations. Chapter 207-207. Drex Valen had no intention of mass-producing Kryptonians, not even scientific specialists. The reason was simple. Kryptonian weaknesses still hadn't been exposed to the wider universe. If their population expanded too quickly, eventually someone would discover those vulnerabilities by accident. Drex himself wasn't worried. Isdeth, Tifa, and Lyra Yin were another matter entirely. The moment the Kryptonian Empire appeared, the galaxy immediately began speculating that the universe's 3 great empires might soon become 4. Assuming the Kryptonian Empire could maintain its terrifying level of strength. Technically, Asgard could have become a 4th imperial power long ago. Odin simply never cared enough to pursue it. And unlike Drex, Odin still believed in restraint. Too much prominence attracted too many enemies. Drex didn't think that way at all. In his view, overwhelming strength solved almost every problem. The Kree, Skrulls, and Shi'ar had dominated the cosmos for ages without being destroyed. Even Thanos only targeted weaker civilizations while carrying out his genocidal campaigns. Why? Because he didn't want a war with the major empires. Small planets disappeared all the time. Powerful civilizations survived. The Kryptonian Empire operated under the same principle. After witnessing Isdeth, Lyra Yin, and Tifa tearing apart fleets by themselves, even Thanos lost interest in provoking the Kryptonians directly. Individuals capable of fighting entire armadas alone were exceedingly rare in the galaxy. Every one of them ruled something. Yet the Kryptonian Empire possessed several. And their emperor, Drex Valen, hadn't even fought personally yet. If his consorts were already that dangerous, then what kind of monster was he? At that moment, the terrifying emperor of the Kryptonian Empire was soaking in a mountain hot spring with his 3 companions. Strictly speaking, Kryptonians probably needed magma rather than hot water to feel actual heat. But that wasn't really the point. Isdeth settled herself comfortably against him, pressing close with absolutely no hesitation. Drex exhaled sharply. Kryptonian physiology was absurd. Their bodies possessed immense density and strength, which led to certain practical consequences. If Isdeth existed in a normal world, she'd probably qualify as industrial machinery. Anyone without comparable durability attempting intimacy with her would likely die instantly. Not that Drex minded. At their level, betrayal was almost meaningless anyway. There are too few beings capable of matching Isdeth, Tifa, or Lyra physically. And among those few, none were stronger than Drex. He'd stopped spending time with women like Ord or Ada Wong long ago. Compared to Kryptonians, ordinary enhanced humans felt frighteningly fragile. Without biological force fields stabilizing things, the outcome would probably resemble Homelander or Hancock accidentally killing someone through sheer carelessness. Eventually, even 3 Kryptonian women working together still failed to overpower Drex. The battle ended decisively. Afterward, the 4 of them rested together beneath the night sky. The hot spring sat high within Imperium's mountains. Above them stretched an endless sea of stars, so vivid they almost felt close enough to touch. Lyra Yin stared upward quietly. "When I was younger," she said softly, "I used to hate how far away the sky felt. The clouds, the stars." She smiled faintly. "Now we can fly among them." Her eyes reflected the starlight beautifully, like always wanting to pluck the moon out of the sky. Tifa added, sounding thoughtful. Drex looked upward as well. "There's an old poem about climbing a tower high enough to reach the stars," he said. "Funny thing is," Isdeth snorted dismissively. She leaned back against him comfortably. "Every star is another battlefield, another civilization." A faint smile curved her lips. Unlike Tifa and Lyra, Isdeth genuinely loved conquest and conflict. The endless expansion of the Kryptonian Empire thrilled her. Tifa and Lyra, though, eventually they would tire of constant warfare. Drex understood that already. Still, it didn't matter much. There were countless worlds in existence, countless potential companions, and not all of them needed to be peaceful personalities. Some people, like Isdeth, were born for battle, and if necessary, there were plenty of powerful male candidates too. Take Heracles, for example. He wasn't Kryptonian, but his combat performance remained exceptional. Meanwhile, the captured Kree scientists had finally learned the truth. The Burning Legion had transformed into the Kryptonian Empire almost overnight. Most of them found it absurd. There barely seemed to be any citizens at all. How could that qualify as an empire? Of course, outsiders had no idea how many Kryptonians actually existed. As far as the galaxy knew, the Empire's true population remained completely unknown. In reality, there were barely 1,000 or 2,000 people total. With little choice left, the Kree scientists reluctantly began working for the Kryptonian Empire, assisting with technological development projects. 2 months later, the Kree Empire finally delivered the scientific archives and personnel Drex had demanded during negotiations. Before allowing anyone access to Imperial systems, Drex personally inspected them for hidden conditioning, surveillance implants, or manipulations from the Supreme Intelligence. Only after confirming everything was clean did he fully integrate them into the Empire's research divisions. At the same time, his own experiments with the Power Stone had finally achieved results. The Dark Elves created coursed warriors using fragments of the ether. The Power Stone, however, was far more volatile. There were no stable fragments to harvest. The orb itself existed largely because the stone's raw energy was too violent to contain normally. Extracting usable power from it was extraordinarily dangerous. Several of Drex's experiments nearly destroyed Imperium outright. More than once, he'd been forced to teleport himself into deep space just to prevent catastrophic detonation. But eventually, persistence paid off. He succeeded in isolating a controllable portion of the Power Stone's energy. By implanting that energy into living subjects, He could create immensely powerful super soldiers almost instantly. Whether they surpassed the Dark Elves' coursed warriors remained unclear. There was one major flaw, though. The Power Stone's energy was simply too violent. Anyone enhanced this way had a drastically shortened lifespan. The process produced unstable weapons rather than perfect creations. Drex didn't particularly care. For him, the entire project was little more than entertainment. The Kryptonian Empire's real purpose had never been building a vast civilization full of troublesome citizens. What Drex actually wanted was a kingdom filled with extraordinary companions. 3,000 queens instead of 3,000 bureaucratic headaches. Why waste endless effort ruling ordinary people when he could spend eternity creating something far more interesting? And now, he already had another candidate in mind. Drex studied the figure in his hands carefully, adjusting the miniature model piece by piece. Yeah, he murmured to himself. Chapter 208. The newest addition to Drex Valen's growing empire was named Angel Yin. She was a hybrid creation, Kryptonian genetics fused with the mutant angel lineage. Among mutant strains, there were two ancient branches commonly referred to as the angel and demon lines. The names had less to do with morality and more with appearance. Winged humanoids on one side, horned or monstrous figures on the other. Thousands of years ago, those two mutant bloodlines had gone to war. Humanity at the time mistook the conflict for a literal war between heaven and hell. In the end, nearly the entire angel lineage perished. Only the demonic mutant Azazel survived from the opposing side. Of course, in this universe, naturally occurring mutants didn't even exist yet. Every mutant lineage had been created by Drex himself. Angel Yin was one more product of that experimentation, just like Isdeth, Tifa, and Lyra Yin before her. Angel Yin slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw him, she smiled. Deep beneath Imperium, inside a freezing underground industrial complex, colossal assembly lines roared endlessly. Metal arms moved in synchronized precision, forging gigantic armored war machines piece by piece. Black Queen supervised the entire operation. This was the beginning of Drex's next military project. Space Marines. Traditional power armor wasn't necessary. Marvel's universe possessed far superior materials and technologies compared to Warhammer's Imperium. The combat suits Black Queen constructed far surpassed standard Astartes armor in almost every category. Still, Drex deliberately insisted on one thing: bulk. The suits had to look heavy enough to crush tanks beneath their feet. The outer plating consisted of vibranium-coated armor. Not even Imperial plasma pistols, chained words, or thunderhammers from Warhammer would likely penetrate them. Vibranium's properties were simply too absurd. It absorbed kinetic energy, negated heat transfer, dampened impact forces. In practical terms, it rendered most conventional attacks meaningless. Of course, Thanos somehow chopping through vibranium weapons and armor like cardboard still made absolutely no sense to Drex. The aesthetic of the armor was almost a direct copy of Warhammer's Imperial power armor. Drex didn't even bother hiding the inspiration. The primary mission profile for these soldiers involved boarding operations. Thanks to the Space Stone, they no longer needed assault craft or torpedoes to breach enemy ships. They could teleport directly inside hostile vessels. That changed weapon priorities completely. Armor penetration became less important. Maximum short-range slaughter became the goal. So the standard weapon became the Gauss rifle. Or, more accurately, a Gauss machine gun. The weapon utilized electromagnetic acceleration coils. Massive electrical surges generated magnetic fields powerful enough to hurl ferromagnetic rounds at terrifying velocity. Even prototype versions effortlessly punched through reinforced steel. Drex found the irony amusing. Humanity learned about Gauss's theories in school. Now he was weaponizing them across interstellar battlefields. The melee weapon loadout was even simpler. Thermal fusion blades. Melt through the enemy. Remain loyal forever. Each armored soldier interfaced directly with their combat suit through neural synchronization, allowing movement and reaction speeds to operate at the pace of thought itself. Drex called them Grey Knights, purely because he thought it was funny. Meanwhile, the Kree Bio-Enhanced Super Soldier Initiative received a far less subtle codename: the Great Demon Project. Every Grey Knight underwent extensive psychological conditioning before deployment. Their individual personalities were stripped away entirely, replaced with absolute devotion to the Emperor and the Kryptonian Empire. In a universe filled with telepaths, leaving soldiers mentally vulnerable would have been idiotic. Independent identity created exploitable weaknesses. Fanaticism did not. Centauri Prime, a rare binary star system and homeworld of the Centauri civilization, now was under invasion. The Grey Knights emerged directly onto the planet's surface through artificial Bifrost gateways reverse-engineered from Kree Space Stone research. The Centauri fleet never even had a chance to intercept them. The moment the Grey Knights landed, the slaughter began. Gauss machine guns unleashed streams of luminous projectiles across the battlefield. At a glance, the weapons resembled energy rifles. They weren't. Every shot was physical ammunition accelerated to absurd velocity by electromagnetic propulsion. Centauri defensive lines evaporated instantly. Their infantry armor offered no resistance whatsoever. The Gauss rounds shredded through everything in their path with merciless efficiency. Meanwhile, return fire striking the Grey Knights did little more than scatter sparks across the vibranium armor plating. Nothing penetrated. Leading the 100 Grey Knights was a single Black Knight. His armor was even more monstrous. The outermost layer consisted of adamantium plating. Beneath that sat a secondary vibranium layer. Adamantium provided nearly indestructible hardness and resistance to both physical and energy-based attacks. Vibranium handled shock absorption and energy dispersion. Combined together, the suit bordered on invincible. Even Drex doubted Thanos could casually slice through it. The Black Knight's voice thundered across the battlefield. Blood for the God Emperor. The rulers of Centauri Prime were dragged from their palace and crushed beneath armored boots. Then their heads were taken. This marked the 10th civilization conquered by the Kryptonian Empire. Every previous civilization had fallen beneath the unstoppable advance of the Grey Knights and Black Knights. The Emperor became the only acceptable faith. Everything else was heresy, disloyalty, blasphemy. Naturally, resistance movements still existed. Scattered survivors hid in shadows and continued fighting against Kryptonian occupation forces. Drex didn't care. Expansion existed primarily to increase available manpower and resources anyway. Compared to the horrors of Warhammer's universe, Marvel civilizations were relatively easy targets. Marvel's real dangers weren't galactic empires. They were singular entities. Celestials, cosmic beings, Galactus, things operating on an entirely different scale. At present, Black Queen had only completed 100 companies of Grey Knights. Yet to the outside galaxy, even that limited force already looked terrifying beyond reason. The Kryptonian Empire's military reputation spread like wildfire through the stars, and the fear surrounding it only continued to grow. Chapter 209-209. The rest of the galaxy breathed a little easier after learning the truth. Not every member of the Kryptonian Empire was on its death's level. That was the good news. The bad news? The Empire's average soldier was still horrifying. Their powered armor technology alone bordered on absurd. The Grey Knights had already fought wars against 10 separate civilizations without suffering a single casualty. Not one. And these weren't primitive planetary skirmishes. Any civilization capable of interstellar expansion possessed military forces numbering in the billions. Normally, wars on that scale consumed fleets, economies, and entire generations. The Grey Knights had simply bulldozed through all 10 civilizations. Untouched, their armor seemed nearly indestructible. Even when struck directly by heavy weapons, the massive armored soldiers would simply stand back up and continue advancing. And slower heavy artillery often couldn't hit them at all. Despite their bulky appearance, Drex had perfectly recreated the millisecond-level reaction speeds of Space Marines. The result was something deeply unnatural. The Grey Knights looked like walking tanks. They moved like predators. Against enemies outnumbering them thousands to one, they fought without retreat, without exhaustion, without hesitation. When ammunition ran dry, they drew thermal fusion blades and continued slaughtering their way forward at close range. Rivers of blood followed them. Entire armies broke psychologically before they were fully defeated militarily. Even outside observers found the Grey Knights disturbing. Their combat discipline and sheer willpower felt inhuman. To those actually fighting them, they were nightmares made of steel. Like jagged black reefs standing against an endless ocean, they endured wave after wave of assault without yielding even an inch. That was the true reason so many enemies collapsed. Not because they lacked numbers, because eventually they stopped believing victory was possible. After conquering 10 civilizations and seizing control of hundreds of worlds, Drex finally slowed the Empire's expansion. He needed time to consolidate resources and increase military production. At present, the Grey Knights numbered only 10,000. Included among them were 100 Black Knights. That force now had to control hundreds of planets, suppress resistance movements, maintain occupation zones, and defend Imperial territory. Without additional troops, long-term control would become difficult. Still, conquest brought advantages. The recently conquered worlds were too terrified to refuse Imperial demands, allowing Drex to harvest enormous quantities of resources with almost no resistance. Far beyond known star systems, deep within the cosmic void, a continent-sized realm floated through space. It resembled a crystallized nebula shaped into a kingdom. Azure oceans spilled endlessly over its edges in colossal waterfalls, vanishing into the darkness below. Towering halls and monumental statues rose at the center of the realm, framed by majestic mountain ranges and crossed by brilliant rainbow bridges. It looked less like a civilization and more like something torn from mythology. Asgard. In Norse legend, it was the realm of the gods. In Marvel's universe, it was one of the most powerful civilizations in existence. The so-called gods were simply an immensely advanced extraterrestrial race. Unlike ordinary planets, Asgard belonged to no star system. The entire realm had been moved into deep space, existing as a floating continental construct sustained by the fusion of impossible technology and ancient magic. It possessed no planetary rotation, yet still experienced day and night. At the center of the realm stood the Golden Palace. A one-eyed old man in gilded armor overlooked the endless city below, even with only one eye, forcing him to constantly turn his head to take in the entire view. His presence still radiated overwhelming authority. Odin, king of Asgard. Once he had been a conqueror, then he became a wise ruler. Soon enough, he would probably become an old fool simply to make way for the next generation. Unfortunately, his sons were both disasters in completely different ways. In most royal families, princes fought each other for succession through schemes and bloodshed. Thor and Loki somehow managed to make the situation even worse. Thor possessed tremendous military prestige. Brave, powerful, charismatic in battle, adored by warriors across Asgard. He also had one catastrophic flaw. He solved every problem the same way. Violence first, thinking later, or more accurately, never thinking at all. After countless wars and campaigns, Thor had mastered exactly one strategy. Charge directly at the enemy and hit them harder than they hit you. Odin often suspected that if Thor became king, Asgard would spend 9 days out of every 10 at war. The 10th day would be dedicated entirely to drinking. A few years later, there probably wouldn't be an Asgard anymore. Loki, meanwhile, was Thor's complete opposite. He analyzed everything, planned endlessly, preferred manipulation over confrontation. If deception worked, he used deception. If sabotage worked, he used sabotage. If a knife in the back worked, he saw no reason to fight face to face. That didn't make Loki wise. Quite the opposite. His intelligence was wasted on petty schemes and underhanded tricks. He He lacked the dignity and presence expected of a king. If Loki inherited the throne, Asgard might not survive the week. The frost giant King Laufey would probably laugh himself to death. And beyond all of that, Loki was adopted. No matter how capable he became, Odin would never truly pass the throne to him. At that moment, Odin had just finished reviewing footage of the Kryptonian Empire conquering 10 civilizations. And he knew quite a lot about Drex Valen already, because the Ancient One had spoken to him personally. According to her, Drex was an anomaly beyond reason, a man untouched by destiny. She had attempted to observe his future 10 million times. She received 10 million different outcomes. Every single timeline diverged unpredictably around him. Eventually, even the Ancient One gave up trying to fully control events. Instead, she focused only on preserving certain critical constants while allowing Drex's actions to unfold naturally. Things became even worse whenever she interfered directly. Every attempt at intervention created millions of additional branching futures. Trying to exile Drex was even more pointless. He could simply return. He had already mastered 2 of the universe's fundamental forces and was steadily advancing toward a unified field theory. Once he achieved full control over all 4 fundamental interactions, traveling between universes would likely become trivial for him. That was why Odin kept watching the Kryptonian Empire so carefully. He needed to know whether Drex would eventually threaten the 9 realms, or Asgard itself, and the answer disturbed him. Drex appeared indulgent, surrounded by beautiful women, obsessed with pleasure. But beneath that surface, he was frighteningly rational and composed most of the time. That implied ambition, the kind of ambition that never stopped growing. Drex would have found the assumption hilarious. He wasn't dissatisfied with reality. He was dissatisfied with how few figures he still had left to collect. What Odin didn't know was that Drex actively regulated his own hormonal state. Without that control, the doomsday-derived instincts buried inside him became unbearable. Infinite energy, infinite aggression, an endless urge toward destruction, violence, domination, and conflict. A constant desire either to kill or be challenged by something strong enough to fight back. Suppressing those instincts kept him calm, kept him civilized. And that uncertainty was exactly what troubled Odin most. Because if Drex Valen ever truly turned the Kryptonian Empire toward Asgard, Odin honestly didn't know how he would stop him. Chapter 210. As if Odin didn't already have enough problems, Thor chose that exact moment to invade Jotunheim and start a war with the Frost Giants. Odin was furious. By the time Thor returned, he fully intended to beat some sense into him and throw him onto Earth for a while. With Drex Valen absent from the planet, it was the perfect opportunity. Thor needed to learn how to become a king. Unfortunately, Odin's parenting philosophy was questionable at best. Honestly, the entire Asgardian royal family seemed to raise children through trial by catastrophe. Hela should have been enough of a cautionary tale already, yet Odin still refused to learn from his mistakes. Thor only avoided becoming a second Hela because he lacked the patience and intelligence for calculated tyranny. Odin genuinely seemed to believe Thor would somehow mature naturally into the ruler Asgard needed. Why he possessed that level of confidence remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Drex truly hadn't been back to Earth in a very long time. At this point, he only returned when he happened to remember the planet existed. Running the Kryptonian Empire was far more entertaining. It was basically a real-time cosmic strategy game now. Except the map was an entire universe. Beyond the Grey Knights and Black Knights, Drex had also begun creating another military division, the Berserker Courts. Unlike the Grey Knights, Berserkers carried no ranged weapons whatsoever. They specialized entirely in close-quarters combat. Every suit of Berserker armor was heavily inspired by Predator technology and aesthetics, though vastly upgraded through Imperial engineering. Their equipment was absurdly extravagant. Adamantium wrist blades, retractable spears, monomolecular whip blades similar to the ones used by wolf predators, capable of wrapping around targets before tearing them apart during retraction. Smart discs, throwing blades, axes, Swords, an entire arsenal of melee weaponry forged almost entirely from adamantium. But only truly elite veterans were permitted to wear berserker armor. Drex had also designed an exclusive weapon for the Black Knights, the Black Cleaver. The axe head consisted of pure adamantium. The shaft and grip were forged for vibranium to eliminate recoil and kinetic backlash completely. On top of that, the weapon functioned as a high-frequency vibration blade. The result bordered on ridiculous. Even Black Knight armor could probably have its outer adamantium layers split apart by it. A genuine technological relic weapon. After all, Wolverine's adamantium claws could damage Mjolnir itself under the right circumstances. And those weren't vibrating at ultrasonic frequencies. Drex strongly suspected the Black Cleaver might literally split Thor's hammer in half. Once he finished handling Imperial matters, Drex finally returned to Earth. The moment Ord saw him, she wrapped her arms tightly around him. "Where have you been?" Drex looked genuinely confused. Then he checked the date. When he'd left Earth for space, it had been 2008. Now it was 2010. 2 entire years had passed. The strange thing was, it didn't feel that long to him at all. Maybe it was the distances involved, or the way time blurred while constantly traveling between worlds and star systems. Either way, Earth had apparently kept moving without him. During those 2 years, Drex had barely paid attention to the planet's affairs. He reviewed the archived reports stored by Black Queen's secondary intelligence instance. The war between the Monster Association and the Divine Sword Bureau was still ongoing. 2 full years of conflict. A growing number of demon-level monsters had been eliminated, and even several dragon-level monsters had finally been killed. More importantly, the Bureau seemed close to locating the Monster Association's headquarters. At the Divine Sword Bureau headquarters, most personnel still believed Director Drex Valen had been present the entire time. Black Queen Subintelligence had managed things perfectly using the Dark Knight armor as a proxy. Nobody realized the real Drex had been gone for years. At that moment, however, Tony Stark's newly developed energy detection network picked up a bizarre anomaly in New Mexico. "Well," Tony said over the comms, "looks like something weird fell onto Earth again." The S-Class heroes connected to the network exchanged glances. Bruce Banner volunteered immediately. Ben Grimm was currently enjoying his honeymoon with his new wife, leaving Banner as the easiest option. Honestly, Banner and the Hulk had both been unusually content lately. The Hulk no longer caused random problems. Banner didn't have to constantly worry about losing control around Betty. In fact, Hulk had become almost lazy unless there was fighting involved. Though before leaving Earth, Drex had given Banner one extremely serious warning. His gamma radiation levels were still dangerously unstable. If he and Betty got overly enthusiastic in bed without proper shielding, best case scenario, she mutated into something like Red She-Hulk or the Harpy. Worst case, she died. Truthfully, Drex was mildly curious about seeing another member of the Hulk family emerge. But the odds of fatal radiation exposure were too high to gamble on. "I'm coming too," Emil Blonsky added immediately. He never missed an opportunity for combat. New Mexico, Puente Antiguo, a small mining town with barely 1,000 residents. The Divine Sword Bureau secured the area with impressive speed. Anomalous atmospheric activity confirmed, Coulson reported. Images appeared across the monitor screens. Strange circular markings scorched into the ground. Runic symbols, patterns resembling ancient magical sigils. Nick Fury stared silently at the images. Coulson continued calmly. There were also 3 civilian witnesses at the impact site. "Tell me what the linguistics department found first," Fury said. He already had a headache forming. The individual identifies himself as Thor, son of Odin. Coulson remained perfectly expressionless while saying it. Nick Fury hadn't even processed that information before Coulson continued again. A second image appeared. "Mjolnir. We brought in industrial lifting equipment," Coulson said, "but nothing has managed to move it." Fury stared at the screen for several long seconds. A mysterious man claiming to be a Norse god. An impossible hammer embedded in the desert. Ancient runes burned into the earth. This was somehow stranger than aliens. "You're in charge of the operation," Fury finally said. Coulson nodded and turned away. Outside, agents in black tactical gear were already confiscating scientific equipment from a nearby research facility while establishing a full containment perimeter around the site. The God of Thunder had arrived on Earth, and nobody yet understood what that truly meant. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Zisha. Chapter 211. When the portal phenomenon and the hammer appeared, they triggered massive atmospheric disturbances. The researchers here recorded everything. Phil Coulson removed his sunglasses with the expression of a man silently convinced he was doing everyone a favor. "So we've requisitioned the data." "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" The blonde woman nearly exploded. Jane Foster watched agents carry away machines she had personally designed, calibrated, assembled, and maintained. Her expression looked like someone watching a beloved life's work get fed into a wood chipper. "This material is classified," Coulson replied calmly. Trying to argue against the Divine Sword Bureau without political power or superhuman abilities was basically nightmare difficulty. Jane shouted. The entire lab had been emptied. Worse, the agents had even organized the place while confiscating everything, leaving the formerly chaotic workspace cleaner than before. That somehow made her even angrier. "I truly am sorry, Miss Foster," Coulson said politely while handing her a pre-prepared compensation check. Jane gritted her teeth hard enough to crack stone, barely resisting the urge to rip the check in half. "We were close to a breakthrough with this data. You can't just..." Coulson paused for 2 seconds, maintaining his perfectly professional smile. Then he made a tiny gesture with 2 fingers. 2 agents in black suits immediately stepped behind Jane and smoothly removed the notebook from her hands. "Give that back." Coulson even inclined his head politely. To him, it was standard procedure. To Jane Foster, he looked like a demon in a suit, an ambulatory natural disaster. The past 2 days had already been catastrophic enough. First, she and her team had chased bizarre atmospheric phenomena across the desert in the middle of the night and accidentally hit a strange blonde man with their vehicle. Thankfully, he survived. Unfortunately, he also seemed insane. He kept babbling about being Thor, son of Odin, god of thunder, which was difficult to take seriously after watching him get dropped by a taser. Honestly, if the god of thunder could be folded by a stun gun, it lowered the prestige of mythology as a whole. Still, she and her colleagues had gone through considerable effort to get him medical attention. Then she discovered the anomaly data centered around him. Then she accidentally hit him with her car again. And now her lab had been raided. Sure, they'd left money behind. But in Jane's opinion, that barely improved the situation. She'd spent years with those machines, longer than most relationships lasted. Given the option, she probably would have happily spent the rest of her life working beside them. And now they were gone. "Sorry, buddy. No horses here." The young cashier at the pet store slowly closed his book and looked at the towering blonde man in front of him. "Listen, man. The only thing around here you're riding is the pig behind the butcher shop." Jane spotted the blonde stranger standing near the edge of town, twice hit by her car, claiming to be a god, now attempting to purchase a warhorse from pet store. At this point, she honestly didn't know whether to feel guilty or concerned. Still, she needed answers, and she wasn't giving up on her research. So she approached him again. Objectively speaking, if he weren't clearly insane, he'd actually make a pretty attractive boyfriend. Tall, handsome, built like a Norse statue carved by someone with unhealthy obsessions. Unfortunately, his brain appeared to have taken thunder damage. Suddenly, alarm screamed across the temporary research compound. Above, black storm clouds churned violently as lightning flashed through the sky. Rain crashed down in sheets. Inside the containment perimeter, chaos erupted. "Attention, all personnel. We have an intruder." Through the translucent temporary barriers, trained Bureau agents were being sent flying like bowling pins. Thor tore through the facility barehanded, dropping people 1 punch at a time. Then he ran into an actual wall. Or, rather, a superhero. The Divine Sword Bureau possessed an absurd number of enhanced personnel. Even after the two S-class heroes had departed, replacement superhumans had already arrived on site. And this particular hero shut Thor down with shocking ease. Thor struggled violently against the restraints. He could feel Mjolnir nearby. "You are under arrest, sir," the superhero said coldly while looking down at him. Thor stared at him in disbelief. "Mortal, you insult a god. I am Thor Odinson." The superhero glanced toward Coulson. Either he's genuinely delusional or he's pretending. Coulson nodded slightly. Then he stopped mid-sentence. Rain hammered against the ground. A black armored figure descended from the storm. The Dark Knight armor. Drex Valen. Coulson immediately straightened and saluted. Nearby agents followed instantly. Even the superhero who defeated Thor stared at Drex with naked admiration. To countless people within the Bureau, Drex Valen wasn't just their director. He was a living symbol, the strongest hero on Earth, the man who always appeared when everything else failed, a savior wrapped in black steel. Most superheroes had fans. All of them combined still probably had fewer followers than Drex alone. "Release him," Drex said calmly. The agents obeyed instantly. Thor rose slowly, eyeing Drex with suspicion. Coulson noticed the shift immediately. Drex ignored the question. "Evacuate all civilians within the surrounding area," he ordered. Every agent nearby went pale. Even Coulson's expression changed. Only Thor remained confused. He had absolutely no idea what dragon level meant. Drex finally looked toward him. Thunder rolled across the desert like the growl of something ancient waking up. Chapter 212, 212. Drex Valen was the director of the Divine Sword Bureau. Not a symbolic director. Not a bureaucratic figurehead. When he gave an order, people obeyed it. Immediately. So even though the hammer was clearly an unknown extraterrestrial object with enormous strategic value, Coulson still carried out Drex's commands without hesitation. Evacuations began across the surrounding area, while Thor was finally allowed access to Mjolnir's containment zone. Thor practically exploded with excitement. He tore through the quarantine barriers and leaped directly into the crater, grabbing the hammer with both hands. For a split second, he smiled like a child reunited with his favorite toy, which, honestly, wasn't far from the truth. Thor still lacked maturity. Far too much of it. To inherit Odin's throne and become king of Asgard, he needed suffering, humility, and experience. At present, he was basically an overpowered war god with the emotional stability of a reckless teenager. Then the smile vanished. Mjolnir didn't move. Not even slightly. Moments later, Thor collapsed to his knees in the crater, roaring upward into the storm as Bureau agents cautiously moved to restrain him again. Director Nick Fury had rushed to the site the moment he realized how serious the situation was, and arrived just in time to witness a thunder god having an existential breakdown in a muddy crater. "You don't need to interfere anymore," Drex said meaningfully. That night, the atmosphere in the small town felt strangely heavy. Rainwater still dripped from rooftops. Neon bar lights reflected off wet pavement. Thor sat slumped at the counter beside Dr. Eric Selvig, radiating misery powerful enough to depress nearby furniture. Selvig had dragged him there mostly to calm him down. Alcohol helped. Sometimes. "You probably don't understand," Thor said quietly. "I ruined everything." For the first time in his life, the god of thunder looked completely lost. In all my 1,000 years. He didn't cry, but the expression on his face resembled a giant, abandoned golden retriever trying to understand why its owner never came home. At that moment, Loki arrived, just like in the original timeline. An illusion projection, a carefully staged performance. Unfortunately for him, Drex saw through the disguise immediately and spent the entire conversation silently enjoying the show. Loki explained the situation with convincing sorrow. After Thor's attack on Jotunheim, war had erupted between Asgard and the Frost Giants. Odin, weakened by age, had confronted Laufey personally. Though victorious, he had suffered catastrophic injuries and eventually died from them. Now Loki sat upon Asgard's throne. But the Frost Giants continued pressing the attack, threatening endless bloodshed unless peace could be negotiated. And Laufey had demanded one condition. Tout respect maintenant exil. Loki claimed both he and Frigga had agreed. Thor didn't even try to argue, because deep down, he believed everything was his fault. The invasion, the war, Odin's death, his exile, all of it traced back to his arrogance. Even when Loki assured him that Odin had never hated him, Thor's grief remained crushing. Still, something had changed. For perhaps the first time in his life, Thor truly understood responsibility. Maybe every hero needed tragedy before they could grow. Thor lowered his head. My father tried to teach me, again and again, but I never listened. I was too stubborn. Selvig sighed softly. Recognizing your mistakes was already progress. The important thing, Selvig said carefully, is figuring out where you go from here. Thor listened silently. Think before acting. Listen to the people who care about you. Thor pressed a hand against his forehead. Funny, he used to hate hearing lectures like that from Odin. Now he would have given anything to hear them again. Thank you, Thor said quietly. No need to thank me, Selvig replied while sliding another drink toward him. Thor blinked. Selvig studied him carefully. Whatever you are, crazy, delusional, alien, whatever, and more. Importantly, he'd seen the way Thor looked back. Earnest, sad, lost. Selvig slowly nodded. Then his expression flattened. Honestly, the two of them were having completely different conversations without realizing it. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Loki stood within Jotunheim, the frozen realm of the frost giants. Everything had started here. Thor's invasion, his exile, Loki discovering the truth about his birth. Though Loki refused to acknowledge himself as a frost giant, the revelation had shattered something inside him. He was Loki Odinson, not Loki Laufeyson. He refused to accept anything else. Kill him, Laufey demanded coldly. After everything Loki had done, the Frost Giant King still wanted Thor dead. Loki fell silent. Truthfully, despite everything, he didn't actually want to kill Thor. Thor was reckless, immature, completely unsuited to ruling Asgard. But he was still Loki's brother. And yet, Thor also couldn't become king. Loki genuinely believed only he possessed the intelligence and vision necessary to rule Asgard properly. Only him. Forget Thor for now, Loki said suddenly. Laufey immediately became interested. Loki offered him a secret passage from Jotunheim directly into Asgard, one that led straight toward Odin's chambers. In exchange, Laufey would assassinate Odin. Afterward, Asgard and Jotunheim would part ways peacefully. Loki would remain king of Asgard. Laufey would remain king of the Frost Giants. Simple, at least on the surface. What Laufey didn't realize was that Loki never intended for Odin to die. He wanted to prove himself, to show Frigga and Odin that he possessed the strength and resolve worthy of becoming king. Loki still deeply loved his mother, still desperately sought Odin's approval. The destroyer armor and the Gungnir spear were his true weapons. Once Laufey entered Asgard, Loki intended to kill the invading frost giants himself. Then he would activate the Bifrost and annihilate Jotunheim entirely. A demonstration of loyalty, a declaration of worthiness, a son begging his parents to finally acknowledge him. Back on Earth, Coulson sat across from Thor inside a temporary holding facility. He tried to sound as friendly as possible. After all, both Thor and Jane already hated him. We'd like to ask you a few questions, Coulson said carefully. Nothing hostile. Thor stared at him silently. Outside, thunder rolled across the night sky once more. Chapter 213, 213. The heir to Asgard. Why are you here? Why did you lose your power? Phil Coulson kept his tone measured and professional. This interrogation mattered. Behind the observation glass sat people far above his pay grade, and recordings of the conversation would likely circulate through the highest levels of multiple governments afterward. After all, this was humanity's first peaceful contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Raditz didn't count. He'd arrived trying to conquer the planet. More importantly, Drex Valen's attitude toward Thor raised serious questions. And this wasn't just any alien. This was Thor, the thunder god of Norse mythology. Coulson sighed internally. We confiscated the equipment for her own safety, he replied. Jane pumped a fist in victory so fast it almost looked rehearsed. Coulson silently decided he was absolutely reclaiming that compensation check later. Thor lowered his gaze. The words carried visible pain. The room quieted immediately. Because of my arrogance and foolishness, I endangered my companions and provoked war between Asgard and the Frost Giants. Midgard means Earth, Drex explained calmly for everyone else in the room. Coulson clicked his recorder once. Thor nodded slowly. I lost the ability to command thunder and storms. Every word sounded heavier than the last. So, Coulson continued carefully, your arrival on Earth is effectively punishment. If that punishment ends, that was one of the most important questions. Fury had already reported the existence of Thor and Mjolnir up the chain of command. Certain powerful people would inevitably become interested in Asgardian biology and technology. Thor staying on Earth too long could become dangerous for everyone involved, especially Thor. Thor's expression dimmed further. His voice carried genuine grief now. War erupted between Asgard and Jotunheim. My father fell during the conflict, as part of the peace agreement, and without his power, Thor knew he would only become a burden even if he somehow returned home. Coulson leaned back slightly. Because your people mistook advanced civilizations for gods, Drex said casually while sipping coffee. Ancient humans encountered beings with immense power and long lifespans. Thor nodded faintly. We are not gods, he admitted. Exactly, Drex continued. Over generations, stories evolve. Myths get rewritten, exaggerated, mythologized further. That's actually a very scientific explanation, Jane said immediately, giving Drex an approving look. She looked significantly more interested in Drex than the depressed alien prince sitting beside her. Honestly, it wasn't hard to understand why. Drex Valen was practically America's golden myth at this point. No scandals, no public relationships, ridiculously handsome, built like a genetically engineered war god, and somehow still more popular than Captain America during the peak post-Cold War nostalgia years. For 5 consecutive years, he'd ranked #1 on global polls asking which man people most wanted to spend a night with. Some wealthy heiresses had reportedly spent fortunes just trying to arrange dinner dates with him. At this point, his face probably generated more money than Stark Industries' weapons contracts. Nick Fury sat silently in the observation room, expression unreadable as always. He ignored Jane's reaction completely. Thor mattered more. Coulson asked, if you truly can't return to Asgard? He continued, marriage? Family? Thor hesitated. Too much had happened too quickly. But when Coulson mentioned family, Thor unconsciously glanced toward Jane. Then his expression darkened again. Asgardians lived for thousands of years. Humans did not. That thought clearly troubled him. Then perhaps you'd consider joining us, Coulson suggested carefully. The Bureau could provide protection and resources. Jane cut in instantly before Thor could answer. He's not joining you people. Thor might have lost his powers, but he still came from a vastly advanced civilization. Jane understood human nature well enough to know exactly what governments would eventually do if given unrestricted access to him. Compared to being dissected in a lab somewhere, becoming her boyfriend sounded significantly healthier. At that moment, Drex suddenly appeared inside the interrogation room. No door opened. No warning sounded. One moment he wasn't there. The next moment he was standing beside the table. Jane nearly jumped out of her chair. The agents, meanwhile, barely reacted. At this point, everyone inside the Bureau had simply accepted that their director operated under his own laws of reality. Thor narrowed his eyes immediately. He already understood Drex wasn't ordinary. At minimum, he was clearly the leader of Midgard defenders. Drex asked calmly. Thor frowned. The room went completely silent. Drex didn't immediately expose Loki. That would sound too much like manipulation. Instead, he approached the situation logically. You've lost your powers, Drex continued. The Frost Giants know that. Thor's expression changed slightly. Then Drex finished the thought. Thor shot to his feet instantly. Drex's voice remained perfectly calm. With the god of thunder dead, Asgard loses its greatest frontline warrior. The realization hit Thor like a hammer strike. And for the first time since arriving on Earth, he genuinely started thinking. Chapter 214. Loki. Thor's exhaustion vanished instantly. The former prince of Asgard shot to his feet, panic and urgency flooding his face. For a moment, it looked like he intended to charge straight out the door and somehow force his way back to Asgard through sheer determination alone. Unfortunately, reality didn't work that way. But Drex's words had completely changed Thor's mindset. Living quietly on Earth was no longer an option. His simple, straightforward mind had already accepted the conclusion. This was a conspiracy, a trap. If Loki truly knew nothing, then Thor's priorities were obvious. Recover his power. Prepare for an attack from the frost giants. Return to Asgard. Thor answered instantly. Jane Foster opened her mouth, then closed it again with visible frustration. Coulson and Fury exchanged subtle looks. Both of them felt this entire situation was escalating far too quickly. They barely understood the political structure of Asgard or Jotunheim, and now they were already committing themselves to one side of an interstellar conflict. Just like that, they were siding with Asgard? Good, Drex continued. Then from this point forward, we'll ensure your safety. He turned toward Coulson. Gather records on every successful king, emperor, and political leader in human history. Coulson suddenly felt the remaining hairs on his scalp preparing for evacuation. Still, for the sake of humanity, he immediately went to work. After leaving the room, Fury finally spoke. You picked Asgard awfully fast, he muttered. Drex shook his head. The frost giants invaded Earth once before. Asgard fought them to stop the planet from being transformed into a permanent frozen wasteland. His eyes narrowed slightly. Fury absorbed that quietly. The United Nations wants a full report on Asgard, he said after a moment. Most of it already exists in mythology, Drex replied. The problem is separating historical fragments from later revisions. He conveniently neglected to mention that people had begun suspecting he'd actually visited Asgard personally, which honestly amused him. Interesting theory. Not one person had guessed he'd spent the last 2 years building an interstellar empire. Fury asked. Drex smiled faintly. Odin's definition of a worthy king and humanity's definition of a successful ruler are completely different things. Drex's expression sharpened slightly. And if he truly grows into a capable ruler, he'll eventually understand Earth's strategic importance. Fury stared at him silently. What he didn't know was that Odin wasn't actually dead. If Fury had known that detail, he probably would have exploded on the spot. Because this wasn't guidance anymore. This was political manipulation wrapped in educational packaging. Thor, meanwhile, truly threw himself into studying. At least, he tried to. Every few hours, the mighty god of thunder would collapse face first onto a mountain of history books and start snoring loud enough to shake coffee cups. Then someone would drag him awake again. One exhausted instructor groaned. He feels less like royalty and more like a golden retriever that accidentally evolved into a human being. Thor swayed in his chair, eyes half closed. Then Drex walked over and spoke quietly. Thor froze. When you finally return to Asgard, Drex continued, do you want to see frost giants standing over their corpses? Thor immediately snapped awake. Mention Loki, and the man transformed instantly. The Queen and Odin probably helped too, though exactly how much was hard to measure. Eventually, Thor even asked Jane Foster to tutor him personally. Jane wasn't a history major, but she was still a genius. Memorizing political theory and historical case studies overnight wasn't remotely difficult for her. More importantly, she explained things in ways Thor could actually understand. She genuinely wanted him to become a good king. Drex, meanwhile, took things a step further. The Bureau assembled an absurdly luxurious tutoring team. Every member was a beautiful doctoral candidate, specializing in political history. After all, interest was the best teacher. Coulson asked with a headache. The nearby agents remained expressionless. They handled logistics and security. Existential questions were above their pay grade. Then the satellites detected another massive energy surge. The readings matched Thor's arrival on Earth almost perfectly. Thor looked up blankly from his books, still mentally trapped somewhere between flirting and political philosophy. A massive circular teleportation pattern ignited outside town. Light exploded outward. Smoke and energy rolled through the desert. Then 4 armored figures emerged from the fading glow. Without hesitation, they marched directly toward Thor's location. The agent stationed near the town entrance stared at them while holding milk tea and burgers. One blinked slowly. A third agent lifted his communicator. Static answered first. Then, Thor's companions were exactly the kind of squad that solved every problem through brute force and aggressive confidence. For frontline warriors, one shared brain cell, and most of the time, Thor was using it. Loki barely counted as part of the group. He used magic, strategy, manipulation, and actual thinking, which naturally made him suspicious in the eyes of people whose preferred tactical doctrine was charging directly through walls. Ironically, the lone woman in the team was technically one of the smarter members. In Norse mythology, she would eventually become Thor's wife. Unfortunately, spending too much time around Thor seemed to lower everyone's collective IQ by proximity alone. Then again, when your strategy usually succeeds through overwhelming force, why bother thinking too hard? Chapter 2:15-2:15. Eventually, Sif stopped trying to think too hard about things. To be fair, Odin himself had placed her in Thor's inner circle to support him. Whether the All-Father had secretly intended to make her his future daughter-in-law was another matter entirely, which meant the current situation felt dangerously close to the lawful wife showing up at the front door. Thor's face lit up the instant he recognized them. He strode forward laughing, grabbing each armored warrior in crushing embraces before turning proudly toward the others. These are my greatest companions, the Warriors 3. He slapped the female warrior affectionately on the shoulder. This is Sif, Drex asked it with perfect timing and a faintly amused smile. Jane froze. The coffee cup in her hands shattered against the floor. In the span of half a second, her brain had already constructed an entire nightmare scenario involving Sif beating her to death behind a gas station. Thor nearly choked. No. He waved his hands frantically. Sif is one of my closest companions, but not like that. His eyes were painfully sincere. No hosetaschen. No disepchen. Jane reluctantly settled into cautious suspicion instead of immediate panic. Meanwhile, Thor remained completely oblivious to the fact Drex had done that on purpose. Sif's expression dimmed for only a second, but it was there. After spending several awkward minutes calming Jane down, Thor finally remembered to focus on why his friends had come to Earth in the first place. No, Sif replied firmly. Thor's expression darkened. The peace agreement required my permanent exile. My father died because of my recklessness and the war I caused with Jotunheim. I cannot return. The old Thor probably would have sprinted straight for the Bifrost without another thought. The current version had actually learned something. Drex's political crash course hadn't been completely useless. Wait, Sif interrupted, staring at him in confusion. Fandral scratched his head. The All-Father died? Thor blinked. The All-Father is alive, Fandral said immediately. Sif stepped closer. Thor staggered back a step. His voice cracked slightly. That can't be true. Loki would never. He stopped. Even now, part of him desperately wanted to believe this was some elaborate prank. You're lying, he muttered weakly. Drex finally spoke. And really think about it, Thor. Thor froze. But you said I analyzed the information you gave me, Drex said calmly. He shrugged lightly. That's how intelligence works. Thor slowly fell silent. Deep down, he already believed them. 99% of him knew Loki had lied. The remaining 1% simply didn't want to accept it. But eventually, even that last shred collapsed. Right now, Thor only wanted answers. Coulson already prepared transportation, Drex continued. Without Mjolnir, Thor returning to Asgard would amount to suicide. As for the so-called Warriors 3, Drex honestly thought they were alarmingly weak. Sif grabbed his arm tightly. "Please." Mr. Coulson stood beside a waiting vehicle and opened the door. The Bureau still wanted to study both Thor and the Hammer, but letting an interstellar war spill onto Earth was obviously worse. Sending him home had become the safer option. Besides, if they handled this carefully, perhaps Earth could eventually form an alliance with a restored god of thunder. Then Drex suddenly spoke again. "Thor, during your exile." Thor stared at him blankly. Thor hesitated. Then he answered honestly. "I learned that I was arrogant, reckless." His voice lowered. Drex nodded slightly. Fathers rarely know how to express affection properly. He stretched his shoulders casually. "Now that you understand your mistakes, go apologize to him." Then Drex looked toward the horizon. Almost the instant he finished speaking, the distant sky exploded with strange light. A massive rainbow beam descended from space. Dust spiraled upward in a tornado-like storm as the colorful column crashed into the desert. Several kilometers away, the energy wave rolled across the ground. Within the fading light, a massive humanoid silhouette slowly emerged. Coulson narrowed his eyes. "Director." Drex glanced toward the gigantic metal figure. That answer instantly told everyone present the situation had become very, very bad. Agents all around them drew their atomic pistols in unison. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 216, 216. Sif gasped. As an Asgardian warrior, she recognized the towering metal giant immediately. The destroyer was one of Asgard's most terrifying weapons, a war machine personally controlled by Odin himself and powered by the eternal flame. Once activated without a direct command to stop, it would continue its slaughter until nothing remained. But the real shock came a second later. As the smoke cleared completely, several frost giants emerged behind the destroyer. No explanation was needed. Even an idiot could piece it together. Loki had reached some kind of agreement with the frost giants. An agreement to kill Thor here on Earth. "The destroyer isn't an enemy we can handle," Thor said grimly. "Everyone needs to leave." If he still possessed his power, Thor would have welcomed the fight. But in his current mortal state, everyone present combined would amount to little more than corpses scattered across the pavement. The more skilled someone became at manipulation, the more intoxicating it felt to move others like pieces across a board. And because of that, betrayal became unbearable. Back in Asgard, those fools who constantly followed Thor around had always questioned Loki's plans. No matter what happened, they remained blindly loyal to his idiotic brother. And Odin had lied to him too. The king of the gods never had a second son. Loki was nothing more than a frost giant child raised as a hostage. That realization had hollowed him out from the inside. The family he had trusted for centuries had been built on deception. Everything he believed in suddenly felt counterfeit. So Loki wanted revenge. Revenge against everyone who had ever looked down on him. Especially the four warriors obsessed with Thor and the gatekeeper who had openly opposed him. Now Odin slept in the Odin sleep, and Thor, all muscle and no brains, had been exiled to Earth. There would never be a better opportunity. Holding Gungnir, Odin's spear, Loki stood as acting ruler of Asgard. With authority over the Bifrost and the throne itself, he invoked powers reserved for Odin alone, including the summoning of the Destroyer. "My foolish brother," and the four idiots who follow him, Loki muttered coldly. The massive metal construct marched forward. Loki guided it toward the Bifrost, where it joined the frost giants sent by King Laufey. Truthfully, Loki despised the frost giants, but tools were tools. Originally, his plan had been simple. Allow the frost giants close to the sleeping Odin, then personally kill them with Gungnir and the Destroyer, proving himself worthy of the throne in the process. But plans changed. The Warriors 3 secretly traveling to Earth had forced him to improvise. "Go," Loki ordered. "Kill every target." Even wielding Gungnir, Loki only possessed partial control over the Destroyer. Replicating Odin's ability to use it against entire pantheons was impossible. Still, this was more than enough. Against those fools, the destroyer was unstoppable. Loki believed himself smarter than all of them. He knew when to act and how to act. Even after learning the truth of his origins, he still considered himself Asgardian. Frigga had treated him with genuine love. Because of that, he had even made plans against Jotunheim itself. Unfortunately for him, he was using the destroyer completely wrong. By the time the destroyer and frost giants arrived, the town had already been evacuated. As highest-level disaster protocols, some civilians had fled so fast they were probably halfway to another country by now. Humanity really was evolving. When danger appeared, people unlocked miraculous sprinting capabilities. At this rate, future generations might casually run sub-10-second 100 meters out of sheer inherited survival instinct. There's no time left, Phil Coulson shouted as he pulled up beside them. Judging from his expression, he had already accepted that the town was about to be flattened. "This is Earth's battlefield now," Drex Valen said calmly. The sheer righteousness in his tone visibly moved the Asgardians. Only Coulson looked, deeply suspicious. Drex Valen was absolutely a genius, but he wasn't the isolated lab coat type. He understood people frighteningly well. D proved that. There was no way someone like him suddenly became a selfless hero. Still, not his problem. The people getting manipulated were Asgardians. Thor immediately left to retrieve Mjolnir and reclaim his strength, while the others stayed behind. Among the 4 Asgardian warriors, 3 charged the destroyer head-on without hesitation. Only Sif had enough tactical sense to circle around for a flank attack. Tank, damage dealers coordinated assault. 4 versus 1. What could possibly go wrong? Drex watched as Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan were casually smashed aside one after another. Sif lasted barely longer. Avengers. The agents calmly raised their atomic pistols. Blue streaks of energy tore through the air like miniature comets. The frost giants, elite warriors by their own standards, exploded into shredded chunks the instant the shots connected. Drex almost rolled his eyes. Don't lie to me. I've read the comics. The frost giants were honestly one of the least threatening enemies Asgard regularly dealt with. The only reason they remained relevant was because they constantly rebelled against Asgard. In other words, their combat ability was painfully mediocre. They were basically ice mages trying to roleplay as tanks. Then the agents aimed their atomic pistols at the destroyer. Blue energy rounds slammed into the armor and instantly disintegrated without even producing an explosion. Of course they did. The destroyer armor was something Odin himself once used to fight Celestials head-on. Forged by Eitri, king of the dwarves, and blessed by countless gods after its creation. And not just Asgardian gods. The blessings came from entire divine pantheons. Heaven, Olympus, Asgard, Egypt, and more. A ridiculous collection of Skyfather-level entities had empowered the armor. At that point, even a pig wearing the destroyer could probably ascend into a cosmic-level threat. What a terrible situation, Drex said expressionlessly. If the destroyer truly carried the blessings of multiple pantheons, then that meant the Council of Godheads existed in this universe too. Comic book scale insanity. Still, he had Doomsday Superman, so he wasn't particularly worried. His voice remained calm. This is probably about to become. Chapter 217. How strong was a Skyfather tier powerhouse? The simplest answer was this: strong enough to crack a planet apart. Of course, not every planet breaker could be called Skyfather tier. A Skyfather could destroy a world, but not every being capable of destroying a world was a Skyfather. And as for the destroyer, with only part of its authority unlocked, it definitely had not reached that level yet. The moment Drex Valen stepped forward, someone appeared in front of him. An old man in golden divine armor stood there, a single eye gleaming behind his faceplate. 2 ravens perched on his shoulders, exhaling tongues of crimson flame. Gungnir hovered across the void beside him. His presence was overwhelming. Divine light surged around him, vast and ancient, stirring the air itself into trembling ripples. "Hello, Emperor Krypton," the old man said. Drex's eyes narrowed. So if that was the angle, trying to keep him off the destroyer, then he noticed something else. Odin seemed to be wearing the destroyer armor. Wait, that meant this one was fake? Drex's thoughts moved a mile a minute, and Odin gave no sign of whether he understood that or not. Luckily, the Ancient One arrived at that exact moment. Your Majesty, Emperor. Her tone was calm, but the warning in it was sharp enough to cut steel. It will not, Drex said. He cut the connection on his own, now that he had awakened the power of the magic Superman. Suppressing a magical projection like this was easy. At first, Drex had even considered stealing the destroyer armor for research. But if Odin had gone to the trouble of bringing out a fake, then there was no reason to waste time fighting over it. The agents and the Asgardian warriors battled the destroyer. He yawned once, completely unimpressed. Then Thor finally lifted Mjolnir. Odin had clearly decided it was better not to drag this out. The sky darkened all at once. Thick thunderclouds rolled in overhead, and bolts of lightning came crashing down to the earth. From the center of that storm, a red and silver figure shot upward like a cannon shell. Thor was no longer the arrogant prince who had swaggered through life, expecting everything to bend around him. He had lost his power. He had been cast out. He had believed his father was dead. Even though all of it had been a lie, Thor had believed it. And in the span of a single night, that childish part of him had been shattered and reforged. He was still not what anyone would call fully mature. But he had changed. A few days ago, he had led several of his brothers in arms into Jotunheim with reckless confidence, charging ahead with all the subtlety of a battering ram. Looking back now, he wanted to bury that version of himself so deep it would never crawl back out. To be honest, the old Thor had basically been a man with an invincible home button, dragging a pack of loyal followers into danger and treating life like it came with a permanent teleport reset. He had been absurdly stupid. Lucky for him, his warriors had survived it. Still, Thor knew what he had to do now. He needed to regain his strength as fast as possible, return to Asgard, and deal with Loki. He did not know exactly what his brother was planning, but he knew Loki. His brilliant little brother was never harmless. And with the destroyer deployed, there was no time to waste. Thor's growing urgency made him urge Coulson to drive faster and faster. He barely even noticed Jane Foster sitting beside him. All he could think about was getting to the hammer. At last, they reached the site. Even from this distance, Thor could still hear the thunderous detonations echoing across the battlefield. A warrior who had seen countless battles did not need to see the fighting to imagine how brutal it had become. And Thor knew this disaster was his fault. That knowledge sat on his chest like a block of iron. He jumped out of the car, shoved through the plastic barrier, and strode straight to Mjolnir. The old reckless prince was gone now. In his place was a man on his knees. The strain in his heart broke his voice. "Father, I was wrong." His hand closed around the hammer, and this time there was no lie in his words. His voice shook. "I understand now. My arrogance, my stupidity, my recklessness. I acted without thinking. I only knew how to rush in and smash my way through everything." He swallowed hard. "But innocent humans are paying for my mistake. They're suffering because of the enemy I brought here. I can't leave them behind. I can't let them bear the cost of my failure. Father, I'm a warrior you taught. Please forgive me for my mistakes. Please grant me my strength again. Please let me protect these innocent people." There was nothing dramatic in the speech. No grand flourish. No polished heroism. Just sincerity. Deep, raw sincerity. And when Thor finished speaking, Mjolnir still gave him nothing. His mouth opened slightly, stunned. His eyes were already wet. He bit down hard on his lip, then drew in a shaking breath. Father, his past foolishness had not been forgiven. The weight in Thor's chest felt like some unknown thing had been jammed into it, making it hard to breathe. At this point, there was nothing left to say. If it were possible, he would have gladly traded his life just to make Loki spare the human warriors here. But then Thor stood, and the hammer, which had refused to move no matter how hard he pulled, suddenly snapped into his hand as if it had never belonged anywhere else. His expression shifted from grief to shock. The heavens split open. Lightning connected sky and earth, surging through him like a divine current. silver armor, and a red cape manifested in an instant. Thor did not even have time to process the shocked stares around him. He spun Mjolnir once and launched himself into the air toward the battlefield. The invincible destroyer armor, which had been bulldozing everything in sight, was smashed to pieces by a hammer that fell out of the sky. That was far too much. Whoever built that thing deserved to be fired on the spot. Agents and Coulson were stunned into silence. After all, the destroyer had already shown its power by beating everyone down from a distance, and now Thor had just shattered it in a single blow. Thor did not seem to think there was anything strange about this at all. "I need to get back to Asgard and have a talk with my dear brother," he said, turning to the others. "There were frost giants here earlier. For all we know, Asgard is being invaded by the frost giants right now." With that, Thor swung Mjolnir and took off with his four still mostly useless warriors in tow, soaring back toward Asgard to confront his little brother. A fight was guaranteed. As for whether Loki would still be a disaster by the end of it, that was another matter entirely. In the end, this had all just been Odin's script. A test. A stage play written to force his son to grow into the maturity and bearing required of a prince of Asgard. Sure, a few unexpected twists had been added along the way, but Midgard was never truly Odin's territory to begin with. Chapter 2, 18-18. Especially since he had also seen Drex Valen this time. He had not expected Drex Valen to come back to Earth. What caught him off guard even more was that Odin, old as he was and prone to wanting extra sleep, had still been able to see and hear plenty even in that slumbering state. Once he sensed that his foolish son had returned to Asgard, he seemed to realize that if he kept sleeping any longer, the family business might get ruined even harder than before. It was probably time to wake up. Nick Fury came knocking soon after Drex Valen returned. The conflict in Asgard is not nearly as catastrophic as you imagine. As long as Odin is alive, the flames of war will not reach Earth. Fury's expression darkened immediately. Not just threatened. By now, strategic nuclear missiles were already being prepared. The whole thing probably felt to him like the opening move of a planetary Cold War with extra fireworks. "The Asgardian heir has a favorable opinion of Earth," Drex went on. As he spoke, Drex pointed toward Jane Foster, who was sitting in front of them, staring blankly up at the sky. "Because Thor likes that Earth woman. As an immortal, Odin will never allow a mortal like Foster to become Thor's wife. But for 100 years or so," Fury looked at Foster's back for a long moment. The two idiots on Asgard had probably finished their fight by now. But Thor had not returned to see Foster immediately. Either those idiots had smashed the Bifrost and left him stranded, or he was busy cleaning up the kingdom. Either way, Foster waiting here like this was a little silly, but that was love for you. Dr. Selvig looked positively heartbroken. He had promised to look after Foster, and now the fresh cabbage in his care had been plucked by an alien. "Thor, didn't you have a childhood sweetheart in Sif?" "No, actually, whether it was Foster or Sif, the biggest rival in all of this was Loki." "Of course it will not be that stable," Drex said. Fury gave a small nod. "Exactly," Drex said. Then Fury smiled. "Convenient timing. We got a chance to improve ourselves, don't we?" Drex nodded. "Fake stuff. Easy enough to take away." And then he got an earful from Tony Stark. Stark was not pleased. Drex glanced at him. Tony gave him a look. It was less about wanting to fight and more about being left out. He shook his head, then scowled. In truth, once Jarvis transmitted the satellite feed to Tony, he had upgraded his armor at top speed. From breakfast time onward, he had been staring at his phone with a hamburger in hand. To call. No rescue request. No call from the people he thought of as his friends. Not even Drex had contacted him. He told Jarvis to prepare entrance music and the most dramatic pose possible. Tony had even already prepared the lines. Then he put on the armor and flew toward New Mexico, only for the satellite feed to drop out for a moment. And then Jarvis informed him that the battle was already over. Bullshit. None of them had even thought about Iron Man. The king of Asgard wrote a growth script for his two sons. Nothing especially worth studying, Drex said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a pair of black-rimmed glasses. The moment he put them on, his entire expression changed. Tony blinked. Tony rubbed his face. And what about the destroyer armor? That should be of some interest to you, Drex said. Tony scratched his cheek. Then he frowned. It's just ugly, right? Tony Stark, the man in the gold and red spotlight armor, talking about subtlety. Drex merely shook his head. Thor 2 would still take a while. At the very least, Loki still had to lead the Chitauri invasion before that happened. Though this time, the Chitauri were probably going to have a much harder time getting anywhere near Earth. After the Destroyer incident, Umbrella Corporation had received another flood of orders for war machines and ironmongers. And this time, the clients had been generous enough to request all of them with lower-grade Kryptonian custom fabrication. The number of war machines already in circulation worldwide had passed 10,000. Ironmongers had reached 200. This round pushed war machines past 50,000 and shoved ironmongers up to a full 1,000. Umbrella Corporation was swimming in profit, and Drex Valen had also used the opportunity to develop the third generation of war machine in anticipation of the Chitauri threat. A complete sky dominance weapons system. A lower-grade Kryptonian shell. A flight speed that reached an unprecedented Mach 9. It outclassed every aircraft on Earth by a ridiculous margin, and its endurance plus combat range were both absurd. Most of its weapons were air-to-air energy systems. The only conventional armament was air-to-ground missiles, but even those were faster and deadlier than Hellfire missiles. They were also compact enough that carrying over 100 was no problem at all. The price was $3 billion per unit. Missiles were extra, and yet, after seeing the Sky Tyrant's sleek design and the way it completely overpowered every military system humanity currently had, the entire world got greedy. What was $3 billion? Any country on Earth could scrape that together. And since it was Drex Valen's product, it was famous for being simple enough that even a beginner could use it without a manual. Because the whole thing worked through brainwave connection and control, the weapon systems could either be operated directly through thought or assisted by built-in artificial intelligence. So even if India bought it, there was no need to worry about a crash. France, on the other hand, was probably going to end up getting 90% new Sky Tyrants from every direction. The oil kings in the Middle East were even throwing money around like it had no weight at all, buying Sky Tyrants just to take photos and show them off. Ever since war machines first appeared, the rich had shifted their usual status symbol flexing from luxury cars, fighter jets, private planes, and yachts to combat armor. Chapter 219. There were all kinds of paint jobs too. One oil tycoon with a full-blown anime obsession had even commissioned a different wife-themed livery for every single war machine. Naturally, only people like that could get away with it. For everyone else, private ownership of war machines was already being restricted by new laws in country after country. There was a reason for that. If someone owned a war machine and decided to go off the rails and commit a terrorist attack, you could send a whole counterterrorism unit and still not be able to stop them. People were allowed to own the weapons. They were not allowed to own the war machine itself. It was like buying a gun to protect yourself and defend your rights, but not being allowed to buy body armor or a helmet. The Sky Tyrant changed things even further. Governments around the world now required Umbrella Corporation to assign every Sky Tyrant a registration number at the point of sale, so if something went wrong, they could trace the machine back to the buyer immediately. By all rights, if those governments really had the hardware, they should have been claiming it did not exist in order to keep the money flowing. But Umbrella Corporation was already richer than nations. It had long since passed the point where it needed to do anything desperate for profit. So, naturally, Drex Valen agreed to the request. One Sky Tyrant could wipe out the entire air force of a country. Yeah, Drex Valen really is a genius. But the funny thing is, he also boosted the military power of the whole world. This year's budget, next year's budget, the year after that's budget. Where the hell are we supposed to cut it from? Sky Tyrant can intercept nuclear missiles, nuclear strikes, nuclear deterrence, nuclear threats. All the old toys that the United States and the other nuclear powers had relied on had just become obsolete. World War III had been pushed back indefinitely by Drex's hand. At this point, not even the Russians and the Americans looked eager to start anything. The arms race alone was enough to make them miserable. At the moment, war meant one thing above all else: how many war machines your country had, how many ironmongers, how many sky tyrants. Conventional weapons, heavy weapons, strategic weapons. Once sky tyrants existed, all of it had turned into scrap metal. That's the American playbook, all right. Drex Valen swirled the glass in his hand. The cola inside clinked softly against the ice. Ord looked exhausted. She was already busy enough keeping Umbrella Corporation's orders and delivery schedules under control, and now the whole system had blown wide open. The backlog had already been pushed out nearly 10 years. Who knew whether Drex would have a War Machine Mark IV by then? Did they not realize that by that point these models might already be obsolete? Then again, for smaller countries, maybe that did not matter. They had been picking up the discarded scraps of the great powers for years anyway. At this point, the major nations were completely helpless against Drex Valen and Umbrella Corporation. If Drex wanted to resign, they probably would not even let him. Why resign? Not enough salary? Not enough budget? Here, take a form. Write whatever number you want. So Drex actually did write one. D. Needed 1,000 customized war machines, 500 ironmongers, and 100 sky tyrants. The governments of the world responded to that with the sort of affectionate silence usually reserved for someone too important to argue with. What else could they do? The entire world needed Drex Valen now. Tony Stark had once been thought capable of standing beside him. And to be fair, Stark really had produced extraordinary armored suits. But his suits were not for sale. And because they were too powerful, there was no practical way to mass-produce them. The bigger issue was the price. They were even more expensive than Drex's war machines. War Machine, $400 million. Ironmonger, $1.5 billion. Sky Tyrant, $3 billion. At least those numbers made sense relative to the combat capability and military value. Stark's armor, on the other hand, was all luxury grade, private use perfection. Even the earliest nano-armor he had developed, the one that was now considered obsolete, probably cost at least $5 billion to produce. Who would even buy that? The latest version of the suit he was currently wearing, according to rumors, had cost over $20 billion. Only Tony Stark could burn money that way and not even blink. Well, Drex could probably do it too, but his Dark Knight armor had not been updated in a long time. Of course, from the outside, it still looked like technology from a level so far beyond Earth that most people could not even begin to measure it. The difference was simple. Drex Valen was not the type to show off. His Dark Knight armor always looked the same, so nobody could tell how far it had advanced. And the truth was, apart from the people who did not know any better, even Tony Stark believed it. Drex called Tony over. Tony looked as busy as ever. I have a suggestion about your armor. Drex intended to boost Stark's combat capability a little, just in case the Chitauri invasion arrived and the whole thing turned into a disaster. Tony raised an eyebrow. He immediately became more serious. This is a symbiote, an alien organism. Drex Valen pulled out a box. Inside, it was an irregular mass slamming wildly against the transparent walls of the container. Tony Stark was already hooked. Without another word, he took the symbiote from Drex's hands and headed off to study it properly. Drex also hoped he would manage to develop a symbiote suit from it. With armor like that, even Thanos could be challenged head-on. Though, it probably will not be silver this time, Drex muttered to himself. He still preferred Iron Man in red and gold. Silver was a little too flashy. What he had given Tony Stark was Carnage, born from Venom. After being watched for so many years, Venom had finally spawned recently, which also left it in a weakened state. After all, laying an egg drained a symbiote. Because Carnage had not yet come into contact with a mental patient, its consciousness was still clean. If Tony Stark wore it, it would probably just amplify his arrogance. That sounded unpleasant. But honestly, most superheroes were already used to Tony Stark's arrogance. Turning it from arrogance into outright self-importance did not seem like a huge leap. At worst, it would just make people want to punch him more. Besides, Tony Stark would not actually wear his armor. He would only use the symbiote as a source of fundamental materials to create his own new suit. That alone was enough to replace the nanometal drone system entirely. Chapter 2, 2220. The sharp rhythm of a knife striking a cutting board echoed through the kitchen. Without using any special tools, the potatoes had already been sliced into perfectly thin strips. Beside them sat neatly cut green peppers waiting for the pan. The dish itself was simple, shredded potatoes with green peppers. Since they started living together, Tifa had gradually figured out Drex Valen's favorite foods. This dish ranked near the top. Second place belonged to Char Siu. Unfortunately, she still had not mastered that one yet. Okay, Lyra asked. No need. Drex changed his shoes, slid the door open, and stepped outside. The instant he left Everbird behind, he felt oddly liberated, like he had finally escaped some enormous fortress prison. Looking up at the wide open sky made the tension in his body ease almost immediately. Then he glanced back. Leaning against the windowsill with a relaxed smile, Angel Yin waved at him. Drex raised a hand in return and quickened his pace slightly. Since he was already out walking, he might as well find something entertaining to do. Isteth was still obsessed with warfare somewhere out in space, and apparently had no intention of coming back anytime soon. The rest of them, meanwhile, had mostly gathered here. Honestly, Drex suspected it was because he was too strong. Isteth's desire for conquest, control, and possession simply could not find an outlet with him, so she vented all of it on galactic warfare instead. Unlike certain lunatics who stayed absurdly energetic around the clock, most people hit peak alertness somewhere between midnight and dawn. Peter Parker had never been the type to sleep in, partly because he was both a student and a superhero, mostly because he had recently gone from Stark Industries intern to full-time employee with an almost suspicious number of vacation days. More importantly, Peter Parker had not died or mutated into a monster like he had in the original timeline. Drex Valen had altered his fate personally. Using genetic material extracted from Spider-Gwen, Drex created a spider serum and injected it into Peter. Not just any spider serum, either. This version combined the strongest traits from multiple spider species into one enhanced formula. The result was a Peter Parker who might actually surpass the mainstream universe version of Spider-Man, along with many of his multiversal counterparts. Spider-Man had technically appeared earlier than most modern superheroes, but his fame still lagged far behind someone like Iron Man's superpowers were impressive. Money, however, was marketing. Now that Peter officially worked under Stark Industries, things had changed a little. Sure, hiring someone his age probably looked dangerously close to child labor. But in America, that barely qualified as unusual. Unfortunately, New York remained exactly as chaotic as ever. While the passengers inside the vehicle were distracted, Peter quietly slipped toward the back, pulled his Spider-Man mask from his backpack, and put it on in one smooth motion. He kicked off his shoes, opened the window, and jumped. The casual-looking clothing he wore instantly shifted as the advanced spider suit reverted to its combat form. Webbing fired outward. A second later, Spider-Man was swinging rapidly toward the incident site. What he found there looked like something ripped out of an ancient battlefield. A heavily armored warrior stood in the middle of the street wearing rusted antique armor. In one hand was a massive shield. In the other, a bloodstained spear. Crowds surrounded the area at a cautious distance. Closer to the center, more than a dozen civilians lay sprawled across the pavement with serious injuries. Clearly, they had already fought this lunatic. "Hey, buddy," Peter called out while landing nearby. "You know I was literally on my way to work, right? I've got maybe 15 minutes before I'm late, and the office is still like 7 or 8 blocks away. Today's my first day as an official employee. If I show up late, my boss might hate me forever. There's probably going to be salary, deductions, maybe paperwork." Multiple web lines shot from his wrists and wrapped around the warrior's legs. At the same time, additional webs latched onto the spear and shield. Peter pulled hard, trying to rip the weapons away. Instead, an absurd surge of strength yanked him off the traffic light he had been perched on and slammed him straight into a wall. The armored warrior ignored Peter completely. He tore the webbing off his weapons and charged. Peter's spider sense detonated in his skull. Danger. Not ordinary danger. Death. Peter instantly fired another web between the warrior's legs and used the tension to yank himself low across the ground. He almost made it past. Then the massive shield whipped sideways and smashed into him. The impact bent roadside guardrails inward. Pain exploded through Peter's ribs, and before he could even recover, the spear came screaming toward him again, carving cracks through the pavement. Steel screeched. Sparks erupted. The road shattered apart. Peter barely dodged in time and immediately felt cold sweat break across his back. This guy was ridiculously strong. Usually Peter never stopped talking during fights. Now he barely dared lose focus for half a second. His agility, flexibility, and speed suddenly felt almost useless. The warrior's spear and shield perfectly intercepted every route Peter tried to take, like the man could somehow predict his movements ahead of time. Even the webbing failed. Spider silk durable enough to restrain speeding vehicles tore apart instantly against the spear blade. Boom! The spear swept across the street, ripping massive chunks of concrete upward. A split second later, the shield slammed forward with explosive force, launching shattered pavement like artillery shells. Peter's expression changed. Crossing both arms, he unleashed layers of webbing from the enhanced multi-web shooters mounted on his wrists, creating overlapping nets to block the incoming debris. At the same time, he used the tension from the web lines to fling himself sideways. On the way, he grabbed two nearby civilians and pulled them clear of the battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. The armored warrior tilted his head slightly while watching Spider-Man's rapid movements. Then he hurled the shield. The spinning mass screamed through the air like a hurricane. It barely missed Peter, even with the spider's suit absorbing part of the force. Agony still exploded through his waist from the shockwave alone. Behind him, the shield punched straight through a building wall and vanished into the structure. Peter finally blurted out between breaths. Unfortunately for him, he completely misunderstood one thing. The battle had not started when the shield was thrown. That was merely the beginning. Dust drifted from the warrior's armor as both hands tightened around the spear shaft. The rusted blade lowered slightly. His stance shifted, then locked onto Peter. An indescribable sense of dread flooded Spider-Man's body. Sentinel drones began broadcasting emergency warnings. The spectators who had originally assumed this was just some weird cosplay event immediately scattered in panic. Alerts carried far more weight than ordinary police sirens. Peter suddenly felt overwhelming danger crash toward him. Every hair on his body stood upright. He fired a web line sideways and launched himself away instantly. A violent gust ripped past him. The spot where he had been standing exploded into a massive crater. The spear thrust forward and retracted in the same instant. As the blade moved, it generated a roaring storm that swept outward across the entire street. The spear's edge cut through steel like paper. Peter's eyes widened beneath the mask. What the hell is this thing? Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Uzisha. Chapter 221. The Armored Knight's attacks came like a storm. Fast, violent, relentless. Since becoming Spider-Man, Peter Parker had never experienced a fight this brutal before. He could not even get close to the enemy, much less challenge him head-on. Every instinct screamed at him to avoid the spear's reach at all costs. His spider sense detonated with warning signals. Peter rolled away just in time to avoid a lightning-fast thrust. But the instant the attack missed, the knight twisted the spear mid-motion and transformed the stab into a sweeping strike. Spider-Man was launched sideways. He crashed through two parked cars before finally stopping. Then Spider-Gwen dropped from above, landing directly in the knight's path. She crossed both arms defensively. She did not fully understand what was happening, but she understood one thing clearly enough. If this armored lunatic kept going, the newly appeared Spider-Man was absolutely going to get killed. The spear shifted slightly. The knight had no intention whatsoever of talking. His armored boot slammed into the ground, cracking the pavement apart as he burst forward. Yet before even reaching Gwen, the knight swung the spear horizontally from several meters away. A beam-like shockwave exploded outward. At the same time, a repulsor blast collided against it, sending violent pressure waves and dust across the street. Tony Stark descended from the sky in his newest nanotech armor and landed beside the still-recovering Spider-Man. His tone carried equal parts exhaustion and annoyance. Tony glanced at Peter. Honestly, I should install actual combat training into your suit. The newest nanotech armor? Drex Valen watched the scene unfold with obvious interest. A Lothric Knight from Dark Souls versus Marvel superheroes. And not even the normal Marvel world anymore. This universe had already been modified and strengthened by Drex himself. Could they actually beat the Knight? Meanwhile, the people on the battlefield definitely were not thinking about it that casually. A glancing hit from the spear had already ripped away chunks of flesh. A kick had shattered ribs. The kind of combat power that normally let them fight monsters and lunatics suddenly felt meaningless against this Knight. Approaching without weapons under that terrifying spear pressure was practically suicide. Clang! Sparks exploded. Tony's energy pulse missed. The counterattack came instantly. The rust-covered spear swept across Iron Man's armor and tore through the nanotech plating like fabric. A massive gash opened across the suit, and Tony himself was launched backward by the impact. Damn it! Tony gritted his teeth from the pain while the nanomachines hurriedly flowed over the damaged section to repair it. Then he watched Spider-Gwen and Peter charge the Lothric Knight again. Tony shouted, "You're not winning in melee." Jarvis had already given its combat analysis. Direct close-range suppression, impossible. To defeat this thing head-on required absurd levels of martial skill. Tony relied mostly on Jarvis-assisted combat programs. Peter fought through instinct and spider-sense-fueled improvisation. Spider-Gwen was not exactly a disciplined martial artist either. None of them had real technique. They could not win in a duel. They could not win through teamwork. So what exactly were they supposed to do here? Jarvis. Like an Ultraman hitting the final warning timer, the arc reactor on Tony's chest erupted with blinding light. The target lock centered on the Lothric Knight, who was treating Spider-Gwen and Spider-Man like children flailing around during recess. Move! A colossal beam of energy roared forward like a city-killing laser. But the Lothric Knight reacted immediately. The spear spun like a hurricane. The webbing fired from Peter's multi-web shooters was ripped apart by the violent winds. At the same time, the Knight punched forward with his left fist and smashed into the shield. The impact had barely landed before he hooked the shield with his foot and dragged Spider-Gwen directly in front of him. "Oh, come on." Tony cursed and jerked the beam sideways at the last second. The blast veered away from Gwen and instead obliterated a storefront down the street. But right then, the Lothric Knight suddenly crouched low. His legs swept outward, knocking Spider-Gwen flat onto the pavement. At the same time, the spear swung upward and blasted Tony Stark away again. Then the Knight discarded the shield entirely. Dragging the spear behind him, he began slowly walking toward them. The blade scraped across the ground, throwing sparks into the air. Heavy pressure spread outward in every direction. Drex looked profoundly disappointed. The three of them were really taking turns getting humiliated by a single Lothric Knight. Its raw stats honestly were not even that outrageous. The Knight was winning purely through overwhelmingly refined combat skill. Fortunately, Hulk and the others arrived at that moment. The Lothric Knight was powerful, but there was no way it could withstand that level of overwhelming force forever. Before long, it was beaten down and naturally degraded away. Next time, Drex thought, maybe he would throw out a demon prince, or a great demon, maybe an enchanted warrior, or even a champion of Khorne for fun. Drex stretched lazily. Back at home, Angel Yin sat quietly on the windowsill. The pair of white wings behind her gave her an almost unreal beauty, like something detached from the mortal world entirely. Those wings had not been easy to create. Drex had spent a very long time searching for the genes of angel-type mutants. Among mutants, there were angelic variants and demonic variants. Some resembled angels, others devils. Nightcrawler, Azazel, and Mystique all belonged to the demonic branch. Angel-type mutants naturally were the opposite Long ago, the two mutant bloodlines had once fought each other openly. At the time, ordinary humans mistook it for a war between angels and demons. The myths survived long after the truth disappeared. Of course, this world technically did not have mutants. The latent X gene existed, but lacked whatever catalyst was needed to awaken it, which also ruled out the possibility that this was a universe where Scarlet, which had rewritten reality to erase mutants entirely. If that had happened, most superpowered humans would have vanished too, and the X gene would not exist at all. Thankfully, this universe's Wade Wilson was still just a normal mercenary. Because if one day he suddenly showed up wearing a ridiculously loud red bodysuit and acting like an unhinged cartoon character, Drex would immediately go find the Ancient One and work with her to throw Deadpool into another universe where he could bother someone else. He absolutely would. Deadpool was way too uncontrollable. Unfortunately, every parallel universe possessed its own set of Infinity Stones. That made Drex's dream of using the Space Stone to travel across realities mostly impossible. The Infinity Stones from one universe became useless in another. If he left using his own universe's stones, he might never come back. A single universe could not support two functioning sets of Infinity Stones simultaneously. Still, if he somehow managed to jump into the movie universe instead, Drex would probably wake up laughing every morning. Angel Yin turned when she saw him return. Then she smiled. Chapter 222. Angel Yin was thinking about her own memories too. The memory package Drex Valen had given her was not perfect. It had holes, missing seams, little cracks here and there. Oddly enough, those flaws made it feel more real. She had asked Esteth about it once. Esteth had no interest in the question at all. She cared about battle, war, and torture. Anything else was background noise to her. Tifa, on the other hand, had simply said that as long as Drex was by her side, the rest could take its time. Lyra Yin was even less concerned. She had fallen headfirst into video games and was now far more invested in controllers than in existential questions. Drex looked at Angel Yan's thoughtful expression and asked. She did not hide it. Maybe it was because, in her remembered world, Drex Valen had become the person she felt closest to. There is no need to rush, Drex said. Angel Yin seemed like she wanted to say more. Drex took her hand. Her palm was cool against his, and when he saw the soft worry in her face, a small smile touched his own lips. I'm your man. If you feel like leaning on someone, lean on me. Angel Yin blinked. Then her cheeks slowly colored. Yes, the old hand of centuries did blush. Drex was pleased with that reaction. Then he turned his head and saw Tifa walking out of the kitchen with a tray of food in her hands, wearing a pink apron like the picture of domestic grace. Tifa noticed him looking and casually tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear. The gesture was effortless, composed, and unfairly charming all at once. After dinner, Drex took them out shopping. Angel Yin could conceal her wings, even though she was both a mutant and a Kryptonian soldier. Drex had spent a lot of effort making that possible in the first place. Still, with their very different looks, their striking beauty, and the gentle elegance they carried, the three women seemed almost like figures who had walked out of a legend. Lyra Yin, Tifa, and Angel Yin drew stares everywhere they went. People kept turning their heads. Once they stepped into the store, the attention dropped a little, but that was exactly when Drex started feeling awkward instead. Things like matching couples' outfits or clerks asking for lingerie sizes were not exactly his strong suit. Angel Yin asked, sounding faintly surprised. I almost never bought clothes in actual stores before, Drex said dryly. Not on Earth. On Earth, he had never had time to browse. On Krypton, he had never needed to. The result was the same. He was single in both places. After shopping, the three women all wanted to try riding bicycles. Drex did not really understand why, but he agreed. Riding a bike was just riding a bike. How hard could it be? New York doesn't look nearly as chaotic as people say, Drex muttered while pedaling at an easy pace. He chuckled. Riding around with a beautiful woman on the back of your bike did have a certain romantic quality to it. Tifa said softly. She was sitting side saddle on the back seat, one arm wrapped around Drex's waist, her shoulder resting lightly against his back. She wore pale blue casual clothes and a baseball cap, and if someone looked closely, they would notice the faint pink in her cheeks. There was no way around it. They looked like a couple, and with the shopping bag full of clothes tucked in Tifa's arms, they even looked a little like a newlywed pair on an ordinary afternoon out. To be honest, Tifa seemed to enjoy this quiet kind of happiness. As Drex pedaled along, he glanced upward and saw Spider-Gwen swinging overhead, moving fast enough to blur through the skyline. She was too high up to notice him. Right after she swung past, Spider-Man followed behind her. Drex slowed the bike and stopped. "More than coffee. I prefer tea," Tifa said as she stepped off the back seat. Then she looked at Drex, who was adjusting the bike, and smiled faintly. They sat at an outdoor cafe while people hurried past in all directions. Drex actually liked that kind of scenery. He paused, then added with a shrug, "Whether it makes money or not is secondary." Tifa looked interested. "I might not have the time to run it properly," Drex said, "and my identity would probably get exposed immediately." Tifa did not press the issue. After the coffee, Lyra Yin took the bicycle seat next. She spoke all of a sudden. Drex, now acting as the driver again, answered without turning around. "I heard that the Sorcerer Supreme, Gu Yi, has a time stone. Do you think it'd take me back to the Baiwa for my memories?" Lyra leaned lightly against him as she spoke. Drex froze for a moment. "And even if we found the time stone, it still wouldn't take you back to the Baiwa you remember. No high heels, no stockings, no sheave skirts." Drex's voice was calm. "I know." Lyra held him tighter, resting her face against his back. Drex was quiet for a moment. Not only back, he would also go to all the worlds he wanted to see. If he could cross from DC into Marvel, then there was no reason he could not move from Marvel into Cheen's Moon, into other worlds, into Fate, into Chaldea, into Final Fantasy. Lyra did not say anything else. Then it was Angel Yan's turn. Drex asked. Angel Yan half lit her eyes and lazily spread her hands before stretching with visible satisfaction. She looked almost like someone waking up into a brand new life. Turning back a slight angle, she smiled. "Afternoon," she said softly. The slender line of her neck and the elegant curve of her collarbone caught Drex's eye. Combined with the sleepy, relaxed tilt of her face, it stirred something warm and immediate in his chest. Drex pedaled a little faster. When they arrived at the cinema, he was genuinely curious what kind of movie the Angel Yin he had personally created would want to watch. Angel Yin smiled with quiet, knowing amusement. Chapter 223, 223. Angel Yin leaned in until she was only a few centimeters away, wearing a smile that was far too seductive for the nearly empty theater. "I think the huge cinema was mostly empty because the movie was a horror film, so there were only a handful of other viewers scattered around." And that was when Drex realized something. From the beginning, Angel Yin had not been watching the movie at all. He had been played by this veteran temptress. What happened next did not need to be spelled out. The two of them left the theater afterward. Drex's emotions were complicated. He glanced sideways and caught sight of the soft sway of her body as she walked, then the faint blush on Angel Yan's beautiful face. He pushed aside all the messy thoughts crowding his head. All things considered, dates were not bad. At least Angel Yin, Lyra Yin, and Tifa all seemed to have enjoyed themselves. After spending such a pleasant day together, their feelings had clearly warmed quite a bit. The way they looked at Drex had changed too. There was something deeper in those eyes now. People always said that when someone liked you, you could see it in every glance they gave you. "Oh, right." Tifa set the company phone down in front of Drex, then stood and walked toward the kitchen. Honestly, living like this was excellent, especially when the one taking care of you was a gentle older sister type. Lyra Yin and Angel Yin were a bit different. Neither of them looked especially suited to housework. Drex dialed Stark's number and called him by the first name only close friends were allowed to use. Tony Stark's full name was Anthony Edward Stark. Tony was what people used when they were close to him. Everyone else used Stark, or Anthony if they were feeling formal. Finally, Tony snapped the moment he answered. D. His voice came through like continuous artillery fire. Do you know how many people I kept waiting while I sat here for your answer? But they're still not as rich as you are, Drex said. Tony paused, then laughed. Fair. Then Tony's tone sharpened again. So what is it? D. No. Tony had left his company in the hands of his former assistant, Virginia, and now he was absurdly free. Soon I'm going to Monaco, he said. There's an F1 race happening around the same time. Drex, stop locking yourself in a lab all day. Drex asked. Tony sounded personally offended. Speeding through a track at full throttle, chasing the edge of disaster, that was one of my dreams years ago. But using an arc reactor as a car engine? Drex, that is not exciting. Even Tony Stark, who loved attention by nature, did not think using a reactor as propulsion for a race car sounded thrilling. Drex asked, raising an eyebrow as he rolled out of bed and walked toward the kitchen with the phone tucked between his shoulder and ear. He glanced over and saw Tifa and Angel Yin moving around the kitchen with cheerful voices, busy with breakfast. Drex leaned against the doorway and yawned lazily. Angel Yin probably would not produce any dark cuisine, right? Of course I think so, Tony shot back. Tony said impatiently. Drex said, knowing how to drive well was basically a man's required skill, whether in the online sense or the real one. At the same time, out in space, Death was conquering a planet when she encountered a woman dropping from the sky in a red and gold uniform. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel's Air Force pilot before becoming an intelligence officer. During an accident, an alien device called the Lightspeed engine exploded, trapping Danvers inside it. The blast fused her DNA with Marvel's, granting her extraordinary power. She first became Ms. Marvel, then later inherited the title of Captain Marvel after Marvel's death. A stunning blonde woman. Definitely not the Brie Larson version from the movie universe. Kryptonians, you've invaded enough worlds already. Danvers rushed a Grey Knight and slammed a punch into him. The sheer force should have been enough to flatten someone outright. Instead, it hit the adamantite coating and went nowhere. The impact energy was transmitted into the vibranium layer beneath, where it was absorbed completely. Danvers blinked in surprise at the feel of the blow. If she had not been able to absorb energy, the recoil might have hurt her own hand. The Grey Knight did not even budge. Instead, he raised his Gauss rifle and aimed directly at her. Deadly electromagnetic rounds tore through the air. Danvers ignored the bullets entirely, because every bit of energy they carried was being drained away the moment they hit her. Photon energy gathered in her hands, then roared outward. It struck the Grey Knight squarely. But Danvers was stunned to see that her normally unstoppable photon blast did not stop him. He advanced through it like a rock splitting a river. The Grey Knight did not bother continuing with the Gauss rifle after that. It was clear it was doing limited damage. So he pulled out a micro-nuke. It was called a micro-nuke, but the power behind it was probably more absurd than a real nuclear weapon. The only thing that had been reduced was the blast radius. Danvers did not dodge. The micro-nuke hit her head-on. Boom! Radiation, flame, shockwave, and searing heat all rushed toward her like a whirlpool, only for Danvers to absorb them into her body. Light flared across her entire frame. Then she punched the Grey Knight again. The blow was strong enough to shake the planet's atmosphere. The sky shifted violently, and the ground cracked apart from the leftover force. But the Grey Knight still held firm. He was not moved. Even so, he had clearly been surprised. He had fought across countless worlds and had never met an opponent like this before. Other Grey Knights arrived as well, opening fire with plasma pistols that launched superheated plasma straight at Danvers. Because they had been made with vibranium components, those plasma guns truly lived up to the name. Loyal plasma guns never overheat. After all, vibranium does not conduct heat or kinetic force. Even if they fired plasma at 1,000,000 degrees, there was no need to worry about overheating or exploding. Chapter 224. Carol Danvers was genuinely surprised by the technological edge of the Kryptonian Empire. It was impressive. More than impressive, really. leaving aside the armor that refused to break no matter how hard she hit it. Even the weapons alone had absurd destructive power. If she had not been able to absorb energy, she would almost certainly have been injured. The Grey Knights had surrounded her with high-frequency blades, but they quickly discovered that none of their attacks could actually do much to her. And Danvers, surrounded in turn, was running into the same problem from the other side. No matter how much force she used, even after fully entering binary mode, she still could not shake the Grey Knight armor. In the end, she had no choice but to withdraw. Mark the target. On the Kryptonian Empire's side, the Black Queen watched the battle through the machine spirits bound to the Grey Knight and Black Knight armors, then quietly issued the order. Drex Valen had already given her Carol Danvers' file. He simply had not expected Danvers to be this strong. Energy absorption is too broken, the Black Queen muttered. Then she packaged the footage and sent it to Drex. After watching it, Drex did not think much of it. It was just Captain Marvel. So what if she could absorb energy? He could do that too. He also had Doomsday on his side. More importantly, energy absorption was not even invincible. High-priority forces like the Phoenix Force could override it outright. In other words, if Drex decided not to play around, he could kill this Captain Marvel in one shot. She's prettier than the comic version, he mused. Still, the combination of vibranium and adamantium really was useful. Carol had already gone into binary mode. Her destructive power was firmly at planet-busting level, and she still could not make the armor budge. If it had been only vibranium or only adamantium, the armor probably would have been smashed apart the way Thanos once shattered Captain America's shield. So this route was clearly the right one. Metal was, at its core, an atomic structure. For Drex Valen, whose control over matter had reached the subatomic level, that idea was more concrete than ever. Vibranium was already terrifying because of its near-static molecular structure. So what if he created a metal whose atoms themselves were locked into a static state? Drex had once created a metal with density comparable to a neutron star, but that material was far too heavy. It could only be worn if biological force fields restrained it. And now Drex's own defenses were stronger than that neutron star armor anyway, so there was no point in using it. He murmured, turning the fresh metal in his hand. The material in his palm was something he had just created. Its atomic structure was special. It could absorb heat and kinetic force, which in theory meant it could absorb almost any form of energy. But unlike ordinary absorptive materials, the energy it swallowed passed through a peculiar atomic arrangement and was amplified before being reflected back out. In other words, this metal could fight back. It absorbed attacks and immediately retaliated. Energy attacks were reflected as amplified energy. Kinetic attacks were rebounded with force. Drex was not sure how it compared to the galactic coatings worn by Silver Surfer, but it was undeniably the strongest metal he could create at the moment. Anything stronger than this would probably require drifting into the territory of pure because I said so physics. And Drex did not have that kind of power. He named the new metal shock steel. It would make an excellent shield material. Come to think of it, Stark's symbiote research seems close to finished. The liquid metal symbiote armor should be coming out soon too. Drex muttered to himself. In material science, Tony Stark seemed to have made almost no progress. Or rather, he still had not found a way to replicate lower-grade Kryptonian metal, much less develop anything on the level of Drex's alloys. There was also the Monaco F1 race Tony had invited him to. Truthfully, Drex had some driving talent of his own. Back when he had first learned to drive, the instructor had taken one look at him making wide turns and said, "You want to learn drifting?" So yes, Drex was good behind the wheel. That said, there was still a huge difference between ordinary cars and an F1 racer. He would need to familiarize himself with it in advance. Enough to be dangerous, not enough to embarrass himself. "All right," Tony said with confidence. "Just make sure you do not lose too badly." Drex understood exactly why Tony was acting like that. Palladium poisoning. Tony Stark was dying. Of course, this was all part of the act. Back when Drex first set the plan in motion, he had sent those beastified mercenaries in Africa after Tony, and the attack had left a real fragment lodged in his body. Tony had needed the mini-arc reactor to keep the shrapnel under control, and he had built one himself. But then time passed, and passed. And because Obadiah Stane never showed up to hit him again, Tony had been living a pretty glamorous life for a while. That luxury was over now, Drex said, sounding interested. Tony sounded like he had already thought the whole thing through. Honestly, I've got the basic modifications planned out. He nearly dropped every punctuation mark in the English language. At that moment, Drex was aboard Tony's private jet on the way to Monaco for the fastest race on Earth. On the surface, it was supposed to be a fun trip. In reality, Tony just wanted to beat Drex. Choosing a competition you're naturally good at while your opponent isn't sound a little cheap, sure. But that is part of the game. If you do not like it, do not play. The flight attendants on Tony's private jet were throwing themselves into their work with almost suspicious enthusiasm. Mostly because of the special guest on board. Drex Valen. Drex Valen, the famous Drex Valen. World's richest man. The most handsome man on the planet. And, most importantly, apparently a super genius who had never once been caught in scandal. If one of them could land him, she would never have to struggle again for the rest of her life. Tony asked, idly swirling a glass of red wine. He was looking at Virginia's personal assistant, Natalie Rushman, who was really Black Widow undercover inside Stark Industries. Executive Vice President Potts already went to Monaco ahead of time to prepare things, Natasha said calmly. She did not even blink. After the plane lands, you have 3 interviews about clean energy initiatives. At noon, there will be a banquet. A number of corporate executives are expected to request meetings with you. At 8 in the evening, you have a press conference scheduled locally. Chapter 225. Stop. Tony raised a hand and cut off the rest of Natasha's itinerary before she could keep going. Jesus, I'm only here for the race. Why the hell do I have this much work stacked on me? Apologies. Natasha's tone stayed perfectly professional, but inside, she was already thinking about how close payday was. Maybe she should buy herself something nice. After all, the salary was a lot better than risking her life for a living. Honestly, Natasha would not have minded another 3 years of this kind of double life. Tony snorted. He did not care whether Natasha's cover was exposed or not. In fact, it was probably better to keep everyone, including the Black Widow, guessing. Counterintel was like shaking a bottle of snakes. No matter how you looked at it, the people still standing at the end were always fewer than the ones who started the fight. Ever assigned a Black Widow to infiltrate Tony Stark's side anyway? How was he, the director, only hearing about that now? The private jet landed in Monaco shortly after. Officials had been waiting for them for some time. Big names were coming in, after all. Drex and Tony left the logistics to Natasha and walked off in their own direction. At the F1 circuit, Tony stopped and threw up his hands. The most basic thing in the world, Drex said, leaning over the car with a mechanic's calm. I'm tuning the racer and mounting my fire core reactor as the power source. Just imagine the kind of speed that can come out of this. Tony stared at him. You're actually insane, right? F1 cars are already fast enough to kill you. He could not help complaining. Both of them were tech-based superheroes, not monsters who could walk out of a nuclear fireball and keep talking. You don't know what you're talking about, Drex said. The sight of the 2 company heads standing in full race gear and working on their own cars immediately drew cameras. Tony Stark was one thing. He was always good for a headline. But Drex Valen was another matter entirely. Even if most of the female reporters present had, at one point or another, spent a very enjoyable night with Tony, the cameras were still mostly on Drex. Neither man gave them a chance to get close, though. The only outsider who had managed to speak to them after the jet landed was Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Industries, who had wandered over with all the friendliness of a man trying to strike a deal before he was thrown out. The result was exactly what you would expect. Hammer Industries was having a rough time of it now. Umbrella Corporation and Stark Industries had squeezed them so hard that Hammer could only go hunting for contracts in smaller countries. And those smaller countries wanted war machines. War machines, ironmongers, and sky tyrants were all buried under mountains of orders. But the delivery priority was simple. D got first crack, then the 5 great powers, then the rest of the United Nations. Private buyers had to pay extra if they wanted anything at all. If they could not pay, they could wait. And Umbrella Corporation still demanded half the deposit up front. If the client ran out of patience, the deposit stayed where it was. Tony adjusted his helmet and glanced over at Drex with visible irritation. To be fair, Drex could see why Tony was annoyed. That guy is obnoxious, Tony continued. I do not pay much attention to my competition, Drex said. There is no one worth competing with. But Hammer Industries? The track had been cordoned off, but the screaming crowd still felt loud enough to split the air. Drex waved the maintenance crew away from the car. Ambition is a good thing, he said, but ambition alone is not enough. Tony gave a short laugh and swung himself into the cockpit. Looks like we agree. Then he looked at Drex with open curiosity. Seriously, how the hell did he build Hammer Industries up so big? Before putting on his helmet, Tony's expression practically said, "Do you have any idea?" Drex rolled his eyes. In fairness, Hammer's information was not even worth much. It would not be useful as leverage, either. The comic version would have been a different matter, but this Justin Hammer was not nearly that dumb. Justin Hammer was a Monaco citizen and a sly, shrewd businessman. His company operated across multiple industries, including weapons manufacturing. He was one of Stark Industries' major rivals. He also secretly funded supervillains and supplied them with advanced weapons, turning them into tools for crushing his competition. Compared to the film version, the comic version was nastier and far more cunning. A real villain through and through. Confident he was about to win, he threw out the first taunt. "You'll be lucky if you can even see my taillights," Drex replied, pulling on his gloves and helmet and climbing into the car. Tony's eyes widened. Then he thought about it for a second and relaxed. There was no reason he should lose to a rookie like Drex anyway. Drex's mouth curved into a cold smile. Electromagnetic force flowed through the car. VRRNNN. The engine roared low and deep. The exhaust burst with black flames in an instant. The tires screeched against the pavement with a sound so sharp it might have been capable of tearing open a soul. Tony, sitting right beside him, felt a spike of pain crawl through his head. Even the helmet could not block that horrifying noise. Smoke billowed up from the tires as the race start was announced. And then a dark red streak shot forward. Pepper Potts stared at the live broadcast in disbelief. The press conference and lunch had already been arranged, and now he had gone off to race cars? And what is that red streak in front of the field? Apologies, Ms. Potts. Mr. Stark's schedule did include the race. Natasha, holding a stack of files, narrowed her eyes and watched the live feed closely. And that red streak. She looked up. De Pépère Rose. Tony Stark had dragged Drex Valen into an F1 race. Never mind how he knew Drex in the first place. The real problem was that if anything happened to Drex Valen, that would be a disaster on a level that really did not need further explanation. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 226, 226. Pepper's concerns turned out to be completely unnecessary. Ivan Vanko had long since become one of Drex Valen's people. There was never going to be some dramatic interruption at the race. Meanwhile, the dark crimson race car, streaking across the Monaco circuit, was already moving faster than every recorded speed in F1 history. The camera drones tracking the race could barely capture anything beyond a blurred red phantom. And the craziest part? The thing was drifting through corners at insane speed. Using an F1 car to power slide around hairpin turns at full throttle sounded less like racing and more like Newton personally filing a complaint from beyond the grave. But for the fans watching from the stands, it was pure adrenaline. Tony Stark, however, was having a significantly worse experience. Tony barked, gripping the wheel hard enough to whiten his knuckles. Did he install a reactor inside that car or something? He had the accelerator pinned to the floor, engines screaming at maximum output, but the distance between them kept growing. "Sir," Jarvis said calmly, "Mr. Drex Valen is about to lap behind you." Tony blinked. His brain stalled for a moment. This is only the beginning of lap 2. Telemetry indicates Mr. Valen's vehicle has undergone structural modifications across the frame, engine, and fuel systems, Jarvis continued. Current composition remains unknown. Tony stared ahead in disbelief. A horrifying possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. Wait, sir, Jarvis replied. Mr. Shut up, Jarvis. Tony's expression twisted. They had arrived together. They had entered the track together. So when exactly had Drex modified the car? Listening to Jarvis's analysis made Tony feel like he'd swallowed a 6-month-old hamburger left in the sun. No matter how hard he pushed the accelerator, the gap never shrank, even slightly. Tell me something, Jarvis, Tony said through clenched teeth. He refused to believe a human body could survive acceleration like that. Mr. Tony slammed the steering wheel. Did you hear that? Sir, Jarvis replied helpfully. Verbal frustration will not improve performance. Mr. Tony snapped. He's never driven Formula One before. Unfortunately for him, Tony had deliberately started ahead of Drex at the beginning of the race. The entire point had been to make sure Drex never even saw his taillights. Instead, the exact opposite happened. Tony growled. Sir, Jarvis repeated patiently. Mr. Tony pushed harder anyway. The car hit its limits. Corners became death traps. Twice he nearly lost control and flew off the track entirely. Yet even at the farthest visible stretch of road, there was still no sign of Drex's car. Tony's mind raced. Even the arc reactor couldn't explain this. This wasn't just enhanced engineering anymore. It bordered on breaking reality. That engine design is mine, Tony muttered. I know every component in it. I built the damn thing. He couldn't understand it. It wasn't physics anymore. Sir, Jarvis said. Mr. Tony's eyes widened. He floored the accelerator again. Losing was not an option. Around the circuit, the audience had completely lost their minds. No, that's not Formula One. What they didn't know was that Drex had strengthened the car itself using electromagnetic manipulation. The vehicle clung to the track with impossible stability, allowing it to maintain speeds above 300 kilometers per hour through corners that should have forced heavy braking. As for why the car didn't simply lift off the ground, 300 kilometers per hour wasn't enough to make something fly. Not when Drex Valen was controlling every force acting on it. In the end, the race became a complete massacre. Drex disappeared into the distance and claimed victory without the slightest challenge. The final record he set was so absurd that many spectators suspected it would stand forever unless Formula One eventually evolved into magnetic levitation racing. Monaco's organizers had prepared a grand award ceremony afterward. Neither Drex nor Tony had the slightest interest in attending. Tony Stark would have happily stood under the spotlight if he'd won. But he hadn't. He'd been reduced to second place after getting lapped multiple times. The entire race had turned him into background scenery for Drex Valen. The moment Tony climbed out of the car, he immediately headed toward Drex's vehicle for inspection. And the results only made things worse. Everything checked out. Same chassis, same structure, same vehicle. No obvious modifications. Tony stared at the machine in silence. Anyone with functioning eyes knew that speed should have been impossible for a standard F1 car. If Drex hadn't altered something, Tony was ready to donate his entire clean energy empire out of sheer humiliation, which left only one explanation. Drex Valen's technology had advanced so far beyond his own that Tony couldn't even understand the difference anymore. The realization left a bitter taste in his mouth. For years, Tony had chased Drex relentlessly. When Drex created the Dark Knight nanotech armor, Tony buried himself in research until he developed nanotech armor of his own. The world called them equals, the only man capable of standing beside Drex Valen. But people kept forgetting one thing. Drex was young, far younger than him. If Tony had married early, Drex would have belonged to the next generation entirely. For the first time in his life, Tony Stark genuinely felt old, and the palladium poisoning only made everything worse. The exhaustion never left him anymore. Some days, even breathing felt heavy. He had already handed most company operations over to Pepper. Drex's new element reactor might very well have been his only chance at survival. But Tony Stark's pride refused to let him say the words out loud. even if that pride was objectively stupid. Then the next day, Pepper burst into his office holding a report. Umbrella Corporation wants to begin formal cooperation talks with Stark Industries regarding the new element reactor project, Pepper said excitedly. Tony stared blankly for a second. Then he leaned back slowly in his chair. Chapter 227, 227. Tony Stark froze when he saw the contents of the file. A partnership proposal regarding the new element reactor? After reading through the documents Ord had sent over, he fell silent in thought. Meanwhile, Drex Valen couldn't have cared less what Tony was thinking. He was busy. The race itself had only been entertainment, a brief diversion. Once it was over, he moved on immediately. James Rhodes, Tony Stark's closest friend, the original War Machine. Of course, because of Drex Valen, War Machine was no longer a unique title. The battlefield was filled with mass-produced mechanized suits now. Even so, Rhodes had still earned his position through skill and merit, becoming one of the official War Machine pilots. Anyone who had ever piloted one became addicted to it. How could they not? It was the greatest weapon system humanity had ever created. A flying armored platform capable of air and ground combat. Bulletproof plating. Overwhelming firepower. A machine that made conventional warfare feel obsolete overnight. Back when Drex first unveiled the original War Machine units during that anti-terror operation years ago, the United States propaganda footage had featured 5 armored suits descending from the sky. One of those pilots had been Rhodes. At the time, Rhodes genuinely believed warfare itself would evolve around machines like these. After all, no fighter jet or missile on Earth could match a War Machine suit in speed, mobility, or destructive capability. A single unit carried enough firepower to wipe out an entire armored division alone. Then the monsters appeared. The rise of mysterious beings changed everything. Many of the stronger creatures rendered conventional mechanized warfare insufficient. Even War Machine armor couldn't always dominate the battlefield anymore. Fortunately, Drex Valen adapted faster than everyone else. He created the second-generation War Machine platform, the Iron Overlord. Compared to the original War Machine suits, the Iron Overlord emphasized raw firepower and close-range combat capability. Its speed dropped slightly as a result, though it still outpaced an F-22 with ease thanks to its superior power source and lighter overall structure. Rhodes eventually became one of the Iron Overlord pilots. Using the armor, he personally killed numerous Wolf-level monsters. Then Tony Stark returned. He built the Iron Man armor, but refused to commercialize it, keeping the technology exclusively for himself. That decision eventually earned him a place among the S-class heroes. And after that came the third generation of mechanized warfare, the Decepticon armor. Compared to the first 2 generations, the Decepticon platform was a complete technological revolution. The armor granted its pilot superhuman strength capable of lifting well over 100 tons. Flight speed reached Mach 10 to Mach 12 under maximum output. The suit could absorb radiation and various energy sources, then redirect them through specialized emitters. Its armor system carried a terrifying arsenal. Arc pulse cannons mounted in the palms capable of countering both physical and energy-based attacks. Cluster cannons, sonic weapons, flash grenades, incendiary rounds, high-explosive grenades, micromissile, missile launchers, miniguns, Gatling cannons, 40mm grenade launchers, 62mm M134 rotary machine guns, heavy shoulder-mounted artillery, custom heavy cannons, electromagnetic field emitters, EMP systems, laser weapons, retractable steel blades, and enough additional payload capacity to turn every Decepticon unit into a walking military fortress. The armor also featured anti-radar stealth coating, movement tracking sensors, advanced battlefield scanners, and a full life support system capable of sustaining operation underwater, in low-oxygen environments, or even in space for up to 20 hours. The instant Rhodes received the location, the Decepticon armor exploded forward. Mach 12. The suit crossed the distance in seconds. When he arrived, the battlefield was already in chaos. Several War Machine units, and iron. Overlord pilots had been damaged, and ground forces were struggling to contain an enormous monster tearing through the area. Rhodes immediately activated the Decepticons' full weapons platform. The armor unfolded like a mechanical predator awakening for war. Then the firepower began. Missiles screamed through the air. Autocannons thundered. Laser bursts carved glowing scars across the battlefield. Explosive shells detonated continuously around the creature. According to rumors, Drex had integrated microdimensional storage technology into the Decepticon platform itself, allowing each suit to carry nearly 300 kilograms of ammunition internally while automatically reloading weapons in combat. Every Decepticon armor was effectively a mobile fortress. The concentrated bombardment successfully halted the monster's advance, but it still wasn't enough to kill it. Move aside. You guys did fine. A wildly arrogant music track blasted across the battlefield as Tony Stark descended from the sky. Rhodes looked up, then blinked. Tony's armor had changed completely. The arc reactor on his chest was no longer circular. It had become triangular, and Tony himself looked different too. Sharper, more energized, more alive. The palladium poisoning was gone. His armor had also transformed into an aggressively flashy silver-white design. Liquid secondary kryptonite symbiote armor. After solving the palladium poisoning issue and finally clearing his mental block, Tony's development speed had skyrocketed. The symbiote armor represented a massive leap forward in technology. Unlike conventional assembly-based armor systems, the symbiote metal responded directly to thought. It could instantly flow, solidify, reshape, and regenerate itself in real time. The scalability alone far surpassed previous models, and a liquid-state structure allowed constant material replenishment. With enough reinforcement, Tony could even construct massive anti-giant combat forms on demand. Rhodes said, stunned, "Since when did Iron Man switch to looking like a futuristic sports car?" Tony sounded equally surprised to see a Decepticon pilot he recognized. Tony scoffed automatically. Rhodes snorted. Tony laughed. Before Rhodes could reply, the giant monster began trying to flee. Tony immediately activated additional reserves of liquid, secondary kryptonite metal. The silver-white substance surged across his body like living mercury, then expanded. Layer upon layer of armor formed around him until a colossal mechanized giant towered over the battlefield. The giant Slayer armor, designed specifically to combat enormous enemies. Tony would never admit it out loud, but the inspiration definitely came from Drex Valen's Iron Overlord designs. The massive armored giant lunged forward and smashed the monster into the ground with a single punch. The output of the new element reactor vastly surpassed Tony's old palladium-based systems. Rhodes stared in shock. Tony grinned smugly inside the cockpit. As he spoke, liquid metal flowed along his arm and formed a massive blade. Then he drove it straight through the monster's chest. The giant creature died instantly. Rhodes froze. Tony was offering him armor? And after seeing what this thing could do, yeah, that was extremely tempting. Chapter 228. Rhodes found himself caught in a painful dilemma. On one hand, he loved the Decepticon armor's overwhelming firepower. On the other, Tony Stark's new suit was ridiculously appealing too. Couldn't he just have both? Tony blinked. Microspatial storage, Rhodes repeated matter-of-factly. Every Decepticon unit has it. Tony's expression changed instantly. Rhodes clearly had no idea what that actually implied. But Tony did. Spatial technology. Functional. Stable. Applied engineering-grade spatial technology. And Drex Valen had apparently already integrated it into military hardware. Tony immediately abandoned the conversation and contacted Drex directly. Tony asked without preamble. "It's a mature form of spatial technology," Drex replied calmly. For someone capable of manipulating free-floating dimensional energy and electromagnetic forces, creating a stable microspace wasn't especially difficult. More importantly, Drex had already reproduced the entire process through technology alone. Tony's pulse quickened. Even if using something this revolutionary to carry ammunition felt almost offensively wasteful, the scientist inside him couldn't ignore it. Drex didn't hide anything. Tony asked, so he answered. Space is generated through energy, Drex said, and governed through time. Tony's expression sharpened slightly. Whenever Einstein entered a conversation, even Tony Stark paid attention. Einstein was one of the greatest scientific minds in human history, Drex continued. Relativity revealed another layer of existence hidden beneath time itself. Compared to conventional three-dimensional space, four-dimensional structures possess far greater variability. Tony stayed silent. Energy expresses itself spatially in many forms, Drex said. Every explosion creates a temporary energy domain. Violent, chaotic. But if you can overcome the unstable nature of energy without triggering destruction. Years ago, Drex had theorized that sufficiently powerful energy could tear open space itself. It hadn't been baseless speculation. According to his later research, even something as simple as airflow generated by human movement represented a primitive form of spatial energy conversion. When kinetic force overpowered still air, the displaced atmosphere transformed into wind. And in the process, the microscopic energy space structures embedded within it changed as well. The scale was so small humans never noticed it. But the principle remained. Without energy, there could be no creation event at all. Earth itself was merely another condensed spatial structure formed through cosmic violence. Myths across human civilization reflect this idea, Drex continued. Worlds born from chaos. Realms carved from darkness. Different cultures. Tony suddenly interrupted him. Wait. Drex's answer came without hesitation. That alone was enough to make the conversation deeply uncomfortable. Most creation myths follow the same pattern, Drex continued. Tony leaned back slowly, processing every word. It's an extremely delicate state. Tony's scalp prickled. Silence filled the line. Even Tony Stark struggled to respond immediately. Eventually, Drex spoke again. I developed this theory years ago. The call ended shortly afterward. Tony remained motionless for a long time. Powerful enough energy could tear open space. No, this wasn't just spatial engineering anymore. Drex hadn't invented space technology. He discovered an entirely hidden layer of existence. Tony himself had researched cosmological theory extensively. The universe, in his view, was likely composed of parallel but relatively isolated systems. Humanity's observable universe could be considered Universe 1. If velocity reached sufficient extremes, perhaps it became possible to approach the edge of that universe and transition into another. It was impossible to prove with modern technology. Humanity simply lacked the means to travel that far. Still, certain calculations based on stellar behavior and cosmic expansion provided faint support for the theory. And if the universe itself originated from explosive energy, then perhaps the universe itself was merely another form of energy space structure. Energy, at least, wasn't a problem for Tony Stark. His enlarged arc reactor systems could provide absurd levels of output. For the first time in years, genuine excitement ignited inside him. He wanted to test Drex's theory immediately. Of course, experiments like this probably only worked in a universe as absurd as Marvel's. Even Drex suspected this kind of thing would be almost impossible to reproduce in a normal reality. Chapter 229-229. What Drex Valen had explained to Tony Stark was, in essence, cosmic energy. The concept had already been discussed before, so there was no need to repeat the fundamentals. Still, Drex was curious. If someone with Tony Stark's intellect truly discovered how to manipulate cosmic energy, what kind of monster would that create? A cosmic energy-powered Iron Man? Honestly, Marvel reality was bizarre enough that people could probably stuff universe-level energy into a metal container and call it a battery if they tried hard enough. Scientists in this world had a frightening ability to brute force logic into submission through sheer confidence. From Drex's perspective as a material scientist, though, the idea remained absurd. In his original world, even controlled fusion technology constantly slammed into the same problem. There simply weren't enough materials capable of containing that level of energy safely. And yet here, people built gods in garages. Later that evening, Drex went out with Tifa. There was no elaborate preparation involved. No hour-long outfit selection. No dramatic date planning. Once they decided to go out, they simply left. To Drex, this barely qualified as a date anyway. It felt more like an evening walk after dinner. Something like a movie or an amusement park would have matched his mental image of dating far better. Then again, as a former member of the Lonely Bastard Hall of Fame, romantic experience wasn't exactly his area of expertise. Most date scenarios from anime and novels had always felt too scripted to him, too artificial. But Tifa was different. Relaxed, quiet, elegant without trying to be. Walking beside her now created a strangely comfortable feeling. When he turned his head slightly, he found her smiling at him. Her outfit was simple tonight. A fitted short-sleeve shirt exposed smooth pale arms, while dark shorts and black stockings emphasized the long curves of her legs. Short boots clicked softly against the pavement as she walked beside him with easy confidence. Honestly, those legs were lethal. Tifa had always been beautiful, but the experiences she carried gave her a kind of mature composure that most women her age lacked. Without the regal dresses and formal styling she sometimes wore, she lost some of that untouchable queen-like aura. In exchange, something even more dangerous emerged. Warmth, charm, a mature femininity that felt impossible to ignore. Amazing what changing clothes could do, Tifa asked after catching him staring for far too long. Drex didn't even bother pretending innocence. Can't help it, he said casually. Living while constantly worrying about saying the wrong thing sounded exhausting. Sometimes honesty was easier. Tifa laughed softly. It's important, she admitted. She reached over and pulled his arm down naturally, wrapping herself against him the way couples did without thinking. Then she rested her head lightly against his shoulder, eyes carrying a faintly playful glint. Drex didn't deny it. There was something calming about Tifa's quiet confidence. No pressure, no performance, just comfort. Then Tifa lifted a hand and pointed ahead. Under the glow of neon lights, the massive Ferris wheel stood out against the New York skyline. I want to ride that, she said with a smile. It wasn't really a suggestion, but neither was it a demand. She left him room to refuse. I'll come with you, Drex answered easily. It wasn't exactly a difficult request. Somewhere along the way, she had naturally started calling him by a shorter nickname. Seeing him accept it so casually made her smile widen slightly. This wasn't bad at all. The amusement park itself sat just outside Manhattan, funded by a Japanese entertainment corporation. It had become surprisingly famous across New York despite opening relatively recently, making it a popular destination for couples looking for nighttime dates. Most of the attractions were already closed for maintenance at this hour. Only the Ferris wheel still moved slowly against the night sky, which was exactly what Tifa wanted. Not the rides, not the crowds, just somewhere high above the city where she could spend quiet time alone with him. Tifa looked surprised. Yeah, Tifa's smile brightened immediately. A staff member nearby waved them toward the boarding platform. Right this way, he said enthusiastically. Since there aren't many visitors tonight, we slowed the rotation speed a little. His expression practically screamed, I totally get what kind of night this is, which made Drex want to roll his eyes. Tifa, on the other hand, seemed highly amused by it. Thank you, she said politely before stepping into the cabin first. Then she looked back at Drex, who finally climbed in after her. The Ferris wheel began to rise slowly. As the cabin ascended, New York's sea of neon lights spread out beneath them like a glowing electric ocean. Drex glanced sideways. Tifa was still holding his arm. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Tifa raised an eyebrow. Tifa's eyes narrowed slightly. And at the time, I was also wondering things like where she was, what kind of person she'd be, whether she was doing okay. Tifa looked deeply unimpressed. Drex blinked. That sounded dangerously loaded. Then Tifa suddenly laughed softly and squeezed his hand tighter. All right, She shifted closer until she found a comfortable position against him, resting her head on his shoulder again. Their hands intertwined naturally. Drex could feel a faint trace of sweat in her palm. Nervousness. Goo. Then she tilted her head slightly and smiled. Eventually, the Ferris wheel completed its slow rotation and descended back toward the platform. Tifa walked out, still pressed tightly against Drex's side, clearly reluctant for the ride to end. The employee who had helped them board earlier watched the two leave with a complicated expression. Such a waste of my professional support efforts, he thought silently. Meanwhile, Tifa still felt unsatisfied. Honestly, she wished the ride had lasted another half hour. Being alone together in that quiet cabin, talking casually while the city lights stretched beneath them. It had worked far better than all the relationship advice articles she'd looked up online recommending restaurants, movies, or luxury hotels. Though admittedly, that last option might still have been pretty effective too. Chapter 230-230 D. When Loki eventually tried to connect to the Space Stone, Drex would be able to redirect the connection straight to the fake cube. The imitation already possessed most of the Space Stone's basic spatial properties. Opening portals would be easy, which meant all Drex had to do now was wait. In the meantime, he spent most of his free time researching the Space Stone and the Power Stone. The results were fascinating. Through the Space Stone, Drex identified more than 100 previously undiscovered elements unknown to humanity. At this point, I could publish an entirely new periodic table, he muttered with satisfaction. More importantly, his research had finally revealed the true method of using the Space Stone properly. Originally, knowledge like this should have belonged only to beings like Thanos and Odin's family. Curious, Drex opened a portal experimentally. The reaction was immediate. A voice came from the other side. Then Ancient One appeared almost instantly and sealed the portal shut with a form of magic Drex couldn't even properly analyze. Do not open dimensional gateways on Earth, she said helplessly. The defensive network formed by the three sanctums can resist invasions from dimensional entities. Drex narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Originally, he had assumed the Space Stone only opened pathways across physical space, allowing travel between planets. Apparently, it could breach dimensional barriers directly. Interesting. That meant the Space Stone could theoretically be used as a bridge into higher dimensional realms, potentially even as a method to challenge dimensional gods inside their own domains. The Ancient One answered his unspoken thought immediately. Dimensional entities inside their own realms are effectively immortal, she explained. Within their dimensions, they exist as single universe-level beings. Her tone carried obvious frustration. This version of the Ancient One wasn't quite as overwhelmingly powerful as certain alternate iterations. Some versions of her had dominated dimensional entities using nothing but white magic from the Vishanti and sheer personal mastery, even without relying heavily on the Time Stone. Still, she remained terrifyingly knowledgeable. Now that Drex possessed the abilities of a magical Kryptonian, he found himself genuinely interested in discussing magic with her. Not learning it, just understanding it. At first, the Ancient One claimed she was too busy. Then the conversation kept going and going. Eventually, even she looked surprised. Drex displayed absurd talent from magical theory. Honestly, he seemed even more gifted than Stephen Strange, the man she had originally expected to become the future Sorcerer Supreme, which created a problem, because she had never seen a future where Drex Valen became Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One sighed internally. It was only 2011. There were still 5 years remaining before the timeline she expected would finally guide Stephen Strange toward his destiny. If Drex truly possessed a future as Sorcerer Supreme, she would have handed him the position immediately. After their discussion ended, Drex came to one very direct conclusion. The Ancient One had explained it honestly enough. Magic, fundamentally, was borrowing power and converting it into supernatural phenomena. But borrowing power always carried a cost. Every spellcaster gradually became contaminated by the aura of dimensional entities. And once the contamination reached a certain level, the caster essentially became a beacon for those beings to invade reality. Even the Ancient One herself carried traces of countless dimensional signatures. Large ones, small ones. She had simply learned how to manage them better than anyone else. While Drex and the Ancient One sat around, casually discussing the nature of magic and dimensions, D descended into complete chaos. "Sir, we have a problem." Nick Fury had already been drowning in work lately. At this point, he probably wished he could split himself into 6 different people just to keep up. Refused to handle administrative work. Other people might have loved having that kind of authority. D effectively operated above the jurisdiction of the world's major powers. But Fury was suffering. The workload was endless. He'd finally started seeing progress with experimental skin regeneration treatments. Tiny strands of hair had even begun growing back on his scarred scalp. Then the stress immediately killed them again. It nearly broke him psychologically. And now the Tesseract situation exploded on top of everything else. Because he was occupied handling too many matters simultaneously, Fury had sent Maria Hill to investigate the abnormal energy readings personally. What returned instead was a disaster report. Nick Fury's face darkened instantly. His single eye widened sharply. Clint Barton had originally been assigned there specifically as security. And now it looked like Fury had personally placed a traitor directly beside one of the most sensitive assets on Earth. The underground research facility had already collapsed beneath the ocean by the time Hill escaped. Covered in blood and barely holding herself together, she quickly summarized what she'd witnessed. "Yes, I don't know," Hill admitted. "By the time I arrived, Barton and the others were already leaving. The researchers you assigned there went with them willingly." Fury paused. "Yes, no signs of coercion." Hill took a slow breath. Nick Fury pressed a hand against his forehead. A headache was forming rapidly. D2, damn it. Former king of spies or not, Fury was reaching his limit. Still, anger didn't cloud his judgment. Not completely, but do not explain what happened yet. Hill wiped blood from her forehead while silently imagining punching Fury directly in the face. "Wait," Fury added suddenly. Hill closed her eyes briefly. Very calmly, she answered, then in the politest tone imaginable. Outwardly, she remained professional. Internally, she was one sentence away from screaming at him. "Right?" Fury muttered. "That should be enough preparation. Hopefully." Inside the enormous office, Nick Fury stood alone in silence. Shadows covered most of his face. Only his remaining eye remained visible, burning with cold fury. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 231. Nick Fury stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, staring out at the endless skyline of steel and glass. Then he caught sight of his own reflection. He sighed heavily. Days of non-stop work and sleepless nights had already destroyed the tiny bit of hair regeneration he'd finally managed to achieve. Worse, the dark circles under his eyes were becoming increasingly horrifying. Life had been brutal lately. Research into the Tesseract had only just begun making breakthrough progress when Loki showed up and detonated his entire schedule like a grenade. The so-called God of Mischief had arrived swinging, and Fury had taken every hit directly to the liver. His trusted right-hand man, Hawkeye, had been brainwashed and turned against him. The lead astrophysicist studying the Tesseract, Eric Selvig, had defected too. Even the underground research facility that had consumed billions of dollars in funding was now buried rubble. That was money, no hard work. Meanwhile, Fury also had to deal with non-stop pressure from representatives of the world powers who suddenly found their courage the moment Drex Valen stopped appearing in public. At the same time, he had teams desperately searching for the Tesseract. Unfortunately, Loki was apparently excellent at hiding things. Fury's agents had found absolutely nothing, which made him even angrier. So why were there still so many useless idiots working for him? Commanded so much authority in the first place. Drex Valen. The man alone represented 90% of the organization's deterrence. Everyone else was basically decorative accessories hanging off the real weapon. Ironically, Drex himself found that deeply annoying. He hadn't even publicly revealed how absurdly powerful he truly was, yet people already treated him like a one-man apocalypse. As paranoid as ever, Fury refused to gamble everything on his subordinates suddenly becoming competent. So while one team searched for their perpetually absent director, another was dispatched to find Bruce Banner. Only Banner had a realistic chance of tracking the Tesseract scientifically. But potential alone isn't enough, Loki said calmly. I need more. Night wind swept through the moving vehicle as Loki sat comfortably in the back seat, speaking to the loyal followers under his control. I will bring liberation, he continued. Understood, Hawkeye answered calmly. His expression looked completely normal. In Queens, Hawkeye said, there's a giant obsessed with strength. In Manhattan, there's a man made of iron. Excellent, Loki said with satisfaction. Loki wasn't stupid. He understood Midgard was strange. Most humans were weak, but the strong ones? Some of them were absurd. Winning through direct confrontation alone would be difficult. Fortunately, Loki hadn't arrived alone. Beyond the small Chitauri strike force accompanying him now, an entire planetary-scale invasion army waited behind him. If quality failed, quantity would suffice. Even the strongest warriors would eventually fall through attrition. Gods were meant to stand above mortals. Humanity was meant to kneel. Fear, submission, obedience. That was the natural order of things. Anyone arrogant enough to raise a weapon against a god deserved death. Loki could already see it in his mind. The world beneath his rule. The version either. Drex Valen had considered Fury's old flying aircraft carrier obsolete and built an entirely new one personally. As true headquarters, Maria Hill stood at the center of the command room. Several voices asked immediately. Stuttgart, Germany. Königstrasse 28. Tony Stark snorted. He spread his hands dramatically. Can I officially consider that a personal insult? Hill completely ignored him. Ben. Natasha. Ben Grimm and Natasha Romanoff headed out together without hesitation. Tony looked offended. He complained. A public showdown against an alien invader in Europe was exactly the kind of stage Tony Stark loved. And Hill not stopping him was basically approval. She immediately sent the update to Fury. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner had just arrived aboard the helicarrier and was being escorted toward the research labs. Germany. North Plaza, Königstrasse. A massive crowd knelt across the square in terrified silence. Despite standing there alone, Loki completely dominated the scene. Just as he claimed, humans naturally bowed before overwhelming power. They craved rulers, craved authority, craved gods. Unfortunately for Loki, one elderly man in the crowd apparently lacked self-preservation instincts. The old man stood upright and openly called Loki a hypocritical tyrant to his face. The smile vanished from Loki's expression instantly. Humiliated publicly, his patience evaporated. He raised the scepter coldly. If humanity needed a lesson about rebellion, he would provide one. Blue energy gathered at the tip of the staff. The next second, the old man should have exploded into bloody fragments. Instead, a massive orange figure dropped from the sky and landed directly in front of him. Boom! The energy blast struck Ben Grimm squarely in the chest. Not even a pebble chipped off his rocky hide. Years of brutal fights, monster attacks, and repeated near-death experiences had caused the thing's body to evolve even further. The stone composing his skin had become monstrously dense, approaching diamond-level hardness. The kneeling civilians panicked instantly and scattered in every direction. Loki merely glanced at them and let them flee. Above the plaza, a Quinjet hovered roughly 20 meters overhead. Natasha Romanoff locked targeting systems onto Loki while speaking through the aircraft's external speakers. Loki smiled coldly. To someone who considered himself rightful king of Asgard, surrender was humiliation. Murderous intent flashed through his eyes. He fired instantly. The blue energy blast tore toward the Quinjet. Natasha reacted immediately, maneuvering the aircraft aside just in time. But Loki had already committed to the attack, which meant he didn't see Ben moving. The thing charged forward and drove a massive fist directly into Loki's face. Smack! The impact sounded almost like a brutal slap. Loki staggered sideways, fury exploding across his features. Unlike Thor during his exile, Loki still possessed his divine strength. His physical abilities vastly exceeded normal humans, and people often forgot something important. Loki was a frost giant. He possessed roughly 50 tons of strength and absurd physical durability. Ben's punch hurt, but to Loki, it was closer to taking a heavyweight boxer's hook than suffering a crippling blow. Chapter 232. Pain and humiliation were two completely different things. Loki could tolerate injury. He could not tolerate being slapped across the face by a mortal. Rage exploded across his expression as he roared, "Midgardian!" Loki Laufeyson carried the blood of frost giant royalty within him. The heritage he despised most had also granted him terrifying gifts. Beyond his monstrous affinity for magic, his body possessed strength and speed that surpassed the overwhelming majority of species in the universe. Whether in close combat or sorcery, Loki was deadly, and Ben Grimm had underestimated him badly. To Ben, Loki looked like a skinny spellcaster, a ranged fighter, someone weak in direct combat. That mistake cost him instantly. Boom! Everyone watched in disbelief as Loki swung the scepter and launched the thing backward like a missile. Ben smashed through a parked car hard enough to crumple the entire vehicle around him. What the hell just happened? Ben Grimm's body mass had become increasingly absurd over time. At this point, the thing weighed close to 50 tons, and Loki had just knocked him flying with one arm. The visual alone felt wrong. Then the wrecked car exploded apart. Ben stormed out furiously. The pavement cracked beneath his footsteps as he charged Loki head-on and threw a massive punch. Thud! The impact sounded like a sledgehammer hitting reinforced steel. Loki felt his face twist violently from the blow as brutal force detonated across his skull. His vision blurred instantly. The momentum ripped through his entire body before he could react. Then he was airborne. Loki crashed more than 10 meters away and slammed through a decorative stone sculpture in the plaza, disappearing beneath a shower of rubble. Crash! Broken stone scattered everywhere. Several seconds later, Loki slowly rose from the debris, leaning on his scepter while shaking his head. His cheek had swollen badly. Half his face felt numb. Then something strange rolled around inside his mouth. Loki spat reflexively. A bloody tooth landed in his palm. He stared at it blankly. Then his expression exploded with fury. Loki swung the scepter viciously toward Ben again, intending to blast him away. Instead, Ben grabbed the weapon mid-swing, then drove a brutal elbow directly into Loki's shoulder. The sheer force shattered the air with a cannon-like shockwave that carved visible grooves across the pavement. Loki barely managed to scream before the attack smashed him straight into the ground. Boom! A crater erupted beneath him. Even with frost giant durability, Loki felt the breath driven out of his body. His horned helmet flew off somewhere across the plaza. When he climbed back up, mud clung to his hair and clothing, completely ruining the elegant image he'd maintained moments earlier. The injuries weren't serious, but the humiliation was unbearable. After firing an energy blast to force Ben backward temporarily, Loki finally snapped. He glared murderously at Ben Grimm. Truthfully, Loki could kill Ben if he abandoned the plan and fought seriously. He had countless magical methods available, though physically, he still couldn't match the evolved thing head-on. There's no such thing as gods, Ben corrected flatly, sounding more like a scientist than a superhero. Loki's eyes darkened. The swelling on his face had already begun fading rapidly, leaving behind only faint bruising. Then loud rock music suddenly blasted across the plaza. A streak of fire tore through the sky. Tony Stark arrived dramatically in full armor. Two repulsor beams slammed directly into Loki's chest. The impact forced Loki backward several meters, his scepter digging into the ground as he resisted the blast. Tony descended smoothly and spread both arms outward. Mechanical clicks echoed everywhere as dozens of weapon systems locked onto Loki simultaneously. "Well, look at that," Tony said cheerfully. "Did you like Uncle Stark's welcome gift?" He tilted his helmet slightly. "That's okay." Ben Grimm and Iron Man positioned themselves on opposite sides of Loki, cutting off every obvious escape route. Loki inhaled slowly, twice, then forced his rage back down. Golden light shimmered around him as his Asgardian armor dissolved away, leaving him in an elegant black suit. Finally, he raised both hands. "Smart choice," Tony said. He retracted part of the weapon system, but kept the armor combat ready. Natasha frowned from nearby. "Pretty obviously," Tony replied immediately. His faceplate folded open, revealing an expression that practically demanded praise. Natasha ignored him completely. Soon afterward, the group escorted Loki aboard the Quinjet. The Idicarrier. Inside the cabin, Loki sat silently in the corner. Too silently. Too cooperatively. Natasha Romanoff felt increasingly uneasy the longer she watched him. Either Loki possessed terrifying self-control, or this entire situation was part of a larger plan. Probably both. Originally, Steve Rogers would have been the first person suspicious of Loki's behavior. So Natasha was relying entirely on instinct. And honestly, in the Marvel Universe, Black Widow consistently proved herself one of the most reliable heroes alive. After Thanos' snap in the future, Thor would drown himself in alcohol and video games until he became overweight and broken. Hawkeye would wander Japan, slaughtering gangsters while spiraling mentally. Tony Stark would withdraw from the world. Bruce Banner would lose himself too. While countless powerful men collapsed emotionally, Natasha would still be one of the few people desperately trying to keep civilization functioning. So when her instincts screamed that something was wrong, they were usually right. "I've got a bad feeling about this," she said quietly. Tony raised an eyebrow. "This doesn't make sense," Natasha replied. "He's powerful." Nearby, Loki listened silently, then smiled faintly to himself. Strong fortresses usually collapse from within, and this one looked especially fragile. Suddenly, thunder exploded outside. Boom! The previously clear night sky vanished beneath thick storm clouds and violent lightning. Natasha frowned immediately. The Quinjet was flying above the cloud layer. There shouldn't have been lightning anywhere near them. At the sound of thunder, Loki shifted slightly in his seat. Tony noticed instantly. He asked. Loki's face darkened. "It's not the lightning," he muttered. The instant he finished speaking, bang! Something massive landed on top of the Quinjet hard enough to shake the entire aircraft violently. Loki closed his eyes briefly. Wonderful. Tony didn't hesitate. The symbiote armor surged across his face instantly as he prepared for combat. For all his arrogance and constant grandstanding, Tony Stark never backed down when things actually mattered. The rear hatch burst open. Lightning flooded the cabin. Then Thor descended from the storm itself, crimson cape whipping wildly behind him. He stepped forward angrily, clearly ready to confront Loki, then stopped. Thor noticed the bruises still visible on Loki's face. Immediately, his expression changed. His tone softened on the spot. "Brother." Thor stared at the swelling with genuine concern. Chapter 233. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Tony Stark reacted first, stepping directly in front of Thor to block him. Thor didn't even slow down. One swing of Mjolnir sent Tony flying sideways through the Quinjet cabin. Thor snorted coldly, grabbed Loki by the collar, and launched himself out of the aircraft. "It's Thor," Natasha said immediately. "Relax." That did absolutely nothing to calm Tony. He snapped while climbing back to his feet. Then he rocketed straight into the storm clouds after them. Natasha rubbed her forehead. Tony's mouth alone could probably start an interstellar diplomatic crisis if left unsupervised long enough. With a sigh, She reported the situation back to the helicarrier and set the Quinjet to automated holding patterns nearby. Tony caught up to Thor almost immediately, and without wasting a second, he punched him directly in the face. The symbiote armor had elevated Tony Stark's combat capabilities to a terrifying level. Even on a cosmic scale, he qualified as a serious powerhouse now. Compared to the bleeding-edge armor from later years, this suit was vastly superior. That older technology had already become obsolete in Tony's eyes. Thor absorbed the punch, then casually retaliated with Mjolnir. Boom! Tony got launched backward through the trees. "Sir," Jarvis reported calmly, "the target's durability exceeds projected estimates." Tony stared. Thor raised Mjolnir toward the sky. Lightning exploded downward. Tony barely had time to complain before natural thunderbolts slammed directly into him. These weren't the later god-infused lightning attacks Thor would eventually wield after fully awakening his divine power, but ordinary targets still wouldn't survive being hit by them. Thor clearly didn't expect the metal man in front of him to survive either. But the silver-white symbiote armor held firm. Electricity surged wildly across the suit's surface, while insulation systems redirected most of the current harmlessly away. Tony grinned. Then both his arms transformed into massive energy cannons. Boom! This time, Thor got blasted backward. Nearby, Loki sat against a rock watching the entire scene unfold with obvious enjoyment. Thor roared furiously. He leapt forward and smashed Mjolnir directly against Tony's raised arm. The armor reacted instantly. Liquid secondary kryptonite metal surged outward, forming a shield just before impact. Crash! The collision created a deafening explosion. The liquid metal shield visibly dented inward under the force of the strike. Fortunately, Tony twisted aside in time. Otherwise, that hammer would have landed directly on his body. At close range, Thor completely dominated him. Within seconds, Tony was getting beaten into the ground. The symbiote armor shifted immediately. Liquid metal surged across Tony's frame in massive quantities. Then the armor expanded. A colossal mechanized giant erupted from the forest. Giant Slayer mode. The same anti-Hulk combat configuration Tony had designed for fighting monsters capable of flattening cities. And suddenly the momentum reversed. In this form, Tony could physically wrestle the Hulk head-on. Thor took a massive punch directly across the jaw hard enough to split his lip open. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Still, Thor had centuries of combat experience fighting giants and monsters across the Nine Realms. The two powerhouses tore through the forest around them like natural disasters. By the time Ben Grimm finally arrived, most of the trees were simply gone. Ben stared at the battlefield. He pressed a hand to his rocky forehead. Natasha's voice came through the comms immediately. "Stop them." At this point, Natasha was spiritually exhausted. Every single person on this team had authority issues. Ben charged forward without hesitation. Thor noticed him immediately. Without overthinking it, Thor hurled Mjolnir. The hammer smashed directly into Ben Grimm. Boom! Ben got launched backward instantly. For the first time in a very long while, visible cracks spread across the thing's nearly indestructible stone skin. Ben stared blankly. Hold on, were Thor and Loki seriously brothers? Because the power difference between them felt ridiculous. Still, once Ben rejoined the fight, the chaos ended quickly. Even Thor couldn't comfortably handle both Giant Slayer Iron Man and the Thing at the same time. Night passed quickly. Loki was eventually imprisoned aboard the helicarrier inside a specially designed containment cell. The public version of the Avengers had officially scored their first major victory. Loki's scepter was confiscated and delivered to the Gamma Research Lab, where Bruce Banner and Tony Stark began attempting to use it to locate the Tesseract. Thor informed everyone that Loki's true objective involved using the Tesseract to summon an extraterrestrial invasion force and conquer Earth. The warning created some urgency, but only some. After all, two genius scientists were now working the problem together. Finding the Tesseract was just a matter of time, and time was something they believed they had plenty of. Loki was locked in a reinforced cell, playing the role of defeated prisoner, while the so-called Avengers slowly assembled themselves. On the surface, everything looked promising, but everyone aboard the helicarrier understood the truth. This was the illusion Nick Fury needed to present to the World Security Council. Yes, Loki had been captured, but Hawkeye and Eric Selvig were still missing. And more importantly, the Tesseract itself remained completely unaccounted for. Those were only the obvious problems. The deeper issue was internal. The team itself was a disaster waiting to happen. The greatest problem was trust. Nick Fury's reputation as the king of spies already explained why nobody fully trusted him. Thor trusted absolutely no one except Loki. And after Loki metaphorically stabbed him in the kidney enough times, even that trust had started eroding. Beyond Fury, the heroes themselves had almost no chemistry. Every single one of them was powerful, stubborn, and used to operating independently. Strong personalities made terrible soldiers. Everyone wanted to lead. Nobody wanted to listen. A collection of elite superhumans sounded perfect in theory. In reality, the entire structure felt unstable enough to shatter at any moment. Worst of all, Fury had assembled the team without finding someone capable of truly leading it. And sitting right in the middle of all this chaos was Loki himself, pretending to be captured, watching, manipulating, stirring the cracks wider from the inside. The situation would have been completely different if Drex Valen had actually shown up. Whether hero or civilian, everyone acknowledged Drex's terrifying competence and overwhelming capability. He was the kind of person who only appeared once in a century. D was currently continuing his long-standing tradition of disappearing whenever people needed him most. And without him there, the Proto-Avengers began falling apart almost immediately. Ironically, the loudest source of conflict came from the man constantly preaching justice, freedom, and progress. Tony Stark. Chapter 234-234. The reason everything fell apart was simple. Tony Stark was still Tony Stark. 3 blockbuster hero careers and worldwide fame hadn't changed the fact that he fundamentally refused to sit quietly and follow orders. He hated blind obedience. And when something smelled wrong, his first instinct was always to rip the curtain down himself and expose whatever was hiding behind it. If Drex Valen had been present, Tony probably wouldn't have dared push things this far. But Drex's near-mythical habit of disappearing for long stretches had created a dangerous vacuum. For things beyond its original purpose. The organization had been founded to protect the planet and eliminate monsters. That was it. Nobody was supposed to exploit its resources or power for political agendas. As classified systems, what they found was ugly. Some of it was merely embarrassing. For example, Fury had quietly redirected enormous amounts of taxpayer money into researching follicle regeneration technology for his deteriorating scalp. Tony and Banner simply touched their own healthy hairlines and exchanged amused looks at that one. But the second discovery wiped the smiles from their faces immediately. I've been using the Tesseract's energy to develop weapons of mass destruction. That changed everything. The two geniuses confronted Fury directly. His vague answers and evasive responses only made them angrier. Then Fury stopped denying it altogether and simply stayed silent. That silence detonated the room. Thor, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, Nick Fury. Within minutes, the room fractured into competing sides. The loudest target quickly became Fury himself, partly because of his decisions and partly because the overhead lights reflected aggressively off his bald head. Thor crossed his arms. "You experimented with the Tesseract," he said bluntly. "That is why Loki came here." Fury's face darkened immediately. Everything he had done was for Earth's survival, and now everyone was acting like he was the villain. He pointed directly at Tony and Banner. "Sure," Tony said casually. Fury jabbed a finger toward Thor. Thor frowned instantly. "Yes, because of you people." Thor's expression hardened. "When you arrived on Earth, your conflict with your brother destroyed an entire town." Fury's voice grew colder. "And it proved there are civilizations out there stronger than us. more advanced than us. Thor stepped forward. Asgard protected Earth for centuries. But the universe doesn't revolve around Asgard. Fury shot back immediately. That shut Thor up for a moment. Nobody in the room was the type to back down from their convictions. Every one of them was exceptional. Every one of them believed they were right. And none of them were capable of convincing the others. Nearby, Loki's scepter rested quietly in the lab. The Mind Stone embedded within it emitted faint pulses none of them noticed. Invisible waves spread silently throughout the room. Negative emotions intensified. Suspicion, anger, jealousy, pride. All of it slowly sharpened beneath the stone's influence. Eyes reddened. Tempers escalated. Only Drex Valen remained completely unaffected. Hidden nearby, through a combination of magical abilities, telepathy, Phoenix Force energy, and Kryptonian perception, he silently observed the chaos while maintaining invisibility. His attention wasn't even on the argument. It was on the Mind Stone. So close, Drex mused thoughtfully. The debate rapidly deteriorated into shouting. Shouting became shoving, and shoving looked dangerously close to becoming a full-scale superhuman brawl. At that exact moment, a transport aircraft slowly approached the helicarrier. Transport Craft 66B, the control tower transmitted. Transmit grupe identificación. What cargo are you carrying? Inside the aircraft, Hawkeye calmly answered, weapons and ammunition. The tower operators exchanged confused looks, but still didn't feel threatened. Transmit your mission authorization code. We will maintain current distance. It was arrogance. Pure, deeply. Ingrained arrogance. America still believed itself untouchable. Still believed nobody would dare attack them directly. And then reality arrived like a sledgehammer. Boom! A massive explosion slammed into the helicarrier. The heroes inside the lab were thrown violently off their feet. Warning sirens instantly screamed across the entire vessel. Combat personnel flooded critical defense points. Security around Loki's holding cell tripled immediately. The helicarrier. An attack like this would have caused catastrophic structural damage. Outdated carrier. This was the helicarrier designed by Drex Valen. And after the smoke cleared, the attacking transport crew stared in disbelief. The helicarrier was completely unharmed. Then sections of the ship's armor shifted open. 5 massive rows of gun batteries emerged. Each row contained more than 100 cannons. Close-range defense systems. After all, the enemy had already reached point-blank range. Each weapon was an 11-barreled 55mm rotary autocannon equipped with dual ammunition feeds. Every turret could independently lock onto 100 targets simultaneously. Maximum firing rate, 200 rounds per second. And because every component had been constructed using secondary kryptonite alloy, overheating simply wasn't a concern. The barrels could maintain continuous fire for nearly 100 hours before even beginning to glow red. That was the terrifying advantage of Drex's materials science. Fewer weapons, far greater efficiency, ridiculous combat performance. Inside the transport plane, Clint Barton's face went pale. Then the helicarrier opened fire. BRRRRTT. Chapter 235. Every one of the helicarrier's close-range defense cannons had been designed personally by Drex Valen. Their effective range reached a ridiculous 8 kilometers. Effective range. After that, nobody was entirely sure how far the shells could continue traveling. The system could intercept nearly 90% of incoming missiles and aerial threats before impact. And that was only the point defense layer. The helicarrier also possessed an absurd number of missile systems hidden throughout its structure. The heroes rushed outside in full combat readiness after the explosion, only to discover the helicarrier itself completely intact. The attackers, meanwhile, were nowhere to be seen. Nick Fury remained surprisingly calm. "This carrier isn't easy to destroy," he said flatly. Secondary kryptonite alloy might not rival adamantium or vibranium in absolute durability, but it still surpassed every conventional alloy on Earth by an enormous margin, which made the helicarrier's defensive capability completely outrageous. Trying to breach it with a transport plane and explosive arrows was basically a joke. Drex glanced at Fury with an odd expression. That sounded dangerously close to raising a death flag. Sure enough, the entire helicarrier suddenly shuddered violently. Boom! Fury's expression changed instantly. Operators immediately pulled up the external surveillance feed. A massive yellow-brown giant was standing on top of the helicarrier, smashing its armor repeatedly with monstrous force. Fury stared in disbelief. To Fury, Emil Blonsky had always seemed straightforward. Because he wanted greater power. Afterward, he had enthusiastically exterminated monsters for the organization without complaint. Sure, his transformed appearance looked horrifying, but the public actually loved him. What Fury didn't know was that Blonsky still remained under Drex Valen's control, and Drex himself was genuinely curious about something. Super Abomination versus the Hulk, or Super Abomination versus Thor. Either matchup sounded entertaining. It was a long overdue spectacle. As expected, Bruce Banner immediately stepped forward. Thor grinned almost instantly. Now that he'd confirmed Loki was still safely imprisoned, Thor's enthusiasm for battle had returned in full force. And Super Abomination absolutely looked like the kind of opponent Thor enjoyed fighting. Banner didn't object. After all, the Hulk had been trained extensively by Drex. He'd learned teamwork, learned restraint, learned how to fight with technique instead of relying entirely on brute force. Apparently, Drex had even planned to teach Hulk Bejequin soon, describing it as an ancient martial art from the East supposedly capable of killing gods. Fury authorized the hangar doors to open. The moment they did, an arrow shot through the entrance. Thor caught it casually midair. Boom! The explosive arrow detonated directly in Thor's hand and blasted him backward across the room. Clint Barton immediately vaulted through the open hatch, then froze. Right in front of him, Bruce Banner was rapidly transforming. Muscles swelled, bones cracked, green skin spread violently across his body. The Hulk looked directly at him. Clint's face instantly changed. He turned and sprinted immediately. Hulk hesitated briefly, uncertain whether he should pursue him. Then Clint suddenly got intercepted mid-run. A pair of long legs wrapped around his neck from above in a brutal aerial takedown. Black Widow slammed him hard into the floor. Natasha had many things she intended to discuss with the traitorous Hawkeye. The green giant immediately leapt through the hangar opening. He caught the outer structure of the helicarrier one-handed and climbed upward at terrifying speed, reaching the top of the vessel within seconds. Thor, covered in soot from the explosion, blasted upward after him. Meanwhile, Super Abomination continued hammering the helicarrier's surface. After all that effort, he had only managed to dent the secondary kryptonite alloy by roughly 10 centimeters. The armor plating itself was over 1 meter thick, an absolutely insane level of overengineering. Even worse, the helicarrier's energy systems continuously circulated throughout the ship, meaning the damaged section would regenerate itself within minutes. If the carrier had been constructed using true Kryptonian metal from Krypton itself, the repairs probably would have taken seconds. The Hulk immediately tackled Super Abomination. The collision between the two monsters shook the entire carrier. Everyone inside heard the impact overhead. Something enormous was fighting above them. This time was Thor shouting. At the same moment, Mjolnir rocketed across the battlefield. The Hulk heard Thor's warning and instinctively dodged. Super Abomination reacted even faster. Both he and Hulk heard Thor simultaneously. Hulk simply dodged. Blonsky, however, performed 2 rapid backward flips, creating enormous distance while also causing Mjolnir to miss entirely. Thor's eyes lit up, and he loved opponents like that. 3 absolute monsters began battling atop the helicarrier at 9,000 meters altitude, where oxygen was thin and the wind screamed violently across the hull. None of them appeared affected at all. The others could only watch helplessly. Tony Stark originally intended to fly out and assist. Fury stopped him immediately. The situation inside the carrier still wasn't secure. If another emergency happened, Ben Grimm alone wouldn't be enough. Tony thought about it for a moment and reluctantly admitted Fury had a point. Above them, Thor smashed Mjolnir directly into Super Abomination with devastating force, and accomplished basically nothing. Because this wasn't the original Abomination, Drex had modified and evolved Blonsky extensively. Super Abomination possessed a terrifying new ability, the absorption of kinetic energy. The harder he got hit, the stronger he became. And just like that, Hulk and Thor somehow found themselves losing a 2-versus-1 fight. Super Abomination grew stronger with every exchange. More violent, more unstoppable. Gradually, he began overpowering both of them simultaneously. Thor still stubbornly refused to use lightning offensively. To him, relying on divine lightning during a close-range brawl felt dishonorable. Even though he clearly noticed Super Abomination becoming stronger over time, it never occurred to him to simply electrocute the problem. Watching this, Drex sighed internally. No wonder Odin worried about Thor becoming king. The man was an absolute battle maniac. Eventually, Drex left the observation area and quietly approached Loki's containment chamber. Naturally, Loki couldn't see him. The god of mischief was currently focused entirely on figuring out how to escape. Midgard had turned out far more dangerous than he expected. His controlled agents still hadn't breached the helicarrier. Several had already died. Then suddenly, Drex pressed a button. Inside the prison cell, Loki abruptly felt weightless. The floor beneath him vanished. Loki dropped straight downward. His expression froze in confusion. Wait. Meanwhile, Drex calmly picked up the discarded weapon, then crushed its outer shell effortlessly. Cracks spread across the metal casing. A brilliant golden gem emerged into his palm. The Mind Stone. As expected, invasive energy immediately attempted to spread into his body. But this time, it didn't even manage to penetrate his skin before being completely suppressed. Without hesitation, Drex embedded the Mind Stone into the same palm, already holding the others. Space Stone, Power Stone, Mind Stone, 3 Infinity Stones. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 236. Once the events of Thor, the Dark World began, Drex Valen intended to take the Reality Stone as well. That would give him 4 Infinity Stones in total. Unless this universe somehow hid the cosmic entity known as the Nemesis, he had very little to worry about once the stones were gathered. Meanwhile, Loki got to enjoy the same treatment Thor had once suffered in the original timeline. A fall from nearly 30,000 feet, followed by imprisonment. Well, the prison part barely mattered. Loki escaped the cell with trivial ease using magic. The fall, however, had nearly shattered every bone in his body. Leaning against the wall and clutching his lower back, Loki glared venomously at the sky. Back aboard the helicarrier, things had stabilized quickly. Because the carrier itself hadn't suffered catastrophic damage, and because Drex Valen personally stepped in, Emil Blonsky had been put down within seconds. Most of the Avengers were already numb to displays of Drex's strength. Thor, however, was another story entirely. The god of thunder stared openly at Drex with surprise. Thor asked Tony. Tony folded his arms. He's our boss. Coming from Tony Stark, that statement carried weight. His ego was legendary, but after being repeatedly humbled by Drex, he'd long since accepted reality. Thor's eyes lit up instantly. If even Stark admitted that much, then this Midgardian was worth fighting. Dr. Banner tracked the Tesseract's location, Natasha said, bringing everyone back to business. Tony and Bruce both reacted immediately. Natasha turned toward Thor. Both Hawkeye and Blonsky were unconscious, leaving Thor as their only source of information. Thor hesitated briefly before answering. He plans to use the Tesseract to open a gateway. At that moment, Drex spoke. My satellites detected an energy surge in New York. Steve frowned. No one expected Loki to move that quickly. Drex looked over the room calmly. Then his gaze hardened. He could have stopped this before it began, but he chose not to. The Battle of New York would become the catalyst that pushed Earth into a true technological revolution. Before this battle, advanced technology still belonged to isolated geniuses and hidden organizations. Afterward, Earth would drown in black tech innovations. New York City Manhattan's Dark Tower, Loki, stood atop the tower with the remnants of his forces. Under mind control, Dr. Eric Selvig completed the Tesseract Gateway device and activated it. The sky tore open. A massive portal split the heavens apart, revealing deep space beyond. The Chitauri invasion force surged through instantly. Wave after wave poured from the portal like steel locusts. The Chitauri resembled biomechanical drones, eerily similar to the machine swarms from the Matrix. Disposable soldiers directed remotely by a centralized command network. In the original timeline, their arrival caused catastrophic civilian casualties before the Avengers finally responded. This time was different. Long before the portal opened, Drex Valen had used Sentinel units to trigger a Dragon-class disaster alert across New York. The entire city had already evacuated into underground shelters. By the time the Chitauri descended, Manhattan was nearly empty. The United States Air Force received the alert immediately. If anyone else had issued those orders, bureaucracy would have delayed the response for hours. But when the command came from Drex Valen, no one hesitated. Bomb machines deployed. Ironmongers launched. The Decepticons entered combat. America's military demand for war machines had exploded in recent years. Umbrella corporations, expanding industrial chains, and automated production systems had allowed mass manufacturing on an unprecedented scale. Thousands of war machines flooded the skies. Unfortunately, reality hit hard. The Chitauri from the movies had looked laughably weak, to the point where Natasha Romanoff could gun them down with pistols. The real invasion force was another matter entirely. Drex frowned as battlefield data streamed across his vision. Machines required sustained autocannon fire just to kill a single Chitauri soldier. Meanwhile, one direct plasma hit from a Chitauri weapon nearly disabled a unit completely. Drex muttered to himself, "An army that conquered worlds isn't supposed to fold like cardboard." He'd expected a complete stomp. Instead, the exchange ratio was hovering around 3 war machines, lost for every Chitauri eliminated. The Ironmongers performed far better. They were built as heavy armor platforms, packed with oversized weapons and reinforced plating. Chitauri plasma weapons were powerful, but they couldn't penetrate Ironmonger armor quickly enough. And Ironmonger weapon systems were specifically designed to annihilate armored targets and fortifications. Against the Chitauri, they were devastating. The Decepticons were even more terrifying. Freshly upgraded by Drex, they carried a terrifying range of weaponry. Anything below heavy-caliber output barely mattered. Their true arsenal carved through the Chitauri like industrial shredders through wet paper. Each Decepticon racked up hundreds, sometimes thousands, of kills. With microdimensional storage systems supplying ammunition and energy reserves, they could sustain combat almost indefinitely. Then, the helicarrier arrived. Hovering above Manhattan like a floating steel continent, it unleashed its full arsenal. "Open fire," Drex ordered. The helicarrier answered instantly. Its close-in defense batteries roared to life. Radar systems locked onto airborne targets automatically as streams of high-velocity fire filled the sky. Explosions erupted everywhere. Chitauri flyers shattered midair by the dozens. Then, the hundreds. The invaders launched return fire against the helicarrier and accomplished absolutely nothing. Nick Fury stood on the command deck, watching the battlefield with undisguised satisfaction. This was the future he had always wanted to see. Why should humanity always fear alien civilizations? Why should Earth forever play the role of the weaker species? Watching humans crush extraterrestrial invaders felt pretty damn good. Then something enormous emerged from the portal. A leviathan. The massive biomechanical war beast pushed through the dimensional opening, its armored body stretching across the skyline like a moving fortress. In the films, the Leviathans had mostly served as giant transports. Reality was much uglier. Its mouth began glowing with gathering energy. Target locked, the helicarrier. At that exact moment, Drex vanished. One instant, he stood aboard the carrier. The next, he appeared directly in the sky before the Leviathan. A colossal energy beam erupted from the creature's mouth. Drex calmly spread his hands. An energy barrier unfolded before him like a transparent wall forged from starlight. The beam slammed into it. The sky trembled. Energy flooded across the barrier for several seconds in a blinding torrent. Yet the shield never cracked, never even wavered. Eventually, the Leviathan's attack sputtered out, dispersing into fading particles of light. And Drex Valen remained floating in the air, completely unharmed, like a god standing between Earth and the stars. Chapter 237. High above New York, beyond the spatial gateway, an immense fortress drifted through the silent darkness of deep space. Countless unidentified mechanical creatures swam around it like predators circling prey. Their bodies were covered in dark gray organic armor, fused with jagged metal plating, grotesque hybrids of flesh and machinery. The moment the order for a full assault was issued, the biomechanical swarm surged toward the portal. Chitauri soldiers poured endlessly into New York. Groups of them rode small aerial craft through the skies, brandishing their weapons as they rushed into the city with savage excitement, fully expecting a one-sided massacre of primitive natives. Instead, a Decepticon greeted them with a storm of heavy-caliber rounds. The Chitauri vanished in a burst of shredded metal and vapor before they even understood what had happened. Then the Leviathans descended. Massive metal beasts drifted through the portal, their flanks lined with rows of armored Chitauri warriors. Their eyes glowed with bloodthirsty intent as they unleashed barges of energy, fire, toward Manhattan below. The invasion spread across the city like a plague. Only, the slaughter wasn't happening to humanity. The Chitauri were the ones being butchered. The narrow spatial tunnel limited how quickly the army could deploy. Without that bottleneck, New York would have already been flattened beneath the invasion force. Even so, Manhattan had become a battlefield straight out of hell. The skies and streets swarmed with Chitauri soldiers. The arriving superheroes all came to the same realization the moment they saw the battlefield. Then Drex Valen's voice thundered across every communication channel. Superheroes. The moment the order rang out, every hero launched into action. Drex himself moved first. Though he was still wearing the Dark Knight armor he used as camouflage, there was no need to hide everything anymore. A dozen Chitauri had barely emerged from the portal when twin crimson beams flashed through the air. They were erased instantly. A second sweep of heat vision carved across the battlefield and sliced the Leviathan clean in half mid-flight. Everyone watching froze for a moment. An eye-mounted energy weapon with that level of destructive precision was absurd. Wherever Drex looked, something died. His heat vision had already evolved into something terrifying. Outside of vibranium, adamantium, atomic alloys, or impact steel-level materials, almost nothing could withstand it. Most substances vaporized in less than a second. Across the world, millions watched the live broadcast in stunned silence. For the first time, the people of this world witnessed the kind of power associated with Superman. Then Drex inhaled deeply. The next second, freezing breath swept across half the sky over New York. The Chitauri instantly froze solid before raining from the air like shattered statues of ice. Even the viewers watching the broadcast struggled to process what they were seeing. The battlefield feeds were even clearer than the public broadcast. Every movement Drex made could be tracked in real time. Under his overwhelming speed and monstrous strength, the Chitauri army looked less like an invading force and more like oversized building blocks being smashed apart by a giant. The world governments could barely hide their frustration anymore. Every time Drex disappeared for a while, he came back vastly stronger than before. Originally, they had hoped the growing number of superheroes would gradually balance his influence. After all, Drex rarely involved himself in politics or management. He preferred research and development over leadership. That gave them hope they could slowly divide power away from him. But now, as heroes looked like children trying to play soldier. Tony stared grimly at the incoming combat data. The moment Drex fired his heat vision, Tony's systems calculated the result instantly. His symbiote armor couldn't withstand it, not even briefly. What kind of monster develops weapons like this? And that freezing attack made even less sense. Drex, meanwhile, was having a great time. Scarlet beams swept across the battlefield non-stop. Everywhere his heat vision passed, Chitauri soldiers evaporated instantly, while Leviathans were carved apart like paper models. He alone had effectively halted the alien invasion. Everyone else was left cleaning up scraps. There simply weren't enough flying heroes with ranged attacks to keep up. After seeing Hawkeye land an explosive arrow directly on a Chitauri soldier without killing it, Drex completely gave up expecting meaningful support from the ground forces. Thankfully, he'd prepared in advance by manufacturing the Decepticons. Now that foresight was paying off. Owned Decepticon units funded through United Nations military budgets. Air Force's own Decepticon divisions. They were carving through the Chitauri army with brutal efficiency. At this point, even the Chitauri had begun realizing something was wrong. This didn't feel like an invasion anymore. It felt like a suicide mission. Loki stared up at Drex in disbelief. Like Tony Stark, Drex relied on equipment. But the difference between them was overwhelming. Thor finally located his brother. Unlike the others, he hadn't focused on fighting the Chitauri. He trusted his instincts and tracked Loki down directly. "Come back with me," Thor said. Loki's expression darkened. Then he smiled faintly. His figure vanished. A split second later, Loki appeared behind Thor and drove 2 daggers into his brother's lower back. The blades belonged to Frigga. They had once been her personal weapons. Odin had given Mjolnir to Thor, while Frigga entrusted the daggers to Loki. In all of Asgard, she was the only person Loki truly listened to. Thor cried out in pain and dropped to one knee, clutching his wounds. Even for the god of thunder, having both kidneys stabbed through at once was devastating. Fortunately, Asgardians possessed terrifying recovery abilities. An ordinary human would have been crippled instantly. Yet he didn't finish Thor off. Thor struggled back to his feet, and even then, he couldn't bring himself to throw Mjolnir at Loki. To an outsider, the scene might have looked strangely affectionate despite the violence. Drex barely spared them a glance. Loki wasn't worth his attention. If Drex truly wanted him dead, Loki would have vanished before Odin even realized what happened. Still, watching the battle unfold gave Drex a new idea. Most superheroes were practically spectators in a large-scale aerial war like this. His future Kryptonian Empire's cosmic knights would absolutely need highly mobile flight capabilities. Then suddenly, the entire city of New York collapsed. The ground gave way without warning. Buildings, streets, debris, and even the superheroes themselves plunged downward before anyone had time to react. Wild laughter echoed through the chaos. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 238. Drex Valen stared down at the superheroes trapped inside the collapsing city with a complicated expression. Even he hadn't expected the Monster Association to make its move now of all times. Still, once he'd chosen to let them operate freely in the shadows, he'd known sooner or later something would spiral beyond his control. In that sense, this outcome wasn't entirely surprising. Right now, though, the real priority was the Chitauri. Across the globe, every nation capable of monitoring the battle had entered a state of maximum alert. This was a full-scale alien invasion. Outside of Raditz' arrival years ago, humanity had never faced anything remotely close to this level of extraterrestrial threat. Raditz had only been one individual. Powerful, yes, but ultimately defeated. This was different. An endless army was pouring through the portal above New York, and their numbers were still increasing. Even with Drex holding the line almost single-handedly and slaughtering aliens by the tens of thousands, nobody believed his armor had infinite energy reserves. Eventually, he had to hit a limit. After urgent negotiations with the United States, multiple world powers finally committed their forces. Russia deployed. China deployed. Every nation with the capability sent what they could. War machines, ironmongers, Decepticons, fighter squadrons, naval fleets. At this point, nobody cared about military expenditure anymore. If the Chitauri established a stable foothold on Earth, the entire planet would become a battlefield. Honestly, Loki had made a strategic mistake. If he'd opened the portal somewhere isolated instead of directly above New York, the Chitauri could have secured territory first and expanded outward afterward. Once an alien beachhead was established, removing it would have become exponentially harder without resorting to nuclear saturation strikes. And even then, the losses would have been catastrophic. Of course, judging from the way Loki was currently busy stabbing and emotionally terrorizing his own brother, strategic planning clearly wasn't his priority anymore. At this point, his dream of ruling Midgard was collapsing in real time. Because Midgard looked far more terrifying than Asgard, especially the man flying above Manhattan. Loki knew exactly who Drex Valen was, the strongest man on Earth. And after witnessing this battle, Loki couldn't deny the title fit perfectly. Drex's expression suddenly turned strange as he glanced toward a distant rooftop. The Ancient One was standing there, watching fireworks, or rather, casually wiping out passing Chitauri with effortless spells while looking completely relaxed. The aliens ignored her existence entirely. Everyone that drifted too close simply vanished. Drex almost laughed. What kind of absurd leisure was this? Had she already finished dealing with Dormammu? The last time she mentioned confronting the ruler of the Dark Dimension, Drex had fully expected her to disappear for decades from Earth's perspective. After all, time inside dimensional warfare barely meant anything, especially in the Dark Dimension. For all he knew, only a few days might have passed for her while decades rolled by on Earth. Drex muttered. Dormammu himself was honestly overrated. At the end of the day, he'd just been a lucky sorcerer who stumbled into the ownerless Dark Dimension and fused himself with it. Back in Kamar Taj, his talent probably wouldn't even have ranked among the top-tier masters. Certainly not above Wong. That weakness was exactly why he'd abandoned his physical body and merged with the Dark Dimension entirely. Inside that realm, it made him terrifying. Outside of it, much less impressive. Frankly, if the Ancient One had become the master of the Dark Dimension instead, she'd probably be operating on an entirely different cosmic level by now. As though sensing his gaze, the Ancient One looked up. She smiled warmly at him and gave a polite nod. Drex returned his attention underground. The superheroes who had fallen into the collapse were staring around in shock. Beneath New York existed an enormous subterranean city. A terrible feeling settled into his stomach. A hidden underground metropolis beneath New York. There was only one explanation. This was the Monster Association's headquarters. The realization hit everyone like a punch to the face. D had searched the entire world for the organization. Endless investigations, intelligence operations, surveillance networks. And all this time, the enemy had been directly beneath their feet. If that became public knowledge, the embarrassment alone would be historic. Jarvis quickly returned the results through satellite-assisted mapping. The underground complex covered nearly an entire cubic kilometer. Hundreds upon hundreds of tunnels spread through the structure like a giant ant colony. Even conservative estimates suggested the base could support over 1,000 monsters. And the moment the heroes landed inside, the ambush began. Natural Water, the dragon-level monster, reacted instantly to killing intent. High-pressure water jets ripped through the darkness. Bruce Banner, Emil Blonsky, and several others were pierced clean through before they could fully react. Some weaker superheroes suffered devastating injuries on the spot. Nick Fury slammed a hand onto the command table aboard the helicarrier. The battlefield reports flooding and painted the entire picture immediately. Loki hadn't just brought an alien invasion force to Earth. He had allied himself with the Monster Association. That explained why the portal had opened above New York. This city wasn't chosen randomly. It was the association's headquarters. The plan was obvious now. As superheroes underground. Once Earth lost its superhuman defenders, conquering the planet would become easy. Motherfucker, Fury growled. His face darkened even further. They had all underestimated Loki. A god of deception who looked foolish on purpose was far more dangerous than an openly malicious enemy. Everything before this had been an act, and somehow, even Fury himself hadn't seen through it. A being who'd lived for thousands of years wasn't something ordinary humans could easily outplay. But now that the trap had sprung, retreat wasn't an option. Not anymore. At close quarters, hesitation killed armies. The moment one side chose to withdraw, morale shattered. Fury knew battlefield psychology too well to make that mistake. Deploy the war machines, ironmongers, and Decepticons underground immediately, he ordered. For the moment, Fury took over battlefield command from Drex. The director was currently holding back an alien army almost entirely by himself. If Drex got distracted for even a moment, the consequences could become catastrophic. Mechanized forces launched immediately. So did Umbrella corporations, Va machines, ironmongers, Decepticons. Everything available entered the fight. Humanity had never come closer to a true extinction-level disaster. There was no room left for division. Only total war. Chapter 239. After spending a while carving through Chitauri forces with heat vision, Drex Valen was starting to get bored. Meanwhile, underground, the Monster Association was overwhelming the superheroes. This wasn't the future New York where thousands of superheroes could appear with a single rallying cry. At this point in history, Earth's superhuman population was still relatively small. And honestly, most of them weren't even as effective as war machines. Drex's existence alone had drastically elevated humanity's military power. Earth was no longer helpless against alien invasions. At minimum, humanity could probably go toe-to-toe with half the civilizations in the galaxy now. And that was without counting superheroes. Fortunately, the Monster Association's advantage in sheer numbers didn't last long. Humanity answered with overwhelming force. Endless waves of war machines, ironmongers, and Decepticons flooded into the underground city, crashing headfirst into the monsters in brutal close-quarters combat. Conventional military forces followed with heavy weapon support. Regular soldiers might not have been able to kill stronger monsters outright, but they could still provide suppression fire and battlefield assistance. At the same time, more war machines moved into aerial support around Drex. He decided the Battle of New York had gone on long enough. Time to replace the villains. With that thought, he flew straight towards Stark Tower. Drex Valen is heading for Stark Tower. Director Fury, we've got a problem. Nick Fury clenched his jaw and ordered the helicarrier forward. Unfortunately, the ship simply lacked the firepower to properly deal with Leviathans. The helicarrier had never been designed to fight colossal airborne war beasts. Its original combat doctrines focused on aircraft and ground targets. 8-kilometer range, close-in defense cannons, and missile systems were more than enough for those threats. But Leviathans were different. Their armor was too thick. The helicarrier's weapons struggled to penetrate them at all. As if sensing Drex's absence, the Chitauri immediately escalated. 3 Leviathans surged forward simultaneously. Pressure crashed down across the battlefield. Unlike the movie versions that mostly rammed things like oversized armored whales, these Leviathans were armed with devastating energy weapons and heavy plasma cannons. The moment Drex entered Stark Tower, he found Thor and Loki wrestling each other across the room. The second both brothers noticed him, they froze. Thor and Loki simultaneously looked like they wanted to explain that this really was a life-and-death fight, and not whatever this looked like. Instead, Drex glanced at them once, said absolutely nothing, and walked away. Honestly, that reaction somehow felt worse. Thor shouted desperately after him. Drex didn't even turn around. He approached the portal device and looked at the imitation tesseract powering it. Then he reached out with one hand. The energy barrier surrounding the device, which originally required Loki's scepter to bypass, shattered instantly under brute force. Drex crushed the fake tesseract in his hand. The effect was immediate. The enormous wormhole over New York collapsed in on itself. One unfortunate Leviathan that had been halfway through the portal lost most of its body to spatial severance, leaving only its head crashing down into the city below. At the same time, every remaining Chitauri suddenly went limp, like drones disconnected from a server. Thousands of alien soldiers and aircraft rained from the sky. Fury let out a long breath, but only briefly, because another disaster was still unfolding beneath New York. Personally, Drex felt the Monster Association was already doomed. Some of the monsters were powerful, sure, but the number of absurdly overpowered individuals he'd personally created was becoming ridiculous. Take Blonsky, for example. After continuously evolving through kinetic energy absorption, he had already torn apart multiple dragon-level monsters, including Geketsu himself. His ability was practically designed to counter melee fighters. The harder someone hit him, the stronger he became. Of course, he'd get demolished by Homeless Emperor's ranged energy bombardment, and Rover was another terrible matchup for him. Unfortunately for Rover, the giant monster dog had run into the Green Hulk. Drex had invested heavily into preserving Hulk's limitless growth potential. Eventually, he decided to permanently connect Hulk to the rage aspect of the Phoenix Force itself. Whenever necessary, Hulk could enter a state of endless escalation. Infinite anger, infinite power. Elsewhere underground, Homeless Emperor stared in disbelief at Red Hulk Ross. Several energy spheres exploded directly against the massive crimson figure without leaving a scratch. That's impossible. General Ross spit down on his oversized cigar. I don't care what kind of god gave you power. You betrayed humanity. Tony Stark had been the one to discover Homeless Emperor was originally human. The revelation genuinely shocked them. A human siding with monsters against his own species? That was harder to accept than the monsters themselves. Meanwhile, Tony was dealing with another headache entirely. Tony's voice crackled through comms as he blasted apart another swarm of black sperm clones. Every time he destroyed one, more appeared, and each individual clone wasn't weak either. Black sperm, meanwhile, was having the time of his life messing with Tony. So these were S-class heroes? Not that impressive. Once the other heroes exhausted themselves fighting Orochi and the rest, Black Sperm planned to swoop in dramatically, save the Monster Association, and naturally become the new boss. Unfortunately for him, Tony suddenly switched tactics. A burst of freezing gas exploded outward from his armor systems. Several Black Sperm clones froze solid before they could react. And this time, they didn't multiply. Tony grinned. His symbiote armor carried specialized equipment for almost every combat scenario imaginable. It wasn't as absurd as Drex's Dark Knight armor, which could freeze the atmosphere itself, but against monsters? More than enough. Above the battlefield, Drex silently looked down over the ruins of New York. Smoke curled upward from shattered streets and collapsed buildings. Then the ground started shaking harder. Chunks of debris bounced across the broken streets. The tremors intensified rapidly, like the entire city had become a tiny boat caught in a violent storm. Then, boom, a massive pillar of fire erupted from the depths beneath New York. The heat distorted the atmosphere instantly. The sky turned crimson, glowing like sunset had swallowed the entire city whole. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled even harder now, as though something enormous beneath the earth kept slamming against the surface. Then another eruption burst upward, and another, and another. The ruins of New York transformed into a landscape of fire. Gigantic pillars of flame shot skyward throughout the city like burning trees clawing toward heaven. Then the flames began falling back down. The sky itself started raining fire. Everyone aboard the helicarrier stared in shock at the dozens of volcanic fire columns erupting from beneath New York. If they'd been trapped inside that inferno, there would have been no escape. Chapter 24240. The Monster Association had finally revealed its full strength. The Cutting King stood at the front, his body wrapped in filthy bandages. Long, unkempt hair spilled wildly down his back, clearly untouched for years. Both arms had transformed into impossibly sharp blades capable of slicing through almost anything. Beside him was Bug God, his pale green body covered in a smooth shell that hid an absurdly dense exoskeleton underneath. Wings spread from his back while his curled arms twitched restlessly. His body was the culmination of countless insect traits: ant strength, spider resilience, grasshopper mobility, flea-like jumping power. Then came ugly furor, grotesquely swollen and hideous beyond reason. Years of disgust, ridicule, and hatred had twisted him into something monstrous. Black sperm stood nearby as well, looking almost harmless at first glance. A small black figure with a single antenna on his head. Homeless Emperor floated farther back in worn-out clothes, looking more like a depressed philosopher than a dragon-level threat. There were giant snow monsters, living volcanic rock creatures, mechanical abominations fused with steel barrels and machinery. Ordinarily, encountering even one demon-level or dragon-level monster was considered a disaster. Now, they were everywhere. The superheroes were being pushed into brutal battles on all sides. Though there was one major exception: Thor. After Drex Valen threw him directly into the underground battlefield, the god of thunder quickly became the center of attention. At first, Thor was still worried about Loki being taken away by Drex. Then dozens of monsters rushed him simultaneously. A few seconds later, Thor had completely forgotten whether he even had a brother. Wait, did I have a brother? The Monster Association had committed everything to this war. Their goal was simple: kill every superhero. Ah! A sharp female voice echoed through the battlefield. A beam filled with floating pink heart projections shot forward at nearly light speed. Because it was energy-based, Tony Stark barely had time to react. S-Class hero Iron Man, become my prisoner. Tony stared blankly at the woman attacking him. She wore a black cheongsam with a revealing neckline. Ignoring the heart-shaped hair and ridiculous heart-pattern glasses, she actually looked almost normal. Almost. The symbiote armor failed to block the strange attack. A second later, Tony's expression turned dazed. Then he spun around and started attacking his own side. Shit, motherfucker, I'm about to die over here. In the end, Blonsky was forced to intercept Tony personally. With his kinetic energy absorption ability, Blonsky could practically bulldoze through most close combat monsters anyway. And now that Iron Man had turned against them, the heroes suddenly realized something horrifying. Tony Stark was absurdly dangerous. Whenever he fought enemies, he either struggled or barely scraped out a draw. But the second he fought allies, he turned into a one-man apocalypse. Whose side was this guy even on? Rumble. Without warning, the underground city began shaking violently. The ceilings overhead cracked apart as entire sections of buildings collapsed downward. Under those conditions, both sides were forced to stop attacking temporarily. Even superheroes could get buried alive if they ignored several thousand tons of falling debris. The Monster Association's underground base had been excavated for maximum secrecy. A massive hollow region stretched nearly 1,500 meters below New York. The earlier collapse alone was enough to seriously injure many S-Class heroes. More importantly, it had separated the battlefield. Isolation was the real weapon here. Without supplies, reinforcements, or escape routes, even S-Class heroes would eventually exhaust themselves underground and die. That had always been the Association strategy. Split the battlefield. Overwhelm isolated targets with superior numbers. Kill the strongest heroes one by one. Once the S-Class heroes fell, everyone below them would be easy prey. After all, dragon-level monsters were living natural disasters. Deep underground, Psychos floated rapidly through the tunnels, her strange body gliding inches above the ground. Her psychic powers had already locked onto the location of one particular S-Class hero. Behind her came a Monster Association's deadliest forces. Black Sperm jogged along casually while splitting into additional clones. Evil Natural Water occupied nearly the entire tunnel behind them in its enlarged form, its liquid body shifting constantly. Homeless Emperor followed at the rear, surrounded by glowing energy spheres. Aside from Rover, who was still delayed after collapsing massive sections of underground New York with his energy blasts, nearly every top dragon-level monster had gathered here. The victory was already decided. Split, split, split. Laughing to himself, Black Sperm divided into over 100 identical bodies. Aside from a small number of hidden reserve cells stored elsewhere for safety, this was effectively his strongest current form. Normal attacks couldn't truly kill him. At worst, he'd simply split into smaller versions. Only overwhelming destruction could annihilate his cells completely. And eventually, once his opponent exhausted themselves, he could recombine and multiply his strength again. Evil Natural Water remained motionless nearby. Its fluid body had no fixed shape. Physical force meant almost nothing against it. Several water tendrils slowly rose and aimed toward their target's location. Meanwhile, Homeless Emperor stood farthest back, eyes closed, hands hovering before his chest as though cradling an invisible sphere. Then he spread his arms outward. Dense clusters of white energy spheres filled the surrounding tunnel instantly. The air vibrated violently. Sweat formed along Homeless Emperor's forehead, but excitement flashed in his eyes. Nearly 100 energy orbs. Even if they were slightly smaller than usual, this still exceeded his previous limits. At the center of the group, Psycho's suddenly trembled. A dark violet psychic ring exploded outward from her body. Her Esper powers fused psychic force with concentrated negative emotion, releasing it outward in a devastating mental wave. It wasn't just physical pressure. It attacked the mind directly. The S-Class hero Stoneman Ben was fundamentally just a physical mutant. Against Psycho's psychic assault, he had almost no resistance. His consciousness froze for a split second, and that was enough. Homeless Emperor opened his eyes. The energy barrage launched instantly. Boom! The explosion drowned out every other sound underground. Stoneman Ben took the full impact head-on before he could react. When the smoke cleared, only shattered stone fragments remained. Psychos nearly trembled with excitement. During the earlier direct clashes, several dragon-level monsters, including Geketsu, had already been killed by the superheroes. That was when she realized the association couldn't win through brute force alone. Changing tactics had been the right decision. Now the results proved it. What she didn't know was that Drex had already secretly relocated Stoneman Ben. The rubble left behind was nothing more than a decoy. Then, crash! The world shook again. Dozens of tons of collapsed building debris crashed through the tunnels overhead. Dust exploded through the underground corridors instantly. Visibility dropped to nearly zero. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 241-241. More debris poured down from the collapsing layers above like sand through an hourglass. Entire sections of the underground battlefield shifted under the overwhelming weight. Mountains of shattered concrete and steel buried tunnels in seconds, constantly reshaping the terrain. Using that tactic, Psychos gradually took down several S-Class heroes one after another. Most superheroes simply weren't strong enough to fight multiple dragon-level monsters at once. Of course, what nobody realized was that Drex Valen had secretly rescued every single one of them. At the moment, he was busy smacking Tony Stark upside the head hard enough to reboot his brain. Ow! Tony groaned, clutching his skull. That's your own fault, Drex replied calmly while glancing at the unconscious heroes scattered around them. When fighting monsters, you attack first. Right then, Psychos and the others finally arrived. One look at the battlefield told them everything. Their prey was gone. Don't underestimate us, Psychos hissed darkly. Invisible psychic pressure spread through the tunnel. The environment itself began twisting under her telekinetic influence. Nearby, evil natural water silently adjusted its liquid body before generating more than a dozen ultra-high-pressure water cannons across its surface. Each jet possessed enough force to punch through steel and bedrock. Although evil natural water could replenish moisture from the atmosphere naturally, high-intensity attacks still consumed massive amounts of water reserves and physically reduced its size. Even with its limited intelligence, it understood not to waste energy carelessly. But this time was different. The water cannons locked down every possible escape route around Drex, with less than half a meter between firing lines. No matter how fast he moved, a target his size should have been hit at least a few times. And once injured, the battle would immediately shift in their favor. I'd really like to see how you plan to esca. Boom! Before Psychos even finished speaking, Drex vanished. The only thing left behind was a deafening sonic boom and a violent shockwave ripping through the tunnel. Psychos' expression twisted instantly. Blood vessels burst across her massive eye as dark purple psychic power exploded outward. She forcibly attempted to lock down Drex's supersonic movement with raw telekinesis. At this level of combat, Black Sperm couldn't even find an opening to interfere anymore. Not that he wanted to. The sweat pouring down his face made that very clear. Homeless Emperor attacked at the same time. His pupils expanded violently as his concentration reached its absolute limit. Veins bulged across both arms while more than a dozen energy spheres accelerated to near-invisible speeds. From a distance, they looked like streaks of white light tearing through the darkness. Even Homeless Emperor didn't dare unleash his full power underground. If the backlash collapsed the tunnels completely, everyone else might survive. He wouldn't. Drex reappeared mid-charge. The black mirror-like armor covering his body reflected the battlefield like polished obsidian, while his dark cape snapped violently behind him. Psychos muttered hoarsely. Fwoosh! The moment she finished speaking, evil natural water attacked. A devastating high-pressure water beam exploded forward instantly. Tum! Psychos' head jerked violently. Blood dripped from her eye and mouth as pain surged through her skull. The psychic barrier she'd secretly prepared around the battlefield had nearly shattered in a single impact. For one terrifying second, even her thoughts went blank. Only then did everyone finally see Drex clearly. He stood in a punching stance. Far behind him, another Drex slowly faded away. An afterimage. He'd moved so fast that his previous position still lingered in sight. And he hadn't hesitated at all. No dramatic speech. No waiting for enemies to finish talking. The instant he saw an opening, he attacked with lethal force. If evil natural water hadn't sensed his killing intent in advance, Drex likely would have broken through Psychos' psychic defenses already and begun slaughtering everyone there before they could even react. Cold, efficient, ruthless. At this point, the monsters were starting to wonder if Drex was actually more terrifying than they were. Fire, fire, psychic attacks, energy barges, high-pressure water cannons. The unconscious superheroes watching from the sidelines could barely breathe seeing Drex facing so many dragon-level monsters alone. Then every attack crashed into a massive energy shield surrounding him. And stopped cold. Psychos' expression darkened further. Fine. If a handful of dragon-level monsters wasn't enough, then they'd throw in more. Great Black Bedrock. Vampire. Furious Multi-Arms. White Radish King. As Psychos rapidly called out names, more monsters emerged from the massive pit behind her. Some were giant humanoids made entirely of black stone. Others resembled pale aristocrats with blood still staining the corners of their mouths. Massive, muscle-bound creatures with extra arms growing from their ribs. A horrifying giant humanoid radish frozen in an expression of terror. A bizarre capsule-themed monster carrying oversized red and blue pills. Every single one possessed at least demon-level strength. There were so many that they now outnumbered the S-Class heroes. After summoning such an overwhelming force, Psychos finally seemed to recover some confidence. To gather enough monsters capable of countering Earth's superheroes, she'd spent years searching and preparing. Now all of it was paying off. Drex finally started feeling a little pressure. Should he retire the Dark Knight armor here? It would be a pretty natural moment for it. Or maybe he should save that reveal for Boros's invasion. Or even Vegeta and Nappa later on. Decisions. Meanwhile, Black Sperm's body suddenly began expanding and twisting grotesquely. Hundreds of pale faces appeared across his stretching flesh. His aura skyrocketed. 13 trillion cells merging into one. Black Sperm declared solemnly. Once the fusion begins, separation becomes impossible. A new life can only be born through countless sacrifices. It is tragic, yet beautiful. If you're that sad about it, maybe don't transform, Drex said dryly. Also, quick question. Before the sentence even finished, Drex was already standing directly in front of Black Sperm, completely ignoring the dozens of dragon-level monsters targeting him from every direction. Chapter 242, 242. Drex Valen's fist exploded forward with layered kinetic force behind it. The air within 10 meters seemed to freeze solid under the pressure alone. If that punch landed, Black Sperm's transformation would end immediately. Best case scenario, the fusion would fail. Worst case, his entire body would be crippled beyond recovery. Black Sperm's miserable scream had barely begun when Psychos intervened. The crushing force halted Drex for a split second. At the same time, evil natural water unleashed a gigantic water cannon, while another impact crashed into him from the side. Boom! Golden Sperm had entered the fight. For the first time, Drex found himself fighting 3 dragon-level monsters simultaneously. He blocked the attacks head-on, but cracks finally spread across the Dark Knight armor. The nanometal repaired itself almost instantly, but the monsters saw it. Hope! The monsters erupted into excited roars. Golden Sperm, now exponentially stronger after fusion, charged first with a furious howl. The underground battlefield detonated into close-quarters combat. Golden Sperm's fists hammered toward Drex like artillery shells. But Drex remained flawless in hand-to-hand combat. In less than a second, the two exchanged hundreds of strikes. Golden Sperm took blow after blow, yet not a single clean hit landed on Drex's armor. Eventually, Drex forced him backward. Then Orochi stepped in. The Monster King's massive fist descended like a collapsing skyscraper. Damn it! Tony Stark clenched his teeth watching the fight. He hated this feeling. Drex was staying in place specifically to protect them, and the monsters had realized it. They were intentionally using attacks he couldn't dodge, trying to wear him down through attrition. Psycho shouted immediately after realizing brute force wasn't enough. Orochi's body erupted with serpentine heads. Countless mouths opened simultaneously. Energy cannons fired in every direction. Drex raised an energy shield, then hell descended. Psychic blasts, energy bombardments, water cannons, gravity pressure. Explosions rained down nonstop. The energy shield held for 10 full minutes before finally shattering apart. Every remaining attack slammed directly into Drex. But Drex retaliated just as violently. Scarlet heat vision swept across the battlefield. Evil natural water evaporated instantly. Orochi was sliced clean in half. At the same moment, Golden Sperm landed a punch that sent Drex crashing into the wall hard enough to fracture the tunnel itself. The Dark Knight armor cracked apart. Before the nanometal could fully regenerate, Homeless Emperor seized the opportunity. Hundreds of energy spheres detonated around Drex in a carpet-bombing barrage, blasting the armor into an even worse state. And still, Drex kept fighting. The next second, freezing mist erupted outward. The same weapon capable of freezing the atmosphere itself engulfed the battlefield. Orochi, Golden Sperm, Homeless Emperor. A huge number of monsters froze solid instantly. Then Drex moved. One punch after another shattered the frozen monsters into fragments. For a moment, everyone thought the battle was finally over. Then a black shadow shot toward Drex. Boom! 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 The two figures collided 4 times in an instant. Only after the shockwaves forced them apart did the thunderous explosions finally echo through the tunnels. Whoa! A strange sound drifted through the battlefield, like a ghost breathing, like a demon growling. The black figure slowly straightened. Its body was bent forward at an unnatural angle, while black organic matter made from blood, skin, keratin, and hair covered its frame like living armor. Large sections of that black armor had shattered during the clash. Deep trenches over 100 meters long carved through the ground behind him from the force of the impact. And despite all of it, he had resisted most of the damage. No, more than that. He had grown stronger. The black substance writhing across his body suddenly expanded further, covering him completely. His height rose to nearly 8 feet. Dark muscular tissue bulged beneath the living armor, while 2 massive horns extended from his head. At this point, he looked more monstrous than human. Geru. Drex blinked in genuine surprise. He'd been expecting the finale to involve Orochi and Psychos merging together and carving continents apart. So why had Geru shown up instead? Well, Drex had technically influenced Geru's growth too. He just hadn't paid much attention to him afterward. Geru stared at Drex with hollow black eyes. Unbreakable willpower. Adaptability beyond reason. Geru said slowly, "Even after pushing my body beyond its limits with breathing techniques forged from countless martial art styles." Drex tilted his head slightly. Geru ignored him completely, muttering almost to himself. This kind of overwhelming strength, it couldn't have been born naturally. The Dark Knight armor shifted around Drex's body. The nanometal coating had visibly thinned after tanking the combined assault earlier. A significant amount of material had been vaporized outright. Then Geru vanished. Boom! 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 The sound of fists colliding merged into a single uninterrupted roar. In just a few seconds, Geru unleashed thousands of savage attacks. Then crash! Geru staggered backward, coughing blood. Ha! His heartbeat suddenly echoed through the battlefield. Thump! Everyone felt it. A dark mist began spreading around Geru's body. Whoosh! This time, the black fog completely concealed the fluctuations of his attacks. Drex's surprise deepened as the fight continued. Geru's attacks had no recovery delay. None. It was as if recoil simply didn't exist for him anymore. How the hell was that even possible? Then again, this was Marvel. Bullshit powered by sheer will probably counted as a legitimate combat mechanic here. Extreme evil aura reflected every one of Drex's movements directly into Geru's mind. His body reacted instinctively. His left leg twisted like a compressed spring. His right fist shot forward like lightning. The attack reached Drex almost instantly. Bang! Both of them took the hit head-on. The punch smashed directly into Drex's abdomen. And this time, the Dark Knight armor, they're completely disintegrated into powder. Chapter 243. What a terrifying punch, Geru said, breathing heavily. Countless monsters have fallen to attacks like that. His left shoulder had visibly collapsed inward. Even the black organic armor covering his body couldn't fully protect him. The shoulder blade beneath was shattered beyond recognition. Under normal circumstances, that kind of injury should have ended the fight completely. Yet Geru still stood. That's exactly the problem, he continued, voice rough but unwavering. Humanity lives under your protection without fear. Without monsters threatening them, discrimination spreads. Bullying spreads. Greed, arrogance, jealousy. Humanity's ugliest instincts flourish quietly beneath the surface. Your hero association is no different. Geru's roar shook the underground city. I am a god-level monster. The black substance covering his body reacted violently to his emotions. It expanded again. His body grew larger and more refined at the same time. Muscles shifted. Bone structure optimized itself. His physical abilities skyrocketed geometrically. Drex watched him for a moment. Then he shook his head slightly. No, Behind Drex, the injured superheroes listened silently. Yes, that was exactly why they fought. Garu clenched his fists. He shouted back. Drex moved. He became a storm tearing through the battlefield. White shockwaves exploded outward everywhere he passed. Garu roared. The words echoed in Garu's ears. Then his technique collapsed instantly. A force like flowing water and violent hurricanes slammed into his body from every direction. Bang, 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 bang. Garu's massive demonic frame was blasted through the air. Deep fist imprints exploded across his body faster than the eye could track. Under that relentless barrage, he looked less like a fighter and more like a ragdoll being torn apart. At the same time, warning lights began flashing across the Dark Knight armor. Bright red, especially around the chest reactor. One glance was enough for everyone to realize something was wrong. Boom! The S-Class heroes could only stare blankly. None of them could follow the battle anymore. All they saw was Garu ricocheting across the battlefield like a broken missile before being smashed into the ground repeatedly. The speed was beyond comprehension. The power behind every strike was even worse, and the realization terrified them. If Garu wanted to kill the S-Class heroes, it would only take time. But Drex? Drex could wipe them out in seconds. Cough! Garu dragged himself back out of the crater. Blood poured from his mouth. What I feared most, a power wielded in the name of justice. Even with his monstrous body nearly destroyed, he still forced himself upright. Garu muttered. His eyes locked onto the flashing red lights across Drex's armor. That armor had to be near its limit too. If he just held on a little longer, if he got a little stronger, a strange feeling spread through the battlefield. Despair. Like climbing to the edge of salvation only to watch the cliff crumble beneath your hands. This was the first time Garu had ever been completely overwhelmed. No, that wasn't true. He'd experienced this once before, and this felt terrifyingly similar. Martial arts weren't inferior to technology, which meant the real gap was simply between people. Then suddenly, the Dark Knight armor's energy lights went dark. The entire battlefield froze. The superheroes' hearts dropped instantly. No. Please don't tell us the armor just ran out of power. The fact it had lasted this long against that level of punishment was already insane. But couldn't it have waited until after Garu died first? Garu himself hesitated. This felt suspicious. What if Drex was baiting him? The second he rushed in, he'd probably get instantly obliterated. After a brief pause, Garu kicked a surviving demon-level monster toward Drex instead. Drex casually blew it apart with 2 punches. The surviving dragon-level monsters erupted with excitement. Psychos immediately sent more demon-level monsters forward to test him. This time, the results were obvious. The Dark Knight armor cracked apart under the attacks. The nanometal stopped regenerating and began falling from his body in dead metallic fragments. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, Drex dropped to one knee. The armor that had terrified the world finally shattered. Ha 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 ha! Drex, your precious armor's gone. The dragon-level monsters were ecstatic. They were certain of victory now. After all, Drex had always relied on his overwhelming armor technology. Without it, he was just a human. The superheroes looked equally devastated, but surrendering and waiting for death wasn't an option. One after another, they forced themselves back to their feet. If this was the end, then they'd fight to the last breath. Drex slowly rose, his body trembling. The monsters laughed even louder. Then Drex looked up. He paused dramatically. The armor I used to seal my overwhelming power. The laughter stopped instantly. Golden light erupted from Drex's body. The broken armor fragments scattered away as he slowly floated upward into the air. His cape billowed without wind. Bathed in radiant golden light, Drex Valen hovered above the battlefield and looked down upon the monsters like a god descending from heaven itself. An overwhelming pressure filled the underground world, and for the first time since this battle began, the monsters felt fear. Chapter 244. One of the dragon-level monsters roared and lunged at Drex Valen. Clearly, It thought the whole sealed power speech was just bluffing. The creature swung a gigantic alloy battle axe straight at Drex's neck with enough force to split a skyscraper in half. Drex didn't move, didn't dodge, didn't even blink. The axe shattered on impact. Not bent, not cracked. Shattered completely, like a cheap plastic toy smashing against reinforced steel. Then Drex slowly clenched one fist. He casually raised his other arm and punched the monster in the stomach with what looked less like an attack and more like a playful shove between friends. The result was catastrophic. The dragon-level monster transformed into a black streak and disappeared into the distance. One wall exploded, then another, then another. The creature blasted through countless underground structures like a railgun projectile before punching straight through the atmosphere and vanishing into deep space. Earth's gravity couldn't even hold it. The punch had accelerated the monster beyond escape velocity, beyond the solar system, even. Nobody knew how long it would continue flying before finally stopping. Silence consumed the battlefield. Every surviving monster stared at Drex in horror. This wasn't special effects. He was actually that powerful. The superheroes weren't much better. It felt like they were meeting Drex Valen for the first time all over again. The genius inventor who constantly shattered their expectations had just stepped into an entirely different category of existence. Floating in the air, Drex inhaled deeply. His chest expanded slightly. Then he exhaled. The breath swept outward like a world-ending storm. Violent wind pressure exploded through the underground city as though a bomb had detonated at the center of the battlefield. The air itself became a weapon. Demon-level monsters, dragon-level monsters. Entire hordes of them were torn apart instantly. The visible shockwave passed over them, and their bodies simply disintegrated. Flesh, bones, mechanical components, armor fragments. Everything splattered across the walls in grotesque explosions of blood and metal. The black steel tunnels were instantly painted with abstract murals of red, green, and purple gore. Only Garu remained standing. Barely. The storm hadn't blown him away, but the black monster shell covering his body had vanished entirely. Skin and muscle had been stripped off his skeleton by the force of the breath alone. He looked like a blood-soaked corpse still refusing to fall. One breath. That was all it took. The monster association was annihilated. D had won completely. Drex sighed quietly. At this point, he felt like maybe only something on Doomsday's level could give him a satisfying fight anymore. Of course, he had absolutely no intention of creating something like that, especially now that he'd begun understanding part of the underlying mechanics behind the laws governing force itself. After restructuring aspects of his body using those principles, kinetic attacks had effectively become meaningless against him. Even if an opponent physically overpowered him, they still wouldn't be able to hurt him. Tony Stark stared at him for several long seconds before finally speaking. Drex, mostly because this entire thing felt like betrayal. They were all supposed to be advancing along the technology tree together. Then Drex suddenly turned into a cosmic disaster wearing a cape. Drex said calmly, "Probably not anymore." But mentally, as he spoke, golden energy spread outward from his body on a molecular level, flowing gently into the injured heroes nearby. Broken bones healed instantly. Internal injuries vanished. Even fatal wounds closed like they'd never existed. Tony stared at his restored body. "Super Soldier Serum," Drex answered. Everyone froze. The implications were horrifying. If a serum like that existed, humanity was about to enter an age of superhumans. Drex shook his head immediately. The excitement died instantly. Tony nodded reluctantly. Honestly, Drex had a point. Then he paused, because really, flying around punching monsters into outer space looked incredible. Around the world, governments finally received confirmation that the battle was over. Another hour without results, and they'd been fully prepared to launch nuclear strikes across New York. At that point, the city was already gone anyway. Better to sacrifice ruined territory than let surviving monsters scatter across the globe. If dragon-level monsters escape containment, the long-term cost of stopping them would multiply 1,000-fold. Then the full reports began arriving, and the world learned several unbelievable truths. First, Drex Valen had successfully developed a complete super soldier serum. Second, he had personally annihilated the Monster Association almost single-handedly. Third, the serum apparently existed in only a single completed form, and Drex had no intention of recreating it. That last part drove governments insane. Not that they could do anything about it. Before today, nobody could really threaten Drex Valen. Now, he was simultaneously the genuine strongest man on Earth, the world's wealthiest capitalist, humanity's greatest defender. Trying to pressure him politically had become completely impossible. Meanwhile, another issue surfaced during the post-battle cleanup. Garu's body was missing. Despite searching through countless monster corpses, nobody could find him, and that terrified people even more. After all, Garu had been a human who transformed himself into a monster. Sure, Drex had also been protecting the heroes during the fight and burning through armor reserves constantly. But the fact remained, Garu had fought him, survived him, and then disappeared. The method behind human-to-monster transformation instantly became a global security concern. Governments quickly concluded that Garu had probably escaped alive, which meant Earth's problems were far from over. The Chitauri invasion had just ended. The Scions still hadn't arrived yet. And on top of that, Drex dropped another bombshell. Monsters, according to him, were not a temporary phenomenon. They were Earth's immune response. As long as humanity existed, monsters would continue appearing endlessly. Tony Stark later confirmed Drex's theory through studies involving monster decomposition rates and environmental interactions. With the two greatest scientific minds on Earth both supporting the conclusion, governments had no choice but to take it seriously. Itself, the organization had been created as an emergency global authority with unprecedented privileges. And unsurprisingly, problems followed. Abuse of power, corruption, budget explosions so absurd they made military spending look restrained. Most agents weren't saints. A lot of them wanted the James Bond lifestyle. Save the world, sleep with beautiful women, and expense sports cars, jets, and yachts along the way. Organizations like the CIA tolerated that kind of behavior as long as results kept coming. Was becoming something far larger than any intelligence agency in history, and the world was starting to realize that might become a problem of its own. Chapter 245, 245. Wasn't just another intelligence agency. It was tied directly to the survival of humanity itself. That meant even minor corruption could become catastrophic. Drex Valen, however, wasn't particularly concerned. Nick Fury could handle it. Turning into Hydra headquarters right under his nose, which was admittedly a spectacular management failure. But there was a reason he was considered one of the few true Level 10 agents on Earth. He'd simply been blindsided. Itself. And once Fury finally learned the truth, he'd immediately used himself as bait to draw Hydra into making a move. Aside from occasionally trying to pull Batman-level mind games without actually being Batman, Fury was extremely capable. Drex had no doubts he could clean up the mess. Itself entered a major restructuring phase. Originally, most governments had assumed the organization was temporary. Necessary, yes, but only until the monster crisis ended. That assumption led to ugly behavior behind the scenes. Individual agents abused authority for personal gain. Governments abused authority for national gain. The deeper investigators dug, the uglier things became. Then they uncovered something explosive. 100 registered Decepticons had vanished. Completely. The hangars were empty. Now, technically, Decepticons could fly away on their own, but that wasn't the issue. Every deployment required authorization and constant tracking. Some of these missing units hadn't even been assigned pilots yet. The disappearance immediately triggered the highest security alerts. Drex, on the other hand, already knew the answer. In the Marvel Universe, whenever something insane happened and nobody knew who was responsible, the safest assumption was usually HYDRA. After the Battle of New York, Loki was taken into custody and prepared for transport back to Asgard. Thor remained obsessed with locating the missing Tesseract. The artifact had been specifically ordered returned to Asgard, but despite searching everywhere, he couldn't find it. Before leaving Earth, Drex casually asked if he could examine Mjolnir. Thor handed it over without hesitation. To him, the hammer was impossible to replicate anyway. Unfortunately for Thor, Drex had already reached the Quark-level understanding of matter. To him, Mjolnir looked less like a divine weapon and more like a very advanced set of building blocks. "I see," Drex murmured after studying it for a while. "Well, more specifically, the power of Thor." After finishing his analysis, Drex returned the hammer. Thor was in an unusually good mood after making so many powerful friends on Earth. Before leaving, he enthusiastically challenged Drex to a future rematch. Drex immediately responded, "Why wait?" Several minutes later, Thor stood beside Loki with bruises covering half his face. Thor shouted. Rainbow-colored light descended from the sky. The two Asgardians vanished within the Bifrost. Drex barely spared them another glance. His attention had already shifted elsewhere. Hydra. Then, almost casually, he created another Mjolnir in his hand. A perfect replica. Whoever wielded this hammer would gain the power of Thor. In Asgard, Heimdall nearly panicked after witnessing the scene. He immediately reported everything to Odin. The All-Father listened silently, expression complicated. "Leave it alone," Odin finally said. After all, Drex Valen wasn't merely a powerful human anymore. He was the emperor of the Kryptonian Empire. Even Odin himself couldn't tell Thor's original hammer apart from the replica. For a brief moment, Odin even suspected Drex had somehow acquired the Reality Stone and used it to duplicate Mjolnir perfectly. Meanwhile, Drex noticed Heimdall observing him. Without hesitation, he activated the Mind Stone and completely blocked Earth from Heimdall's sight. Then he returned to researching divine weapons with obvious enthusiasm. If Mjolnir could be replicated, what about other legendary artifacts? Something like Wonder Woman's equipment set, perhaps. That line of experimentation led him to another discovery. URU metal. Once Drex fully analyzed Mjolnir's structure, obtaining URU became trivial. At the end of the day, metal was still matter. And matter, at its core, was just atomic structure. Someone with quark-level manipulation abilities could produce practically limitless quantities. So Drex started experimenting. Eventually, he created something new. The Sword of Hephaestus. Not Wonder Woman's original version capable of subatomic cutting. Drex's version was forged from a combination of URU metal, vibranium, and proto-adamantium. Then he added Asgardian divine power, and the runes carved into Mjolnir itself. Runemaltshik. Fortunately, Drex had already awakened abilities similar to Superman's magical adaptations. Otherwise, merely seeing the runes wouldn't have been enough to reproduce their effects. The resulting weapon was absurd. The Sword of Hephaestus generated divine flame rather than ordinary fire. It could burn in a vacuum. It could ignite water, ice, and even substances that should have been completely non-flammable. At full output, the flames could exceed 100,000 degrees. Anything struck by the blade was simply cut apart. Whoever wielded the sword would gain the authority of a fire god. Flight. Super strength. Super speed. Super endurance. The weapon was fully comparable to Thor's hammer. Drex immediately packaged 100 of the swords and sent them to the Kryptonian Empire. Isdeth would know how to distribute them. Before long, he'd probably have an entire order of fire god knights under his command. Hydra Underground Base. Modern HYDRA looked very different from its World War II incarnation. It appeared enormous from the outside, but internally, its structure had become fragmented and chaotic. After Hydra's North American branch suddenly went dark, the remaining cells across the world became highly alert. Nobody particularly respected Alexander Pierce as a leader, but someone capable of erasing him without a trace was terrifying. Inside the underground base, one of the 5 fingers of the hand arrived for a private meeting. Murakami. Hydra had contacted the hand, claiming they had business to discuss. "Welcome," Mister, a man stepped forward from the shadows. Murakami narrowed his eyes. The man smiled faintly. Murakami's expression changed instantly. He studied the man again, much more seriously this time. The title carried enormous weight in the underworld. Almost nobody knew what the clairvoyant looked like, but everyone had heard the name. Rumors claimed his influence stretched across countless organizations and black market networks. He was also supposedly involved in several classified human enhancement projects. D had encountered his operations multiple times. Every single mission ended the same way. The clairvoyant's forces always seemed one step ahead. Plans were exposed before execution. Operations collapsed before they even began. Over time, people started believing the clairvoyant possessed actual precognitive abilities. Among HYDRA and groups like the Hand, there were even whispers that the clairvoyant himself was one of Hydra's hidden leaders. Whether that rumor was true or not hardly mattered. The name alone represented enormous influence. The man smiled again. Yes, he admitted freely. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 246. You should already know that the Hand has no interest in your internal disputes, Murakami said calmly. We're willing to cooperate with whichever faction controls the operation, but that's where our involvement ends. You could try telling that to Baron Strucker, Garrett replied with a shake of his head. That was the polite version. The truth was much simpler. The 5 ancient leaders of the Hand had become infamous for one thing above all else, their terror of dying. Practically every organization with even a little knowledge of the underworld knew those relics would do anything to preserve their own lives. Neither man realized that someone else was casually listening to their entire conversation while working on a personal project. With his super hearing active, Drex Valen had become the greatest surveillance system on Earth. Sound waves, radio frequencies, gravity, atmosphere, distance, none of it mattered. His hearing ignored physical limitations entirely. Whether the source was across the city or on the other side of the planet, it reached him as clearly as if he were standing in the same room. Clairvoyant? D. Then again, there probably weren't many people arrogant enough to call themselves that. A lot of transmigrators loved plotting their way into Hydra or finding ways to exploit the organization from the shadows. The reason was painfully obvious. Hydra's employee benefits were absurd. Joining was almost laughably easy. Get recommended by the right person, and you were practically guaranteed entry. Unlimited resources, global influence, friendly operatives embedded in every major field imaginable. Military officers, politicians, intelligence agencies, corporations, Legion. Drex had located Gideon Malik personally and extracted every memory necessary to contact Hydra's remaining leaders. Most of Hydra's upper leadership fell into one of 2 categories. Ancient survivors from World War II who had prolonged their lives through various methods, or descendants inheriting power from those same immortals. In other words, nepotism ruled Hydra from top to bottom. Alexander Pierce was the rare exception. He had clawed his way upward through sheer competence, influence, and political maneuvering. A self-made king among hereditary aristocrats. Naturally, the old guard hated that. For years, Hydra's entrenched elites had been quietly trying to suppress Pierce's growing influence. Some factions had even considered replacing him entirely. But after Pierce suddenly vanished, the issue became irrelevant. One of Hydra's leaders slammed a hand onto the table, furious. After Hydra's North American branches went dark, the remaining factions became cautious, but none of them were willing to abandon such valuable territory. DD had emerged onto the global stage, creating opportunities Hydra couldn't ignore. They infiltrated both organizations almost immediately. D collapsed before Hydra could gain much from it, costing them a significant number of operatives in the process. D turned out to be a completely different story. As the world's highest-level authority on metahuman incidents, the organization possessed unprecedented international privileges. Their agents could enter sovereign territory and conduct operations without prior approval. The justification was simple. Superhuman threats escalated too quickly for normal bureaucracy. Hydra abused that loophole mercilessly. One cell would stage an attack disguised as rogue, enhanced individuals. Agents would deploy directly into foreign territory to resolve the crisis. Meanwhile, embedded Hydra operatives quietly extracted whatever resources or technology they actually wanted. Sometimes the target nation even thanked them afterward. Had ever been the badge, and organizations that once acted untouchable suddenly stepped aside without protest. Had never wielded that level of authority. Baron Strucker adjusted the monocle resting over one eye and folded his hands together. Entirely is still an option. The truth was that Strucker had become deeply wary of Drex Valen. The man was too dangerous, too brilliant. Every new invention and breakthrough seemed to appear out of nowhere, overturning expectations yet again. And if that happened, Hydra's position inside the organization would collapse overnight. Chapter 247. If Hydra were exposed now, the consequences would be catastrophic. The entire world would turn on them. Too many people still remembered World War II. Too many governments still carried scars left behind by Hydra's atrocities. The moment their existence became public again, every intelligence agency, military force, and superhuman organization on Earth would come crashing down on them at once. The newly appointed leader of Hydra's North American division spoke with a dark expression. "We can't pull out now. The Insight Project is entering its most critical phase." "That's your project collapsing," Baron Strucker replied coldly. Pierce's beloved Insight Project had always relied on Arnim Zola's predictive algorithm. The system scanned global data to identify individuals who could potentially threaten Hydra in the future, then used airborne helicarriers armed with precision strike missiles to eliminate them before they became a problem. The flaw was obvious. When fragments of the target list briefly appeared during activation tests, Bruce Banner's name had reportedly been among them. Trying to assassinate the Hulk with conventional missiles was the kind of plan that only looked intelligent on paper. To everyone else in Hydra, the project bordered on insanity. Only Pierce and this new North American leader still treated it like humanity's greatest achievement. The man's face stiffened after Strucker's dismissal. "And if I remember correctly, he shot back. You lost an entire facility last month. A high-priority one." His gaze sharpened. Strucker folded his arms and gave a dismissive snort. "We're still investigating the incident, but it shouldn't endanger the organization." The pressure continued mounting around the table. Everyone already knew Strucker spent most of his time hidden away, conducting experiments on enhanced humans. A large portion of Hydra's leadership had an unhealthy fascination with superpowers. Nearly every faction monitored Strucker's progress in one way or another. The problem was that he never shared results. Naturally, Strucker couldn't exactly tell them the truth. He couldn't very well announce that his facility had been obliterated by a monster attack. Not after spending years researching superhumans only to get crushed by one. That kind of humiliation tended to raise uncomfortable questions about wasted funding. Besides, in Strucker's mind, monsters were natural disasters. Losing to them didn't count as incompetence. Elsewhere, Drex Valen listened in with growing amusement. So unleashing monsters across the world had produced some unexpected side benefits after all. Even Hydra had taken losses. That thought entertained him far more than it probably should have. Then another idea surfaced. What if he simply became Hydra's newest leader? The concept sounded absurd at first glance. But in Hydra, it was practically tradition. A completely unknown leader appearing out of nowhere while the rest of the organization remained clueless had happened multiple times before. Whitehall was the perfect example. Back during World War II, he had been one of Hydra's senior commanders. After the war ended, the Howling Commandos destroyed his operations, and Agent Peggy Carter personally oversaw the raid that dragged him into prison. Everyone assumed he would rot there until death claimed him. Instead, decades later, his followers broke him out. Using cells harvested from an inhuman, Whitehall restored his youth and returned to power seemingly from nowhere, reclaiming a seat among Hydra's supreme leadership. Then there was Baron Heinrich Zemo, another major Hydra figure from the Red Skull era. Another ghost from World War II who vanished for decades without explanation. Most people assumed he was long dead. Then suddenly, without warning, he resurfaced and reclaimed authority as if he had never left. Hydra liked to present itself as a vast, sophisticated organization. In reality, its internal management structure was complete chaos. Each leader ruled their own territory independently. They cooperated when necessary, but most operated more like rival warlords than members of a unified hierarchy. Being a Hydra leader was less about official rank and more about raw power. If you had enough weapons, soldiers, influence, and resources, you could sit down at the table and declare yourself important. And Hydra's recruitment standards only made things worse. The organization aggressively absorbed talent from everywhere, often with almost no vetting whatsoever. If someone was useful, Hydra took them. Half the time, members didn't even know who else belonged to the organization. Two Hydra agents could pass each other in a hallway without realizing they worked for the same people. The only reliable identification method left was their ridiculous slogan. Honestly, that explained a lot. During the events surrounding the Avengers, Steve Rogers had apparently tricked undercover Hydra agents simply by casually saying the phrase aloud, which meant identifying Hydra spies was theoretically simple. Headquarters saying "Hail Hydra" often enough, and eventually somebody would answer back. As for Garrett, truthfully, he had never cared much about Hydra's ideology in the first place, nor had he ever felt particularly loyal toward Pierce. He joined Hydra for the same reason countless others did: resources, protection, opportunity, a stable place inside the machine. As he aged, Garrett's health deteriorated rapidly. Then came the terminal illness. Desperate to save himself, he used Hydra's resources to launch the Centipede Project, obsessively researching variants of the super soldier serum in hopes of curing diseases modern medicine couldn't touch. Progress had been painfully slow. Every formula came with flaws: instability, rejection, failure. All he had truly managed to accomplish was delaying his own death, and time was running out. Garrett had heard that Baron Strucker possessed Hydra's most advanced superhuman research division, but Strucker's faction was filled with fanatics and extremists Garrett wanted nothing to do with. Worse, Strucker guarded his discoveries obsessively. Even trusted subordinates rarely gained access. Then there was Drex Valen. The man had already developed revolutionary treatments for AIDS and polio. Garrett originally thought Drex might become humanity's greatest medical scientist. Instead, Drex abruptly shifted his focus toward super soldier research. And without anyone realizing it, he handed the world the greatest shock imaginable. He turned himself into the strongest man alive. At this point, Garrett had seriously considered defecting, telling Drex the truth about Hydra's survival. Not out of morality, not out of guilt. He simply wanted to live. His body was failing faster every day, and deep down, he no longer believed the Centipede Project could save him. The only thing stopping him was uncertainty. He had no idea how Drex Valen treated former Hydra members. If the man happened to possess an uncompromising hatred toward Hydra, then walking through that door would basically amount to delivering himself to execution personally. Chapter 248. Drex Valen found Hydra's schemes mildly entertaining at best. The hand interested him even less. Unless the black sky appeared, the organization barely registered on his radar. That said, a hand-controlled Ghost Rider would definitely become a headache. Meanwhile, Hydra had reached the point where the pressure surrounding the stolen Decepticons became unbearable. Reluctantly, they dumped all 100 units in a hidden location and anonymously leaked the coordinates. As painful as it was to give them up, they understood the alternative was worse. If the investigation continued long enough, Hydra itself would eventually be dragged into the light. And once that happened, they were finished. After recovering the missing Decepticons, Nick Fury still refused to ease up on the internal investigation. Traitors, sleeper agents, suspicious factions. Everything remained under scrutiny. The reason was simple. As long as Drex Valen remained on their side, Fury wasn't afraid of anyone. Neither were his agents. Restructuring far beyond anyone's expectations. Governments that usually moved with the speed of rusted machinery suddenly operated like they were being chased by extinction itself. Implemented mandatory monthly investigations for every single agent. Extensive background checks, financial audits, psychological reviews. To prevent bribery or political interference, the world's major powers rotated oversight responsibilities between themselves. No one trusted anyone anymore. Still, their fears were somewhat misplaced. Ironically, Earth itself was far more dangerous than most extraterrestrial civilizations. Across the Marvel Universe, truly powerful individual fighters were actually rare. Gamora, for example, had earned a reputation as the deadliest assassin in the galaxy, yet her level of strength would hardly dominate Earth's upper tier. The Hulk had rampaged through the Grandmaster's arena effortlessly, despite the fact that the arena collected elite combatants from countless worlds. Earth's civilization lagged behind the interstellar empires technologically, but the planet itself was absurdly abnormal. A random laboratory accident, radiation exposure, genetic mutation, or failed experiment could produce a superhuman powerful enough to become a major cosmic threat. It was as though the planet itself kept generating monsters. Most alien empires simply didn't value individual combat power the same way Earth did. Could the Kree Empire create super soldiers? Of course they could. Ronan the Accuser himself was essentially the product of advanced Kree enhancement technologies. But from an interstellar military perspective, building fleets was far more efficient than creating singular warriors. Why spend astronomical resources producing one super soldier when you could build another planet killer cannon instead? Even if someone possessed power on the level of an Eternal, what did it matter against a stellar bombardment weapon? When a civilization could erase planets outright, the difference between a weak individual and a powerful one often became meaningless. There were exceptions, naturally, but they were rare. That imbalance explained why the Avengers repeatedly humiliated supposedly superior alien invaders. Earth's superhumans were simply outrageous by cosmic standards. If someone counted the number of top-tier combatants below the godlike level, Earth might genuinely rank among the highest concentrations in the universe. The Kree had once become intensely curious about that phenomenon. Compared to Earth's accidental superheroes, the Kree spent enormous wealth and effort creating enhanced warriors with wildly inconsistent results. Some of their best creations still fell short of the Avengers. At one point, they had even considered capturing Earth's heroes for live experimentation just to understand what made the planet so abnormal. Ironically, most superheroes themselves had no idea how terrifying they actually were. They were born on Earth, raised on Earth. To them, aliens still carried an instinctive sense of superiority and mystery. Any extraterrestrial threat naturally made humanity nervous. The Scion invasion alone had nearly pushed the world into panic. Russia reportedly produced over 100 nuclear warheads within a single month afterward. The United States and China weren't much calmer. Then came Thor's arrival. Had contained the incident successfully, humanity finally understood how vulnerable it truly was. The Chitauri invasion only accelerated global militarization further. Tony Stark had even approached Drex Valen about collaborating on a more advanced Iron Legion. Drex declined immediately. Given the existence of Ultron somewhere in the future timeline, he had absolutely no interest in accidentally creating a nightmare version powered by Kryptonian-level technology. Instead, Drex chose a different approach. If humanity wanted stronger deterrence than nuclear weapons, he would give them one. The announcement shook the entire world. Drex Valen had discovered a second extraperiodic element. During the global press conference, the room remained utterly silent as Drex spoke. No one interrupted him. The revelation was too overwhelming. The discovery of even a single new element represented a monumental leap for human civilization. For nations, it meant industrial revolutions, military revolutions, energy revolutions. Everything changed, and now Drex had discovered too. At this point, some scientists had already begun calling him the father of the new elements. Technically, Drex had only released the symbolic designations and classification framework rather than the complete molecular structures. But for researchers like Tony Stark, that alone was enough to begin the hunt. Every new element required an entirely new classification logic to define its behavior and placement. Without Mendeleev, humanity would never have properly organized the periodic table, even after discovering new elements. In the same way, Drex's second extraperiodic framework essentially handed scientists both the opening clue and the final answer. All that remained was solving the equations in between, and that process would eventually reveal how to manufacture the elements themselves. Drex continued calmly. He paused. The implications were horrifying. Human civilization had just stepped into an entirely new era of energy science, or weapons development, depending on who you asked. Umbrella Corporation wasted no time capitalizing on the discovery. Its newest weapons division unveiled a new category of strategic armament personally authorized by Drex Valen. New element destruction bombs, or more simply, new element warheads. Chapter 249-249. The new element destruction bomb was a tactical weapon built around the fusion properties of element SG-5903. Compared to conventional nuclear warheads, it had one terrifying advantage: no radioactive fallout, no long-term contamination, and yet its explosive yield vastly surpassed that of traditional nuclear weapons. Combined with its advanced missile delivery platform, the weapon system became something close to science fiction. Maximum flight speed, Mach 30. Operational range, 30,000 kilometers. Impact accuracy, within 100 meters. Global strike capability. No corner of the planet was truly out of reach. The missile platform itself was named the Spear of Longinus. It could be mounted on nuclear submarines, battleships, strategic fortresses, and other heavy military installations. The 5 major world powers were deeply tempted by it. More importantly, they understood exactly what the Spear of Longinus represented. Existing anti-missile systems were likely obsolete now. At Mach 30, many radar systems probably wouldn't even detect the missile before impact occurred. The new leader of Hydra's North American branch smashed his desk apart in fury. The appearance of the Spear of Longinus had effectively destroyed Alexander Pierce's InSight project. Hydra had poured staggering amounts of money into the project. It was nearly ready for activation, and now it was worthless. If the helicarriers ever launched and openly threatened the world, they would probably be shot out of the sky immediately by Longinus missiles. The only silver lining was cost. The weapon system was outrageously expensive, even by superpower standards. Drex Valen priced each full Spear of Longinus system at $20 billion, including 10 new element warheads. Different warhead variants carried different destruction radii: 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and the energy density was absurd. Just 1 gram of the new element produced energy equivalent to 10 million tons of TNT. Drex had also applied advanced cluster compression engineering to the detonation mechanics. Outside the designated blast radius, even being a single centimeter beyond the edge would spare you from the shockwave entirely. Instead of wasting force outward, the explosion compressed its destructive energy inward to maximize annihilation inside the target zone. So far, Umbrella Corporation had sold only 10 complete Spear of Longinus systems worldwide. That limitation was intentional. Without nuclear fallout or environmental contamination acting as deterrents, Drex had no desire to watch the Spear of Longinus become the primary weapon of World War III. Then came the issue of New York. The war against the Chitauri and the Monster Association had only recently ended, and the city looked less like modern civilization and more like the aftermath of the apocalypse. Ruins stretched endlessly in every direction. Rebuilding it would cost an unimaginable amount of money, and everyone already knew what came next. Months of political fighting over who would actually pay for it. A city like New York wasn't rebuilt with a few $1 billion. Not even close. Traditionally, defeated nations paid reparations after wars. Unfortunately, nobody could exactly track Thanos down and hand him the invoice. As for Garu, assuming authorities ever found him, they would either kill him or lock him inside a laboratory to study how a human transformed into a monster. Either way, he definitely didn't look wealthy enough to fund reconstruction efforts. Under those circumstances, governments could only do what governments always did: make speeches, offer condolences, encourage unity. But when it came to actual reconstruction, they still needed capital. And governments were notoriously bad at finding money quickly. The United States government, in particular, had a global reputation for financial dysfunction. Congress nearly shut the government down every other year over budget disputes already. Now, they were somehow supposed to finance the reconstruction of a destroyed megacity? The business world wasn't much more charitable. Successful billionaires rarely became successful through generosity. Tony Stark understood exactly how ugly things were about to become. Unlike most billionaires, however, he actually cared. By the time the first emergency meetings ended, his mind was already racing through reconstruction concepts for New York. Someone needed to take the lead. And deep down, Tony already believed that person had to be him. Events unfolded almost exactly as he predicted. Post-war reconstruction rapidly became New York's single greatest crisis. This wasn't a matter of replacing a few damaged buildings. The Chitaurian Monster Association had hollowed out massive sections beneath the city before deliberately collapsing entire areas during the conflict. At this point, large parts of New York were basically one enormous crater stretching hundreds of meters deep. Early and pushed large-scale civilian disaster evacuation drills long before the invasion occurred. When the battle began, Sentinel robots evacuated enormous portions of the population at incredible speed. Otherwise, the death toll would have been catastrophic. Humanity had likely just experienced its first true God-level disaster. Compared to what could have happened, limiting the casualties mostly to military losses was already considered miraculous. Over the next month, every institution involved became united under one universal phrase. New York City begged the state government for help. The state government begged the federal government. The president begged the billionaires. If this entire situation had been a competition, the insurance companies probably would have won first place in suffering. Because technically speaking, if every contract were honored exactly as written, the insurance industry would owe compensation for nearly half the city, which was impossible. If they actually attempted full payouts, executives across the country would probably begin planning escape routes before the quarter ended. Everyone passed responsibility around endlessly. No money, no budget, no solution. The president spent weeks lobbying donors and corporations until he practically wore holes through his shoes, yet barely managed to raise enough funding to matter. International aid arrived too, though mostly in symbolic amounts. A few donations here, a few carefully staged public gestures there. Eventually, the White House changed tactics. Massive reconstruction contracts were released to private citizens and independent crews willing to help clean the battlefield. The contracts offered surprisingly generous terms and, intentionally or not, contained loopholes people could exploit for profit. It worked. Large numbers of contractors flooded into New York for cleanup operations, including one particular salvager who would later become infamous, Adrian Toombs. The Vulture. Chapter 250-250. But even that was barely a drop in the ocean. New York had become a bottomless pit of destruction. You could melt down fortunes, empty national reserves, and strip billionaires to the bone and still fail to fill even a fraction of the hole the city had become. Rebuilding it would take years, maybe decades. The president looked like a man being slowly strangled by destiny. Everyone knew the presidency was basically a temporary contract position. For years of surviving endless disasters while half the country blamed you for everything from inflation to rainstorms. But this administration had been uniquely cursed. Monster association attacks, supervillains, alien invasions, and now New York itself had practically been erased from the map. At this rate, by the time his term ended, the city still wouldn't be restored, and history books would probably remember him as the president who lost Manhattan to aliens. The public didn't care whether the invasion was technically his fault. Disaster happened during his presidency. That was enough. Financial collapse, mounting casualties, Reconstruction chaos. Political commentators were already sharpening knives. Then, just as the White House descended into despair, salvation appeared. That was one of the strange constants of comic book worlds. Whenever a catastrophe leveled a city, eventually some absurdly wealthy genius with a surprisingly functional conscience showed up to clean up the aftermath. In another universe, that role belonged to a billionaire playboy with a habit of dressing like a flying rodent at night. Here, it was Tony Stark, the reinvented version. Stark arrived at the White House carrying massive funding proposals and detailed reconstruction plans. He volunteered to spearhead New York's recovery personally, leveraging both Stark Industries and his own global influence to pull investors into the project. Unexpectedly, one of the first people to answer the call wasn't a politician or philanthropist. It was Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin himself. Out of everyone involved, Fisk seemed almost irrationally invested in rebuilding New York. Other than Stark, nobody contributed more money or manpower, which made perfect sense when you thought about it. Wilson Fisk ruled New York's criminal empire. But now New York barely existed. Being king of the underworld didn't mean much when the entire kingdom had turned into a crater. Stark Industries already stood at the top of the corporate world, and Tony's reputation as Iron Man had never been higher. Once he committed publicly, more investors quickly followed. Not because they trusted government promises. Nobody trusted those. They trusted Tony Stark. The White House nearly celebrated like it had won a war. As far as the president was concerned, Stark had practically resurrected his political career from the dead. For the first time in months, even Tony's smug face looked beautiful. Meanwhile, New York itself remained pure chaos. Every street, every district, every shattered block, the entire city was tangled in disaster relief operations. Rescue teams continued digging through ruins, searching for survivors, while casualty numbers climbed higher every day. Official statistics still hadn't been released, but everyone already knew the final numbers would be horrifying. Military had taken devastating losses during the battle. Beneath nearly every collapsed skyscraper, more bodies waited to be found. And then there was crime. The city's law enforcement system had practically collapsed. New York now resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland more than a functioning metropolis. Criminals flooded into the streets hoping to profit from the chaos. Most of the major superheroes were busy handling their own crises after the war, leaving street-level defenders like Daredevil and Luke Cage struggling to maintain order. Gwen helped whenever she could, patrolling daily and assisting civilians. But the scale of the disaster dwarfed what a handful of heroes could realistically manage. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the person who restored order wasn't a superhero at all. It was Kingpin. Apparently, Wilson Fisk hadn't been exaggerating when he talked about wanting a better New York. At this point, neither the government, the police, nor the superheroes possessed infrastructure remotely comparable to Fisk's criminal network. So Fisk issued an order. Effective immediately, no looting, no arson, no robbery, no gunbosh. Every criminal operation in New York was suspended indefinitely. All manpower would assist in disaster relief efforts. Anyone who defied the order would be treated as challenging Kingpin's authority directly. Punishment meant death. And just like that, New York's underworld transformed overnight into an emergency response force. Sometimes desperate civilians trying to steal food or supplies would suddenly get tackled by aggressively civic-minded gangsters appearing out of nowhere. Other times, heavily tattooed mobsters smoking cigars could be seen hauling rubble aside to rescue trapped civilians. It was surreal, but effective. Unfortunately, another massive problem remained. Where exactly were New York's residents supposed to live? Structurally, the city was ruined. The Monster Association had hollowed out enormous underground regions beneath New York, destroying sewer systems and excavating massive subterranean chambers, extending thousands of meters below the surface. How were they supposed to fill that much empty space? Reconstruction itself was already a nightmare. Relocating millions of civilians made it even worse. Countless people had lost everything overnight. Homes, businesses, savings, entire lives erased. Some residents couldn't mentally process the loss and attempted suicide. To make matters worse, insurance companies refused to cover most damages. Their reasoning was brutally simple. Policies did not include alien invasion or monster attack clauses. Therefore, claims were denied. Government began preparing a new agency dedicated specifically to cleaning up after superhero-related disasters. A damage control department. Then Drex Valen stepped forward. Which also meant something else. Itself would provide compensation. With one declaration, Drex effectively pulled the world's major powers into the reconstruction effort. The president nearly cried from relief. Required an entire city-sized headquarters. The world powers ultimately approved the project. Once the reconstruction became a global undertaking instead of an American one, the financial burden suddenly became manageable. Then Drex unveiled another invention: bedrock molecular compounds. The material could be injected directly into underground voids, where it merged with surrounding geological structures and stimulated rapid bedrock growth. Within an astonishingly short period, New York's massive underground cavities were stabilized and filled. According to Drex, the rebuilt foundations might actually become stronger than natural bedrock itself. Earthquakes would no longer be a concern, and that was only the beginning. Drex revealed the true purpose behind the reconstruction project. He intended to build an invincible warship for humanity. A colossal planetary defense vessel capable of resisting future extraterrestrial invasions. Science, Chitauri, or whatever else emerged from deep space next. According to the early plans, the vessel would operate across land, sea, and air. A true tri-environment super battleship. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Uzishar.